mic's on. Good morning, everyone. Well, call this meeting to order. I'd like to humbly acknowledge that the land we live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. If anyone wishes to address council regarding the item on the operating budget agenda, including the community investment program items, please register now with the Legislative Services desk located to my right. I'll only be calling upon those who register to speak. I must register to speak prior to the start of that agenda item, and you'll be permitted with 5 minutes to speak, and please remain. You're okay? No sound? You must register prior to that item, and you have 5 minutes to speak, and please remain on topic. Moving into process, members of the public were invited to pre-register by 12 noon Friday, December 8th if they wish to speak on any item in the operating budget meeting agenda. Residents wishing to address council on the community investment program will be provided an opportunity to speak following the presentation by administration for each of these grant streams. Residents wishing to address council on the operating budget or the capital budget will have the opportunity to speak during the public delegation session at the beginning of each of those budget meeting days. Delegates that have registered to speak are permitted up to 5 minutes to speak and must remain on topic. Council reviews and deliberations on the grant allocation recommendations will occur as presentations are heard. The final proposed 2004 budget will be considered for approval by council on the last budget day, whether it is December 14, 2023 or a later date. The budget meetings are held over a 3 to 4 day period starting at 9 a.m. daily. Meeting dates or times may be amended through the process, and if all budget matters are accommodated during the December 11th to 13th meeting dates, there will be no requirement for the December 14th meeting. And if more time is required, then council can recess. The meeting can be reconvened again on another day. Again, any changes to the budget timelines will be communicated to the public in advance to the best of our ability. For everyone's awareness, there will be designated breaks each day at approximately 10:30 a.m., 12 noon to 1 p.m., and 3 p.m. We'll now start with presentation from administration to introduce the 2004 proposed budget. First, I have opening remarks from Chief Administrative Officer Henry Hunter.
Thank you, Your Worship, the Mayor. Well, this is my first budget with the regional municipality of Buffalo, so it's going to be interesting for me, but you will appreciate that this is the culmination of a lot of effort and a lot of rounds of trying to make things work with administration. And so there's a lot of information in each of these packages, and we look forward to bringing as much of it forward as we can. And we'll answer any questions that Mayor, Council, and public have on the budget. And move forward from there, but just remember that, you know, members of administration have taken their direction from me for the budget. So if there's any controversy, please direct it towards me. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Hunter. Does any of the council members have any general questions for the CAO before we start? Not seeing any. I'd like to introduce Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, to present the 2024 budget 2025 to 2026 financial plan.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. Over the next few days, administration will be presenting the proposed 2024 budget and 2025 to 2026 plans to council and the public. Susan McIsaac, Manager of Financial Planning, and her team have compiled all the budget data for these presentations. I want to thank them for all their hard work. In addition, I want to thank all the contributors to the process that brought us here today. A significant effort goes into preparing a multi-day event. Since publishing the proposed budget and plan, administration implemented organizational changes to support daily operations more effectively and reflect that we are one organization serving the region. The restructuring and reallocation of existing positions will optimize the public service we proudly deliver. As a result, there are changes within departments and director titles that have not been reflected in the budget documents and presentations. These changes will not impact the proposed budget or FTEs. The theme for 2024 proposed budget is fiscal responsibility, with long-term financial stability being the primary focus. We will do this by working towards continuous improvement and efficient delivery of programs and services. This includes assessing and prioritizing operational and capital requirements to deliver quality services in a fiscally responsible manner. This includes evaluating and pursuing revenue sources other than property tax revenue. An important component for future sustainment is asset management. This allows for long-term budgeting decisions with defined service levels and asset deterioration in the forefront. Understanding our future needs assists us in preparing for the future, be it maintenance or asset replacement. This is one area where recent restructuring has occurred, aligning resources and governance towards this critical mandate. And finally, we will continue to strengthen Treasury strategies to increase investment income and effective cash flow management. The budget trends have declined as the municipality reduced the tax ratio at the direction of the province. Though the tax revenue for 2024 remains constant from 2023, other revenue sources have increased, offsetting increased expenses. With rising economic pressures and anticipated declining tax revenue, the 2024 budget exercise relied heavily on prioritization and long-term strategic planning. The proposed 2024 budget consists of projected revenue of $611,580,340, less the proposed operating expenses of $473,309,933. I would like to point out that the operating expenses exceed the projected tax revenue for 2024 of $460.4 million, which results in the requirement for other revenue. This is particularly important where decisions regarding capital projects are concerned. This leaves $138,270,407 million available to transfer to reserves for capital purposes. Thank you. This concludes my pardon me. Over the next few days, administration will be presenting their detailed budgets. Thank you. This concludes my presentation. If there are no questions from Council, Director Berge will now provide an overview of the Community Investment Program.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the CFO? Not seeing any, so yes, Director Berge, I invite Director Berge of Community Services to introduce the proposed grant allocations.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I am presenting the 2024 Municipal Subsidiary Corporation Grant Recommendations. The subsidiary grant provides funding to municipal-owned or controlled organizations to support programs and services that align with Council's strategic plan. There are 3 subsidiary corporations: the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Library Board, the Regional Recreation Corporation, and Wood Buffalo Economic Development. The Community Investment Program policy outlines expectations and provides a basis for consistent decision-making for community investment. The Community Investment Program policy, FIN 220, was approved by Council in July 2023. Administration has identified that Section 3.3.512, which outlines that a maximum of 75% of the total budget is eligible for funding, should not pertain to subsidiary corporations, as these organizations provide programs and operate facilities on behalf of the municipality. The Library Board has requested over 75% of their total budget. Therefore, the administrative recommendation is less than their ask. Recognizing this oversight in the policy, at the January 9th Council meeting, administration will bring forward an amendment to the CIP policy to clarify that Section 3.3.5.12 excludes subsidiary corporations. In addition, there will be a second report for Council's consideration to provide the additional $224,917 for the 2024 operations of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Library Board. The 2023 grant allocation for subsidiary corporations was $25,268,621. The requested amount for 2024 is $25,698,205, and the subsidiary corporation administrative recommendation is $25,473,288. The Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Library Board requested $4,352,600. The administrative recommendation is $4,127,683, which represents 75% of their total budget. The Regional Recreation Corporation requested $16,955,605. The administrative recommendation is $16,955,605, which represents 45% of their total budget. Wood Buffalo Economic Development Corporation requested $4,390,000. The administrative recommendation is $4,390,000, which represents 66% of their total budget. Each organization will provide you with an overview of their 2024 funding request. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Do we have any questions of Director of Community Services? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dan. Now we have item 3.1, a presentation from the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Library Board. I'd like to invite Corrine Peary, Chair, RMWB Library Board, and Melissa Flett, Executive Director, Wood Buffalo Library, to come forward, please. Councillor Grannison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Spoken with the library, and they have trouble getting their presentation down to 5 minutes. Would my colleagues be okay if they took a little extra time, 8 or 9 minutes, to do their presentation?
I'm not seeing any objections, so thanks.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Corrine Peary, and I am the Chair of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Library Board. With me is Melissa Flett, the Director of the Wood Buffalo Regional Library. We are here today to present our request for funding to support library services in our community. Administration has commented on a recommendation to vary the policy in order to exclude us from the funding limitation, that being the 75% of expenses, and we are in support of this. We strongly believe that our funding request should be considered by Council on its merits alone. Before getting into the numbers of our actual request, I do want to provide some information that I hope will explain why this is essential to supporting library services in our community. In Alberta, public library services are governed by the Libraries Act and the Libraries Regulation. This is provincial legislation which establishes libraries as municipal services. The Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Library Board is a creature of the municipality, of a bylaw. We are made up of volunteers like myself, and under the Libraries Act, we have full management and responsibility for the library. We are a governing board, not an advisory board, and we have specific requirements underneath the Act by which we follow. I could likely go on for hours about the Libraries Act, but I will not do that. And I'm simply going to focus on the funding aspect, as that's what we're here to talk about today. When it comes to funding library services, the Libraries Act requires the board to prepare and submit our budget to Council, along with an estimate of the municipal funding required to operate and manage the library. Council may approve our funding request in whole or in part. Council does not approve our budget. That is the responsibility of the board. We will adjust our budget and our services as necessary to reflect the level of funding Council is willing to provide. We are very respectful of Council's fiscal responsibilities and are mindful of the fact Council is working towards reducing expenses in order to meet the 5-to-1 tax ratio. As you will see in our presentation, we are only asking for a modest increase of our funding of 1.89%, This largely reflects a small increase in staffing costs in accordance with our collective bargaining agreement, as well as a 7.5% increase in facility costs in accordance with our letter of understanding with the Regional Recreation Corporation. We are not asking for an increase to programming costs. In fact, we've reduced our program and rural services budget in order to minimize the increase we're requesting. To provide the basic numbers, if we were required to meet the 75% of our expenses, we would have to reduce our grant request to $2.9 million. That would be a $1.6 million increase to our budget, and I'm sure we can all appreciate the impact that would have on our current level of services. And this is why it's very important moving forward that that condition not apply to the library as a whole, and we will be supporting the motion when it comes forward in the new year. The cost of everything is rising. The library is not immune to this. Our expenses are increasing. However, we are also seeing an increase in the utilization of our basic services. For example, and I'll use 2019 numbers as that's pre-COVID, and probably our last full operational year was 2019. Our total circulation that year was 284,000 items. As of November of this year, we have already circulated 340,000 items. So we're seeing an increase as we've come back from COVID. We also have a massive increase to our technology costs as the reliance on technology becomes more important in our society. The library is one of very few services in our community that families and individuals can access without any cost. We are a municipal service that provides resources to our most vulnerable. It is an open and welcoming space, and I could not be more proud of all of our staff and volunteers who make our community a better place to be. I recently came across a post on social media and quote, "I love public libraries because they are built on the principle that books are so important and so necessary to human flourishing that access to them cannot depend on your income." I'm going to hand over the presentation to Melissa, who is going to review our specific funding request, and I do ask that you approve our request in full. Thank you.
Good morning. So as Karina mentioned, the 2024 subsidiary funding request is for $4,352,600. This is an increase of 1.89% over the council-approved grant for 2023. The increase is related to our annual service agreement for our space at McDonald Island Park. It includes all of our utilities, janitorial, and basic maintenance. It also includes our annual wage increase for library employees per the requirements of our collective agreement. Revenue is our donation, sponsorship, sales, and fees. Our primary source of funding is through our municipal subsidiary grant. The library receives $740,928 in provincial funding, and the remainder of revenue is through donations, fundraising, user fees, and interest income. The subsidy request for 2024 represents 79% of total expenses, which is consistent with 2023. Budgeted expenses are just over $5.5 million. Personnel costs for library service represents 67% of expenses and 41.5 full-time equivalents. Programs costs represent 7% of expenses and include library service delivery, such as acquisition expense, online databases, our ebooks, our service desks, and library spaces, and our programs as determined through our strategic plan. The library also provides outreach services such as homebound book delivery and our services to rural communities. Overhead costs represent 25% of our expenses, and as mentioned, that's our agreement with RRC for the library space, as well as contractual obligations, insurance, marketing, IT, and general admin cost. These expenses do not include library materials such as our books, our media, or our technology, which are considered capital items per library policy and our accounting standards. So in summary, we're requesting a 1.9% increase for 2024. Municipal funding supports library services across the region. As a public institution, we serve people of every age, income level, ethnicity, and physical ability, and provide a full range of information resources to live, learn, govern, and work. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you both. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. I would just like to ask the obvious, which is, are there any other ways you could have raised the 1.8% that you are asking us to fund? I'm aware of, in the past, when my kids were much younger, when you get books out of the library, if you don't return them on time, you pay some fines and all of that. And I believe right now all those is quite reduced with the technology and the way that people can go online to either change the dates to return the books and all that. So I'm wondering if there are other ways that you could have raised the difference.
So I can comment on that, and then I'll let Melissa kind of provide more details on the specifics. But in the past, we did charge late return fees.
Yes.
I think our total revenue from that was about $30,000 a year. It was very minimal, and what we found is it mostly impacted the lower income, because what would happen if you didn't pay your fees, you wouldn't be able to check out more books. And the reality is the people who can't pay those fees are the people who can't afford them. You or I paid late fees all the time, I'm sorry to say. But it wouldn't impact me the same way it would impact those at the lower income level. So I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, we got rid of late return fees. And now at a certain point, the item is deemed lost or damaged, and then you'd be required to pay for the item in full. But there are no more late fees. Many, many years ago, the library also would raise revenue through membership fees. It would actually cost money to get the library card. But again, the revenue was so minuscule, and at the end of the day, all it did was limit the people who could come to the library. And we wanted to reduce any barriers, particularly for the lower income, that we could.
Yeah, I would say Karina summed it up perfectly. It was a very small amount that we received. And then in addition to raising funds, it is difficult for the library to raise funds. Like we do book sales, we seek donations and sponsorship, but our ability to raise funds is limited because we are considered a municipal service. We do go after grant funding for some capital projects, but most of our expenses are operating, and it can be difficult to get certain types of grants for that. Okay. Thank you.
So thank you for your responses, and so I just totally want us to get the point that it's not going to be easy to raise these funds from anywhere else. I know I'm on the board and we discussed this extensively, and so I just wanted to bring that forward so that we can hear from you. And in addition, you've started doing home deliveries and also going to the rural areas. And the wage increase is only in alignment with CBA. And then I can also appreciate the technology advancement that has gone into library. That concludes my question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. Good morning, and appreciate what you do down here at the library. It's probably one of the quietest places in town until election time when all the kids come down and grill you. My question is, I think you started about maybe 4 years ago with the outreach program to the rural, and you had those mobile library clinics. Are they still going well, or?
Yeah, so we do go to rural on a weekly basis, and we offer book delivery as well as we do programming in the community, either through the schools or at different community centers.
Well, that's great. And I guess to you and your board, there's no big spikes. This is just something that we've maintained. It doesn't seem like there's any big added costs.
No, we're only looking for an increase in what we're required to pay additional funds for. So right. Our collective agreement and our space.
And you've been at the library now, what, 6-7 years for sure, eh?
I just celebrated my 20th anniversary at the library.
Well, holy smokes, kid, but you must have started there after high school. Appreciate what you and the board do. And, you know, kids are better off, and even us old people go to the library to dig up some old files. So appreciate what you do and certainly support what you're at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for your service to the rural communities in the last number of years. I know that you've really increased it, and I appreciate that. The challenge I have is always the first cut is to rural services, who do not have as great an opportunity to come into the library in Fort McMurray due to the distance in driving. Those programs that you put on out there, they're very educational. They're needed. So I was just curious, what is going to be the cuts in rural programming?
So we are looking to invest in a books by mail delivery systems. Right now, what we're doing is we're driving to rural to do a lot of the book delivery. So we're hoping to do direct-to-home mail system with our new integrated library system that we just launched. So that's one of the things that we're starting research on right now, and we're hoping to launch in in Q1 of 2024. But really, it's just travel costs that take up so much of our time. And we're also looking to launch a program in rural. We're hoping to engage with rural youth. So we're hoping that will also reduce travel time, and there might be some grants that we're eligible to offer for that, so that we can do some more programming with reduced costs.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, because those rural programming that the library puts on in the schools is essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everybody in the hall. Very nice presentation. And whenever I went to library, very professional way and nice way, books are nice and clean. I have a little question that do you accept donation of books within Canada, and if brought from outside the Canada, do you accept it?
Thank you for the question. So we do have a collection management policy. So depending on the material that comes in, we do accept donations. We're not accepting donations right now because we have a backlog, and we're doing a sale to hopefully clear out that backlog. But generally, yes, we do accept donations of all types of materials.
Thank you. From overseas also?
Yes, it would depend on the item and if we're able to catalog it or not in the collection. So it would be hard to speak exactly to the item without seeing it and knowing what the book was.
Not the item. You know, there is a general tendency whenever anything comes from overseas, you know, it is viewed from spectacle eye, that there could be some side effects, some diseases. From that point of view, I am asking.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to, like, if it's a donated item that's coming in from a person's home, like a person's home in Fort McMurray that brings it to the library that donates it, it's hard to know when people drop off material, if it's coming directly from Fort McMurray or if it's coming from elsewhere. But usually they come in and they go into a quarantine shelf for a couple weeks before they even make it out onto a shelf.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate all you guys do and your team. With 4 small kids and homeschooling, the library is a great place for us to access all the information, as we don't have access to all the libraries in the schools. And so as the growing homeschooling population goes, the library is the place to meet and to go, and my kids love it there. It's probably one of their favorite places to go, so thank you. A couple of questions. You talk about the increase, obviously we've got to stay with the times and the tech. Do you find that long-term, as when you're talking about the rural, being able to kind of order online and do stuff, do you foresee like lowering some other costs based on the technology? You know, some overhead and filing and stuff like that. Do you see that cost reducing based on technology coming in?
Thank you. So yes, we are also looking at some like online card memberships. We have some new databases that we're going to be rolling out that will help train patrons on certain technologies without having to have staff intervention, because a lot of the training that we do on technology requires quite a few staff hours to go into it, especially if you're dealing with people that have never used a device before for ebooks or for computers or signing up for an email, for example. A lot of that is one-on-one, so it does require a lot of staff time. But we do have some items that are beginning to be coming in 2024 as well that should have less of a staff intervention, manual intervention. Patrons will be able to do some of it for themselves.
Awesome. Thank you. As well as you talked about your increase has been going to obviously the rent, space, and collective agreement, and I just apologize just for myself. The collective agreement, you're talking about salaries and payment for staff, right? For the collective agreement there?
Yes, that's correct.
And then the cost of McAllen, it's like the rent, space, the utilities, the insurance, stuff like that. That's just increased over year.
Yeah, so we do have an agreement with RRCs. They provide all of our utilities, all of our internet, our phones, as well as maintenance, janitorial.
Awesome. And it was just kind of a comment I would think about when you were talking about releasing the late return fees. I'd assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that more people are inclined to bring back the material without the late fee, so you'd actually less cost in actually purchasing more material and replacing it.
That's correct, yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you for all you do. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you both. And thanks for all you do. I think it's such an important thing in our community. And speaking from experience, I have 2 boys that don't return books. So, yeah, we have paid for a few, and we have almost a small library in my house. So thank you. Do we have any other delegates to this item?
We have no delegates. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, in consideration of the grant request, can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $4,127,683 be allocated to the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Library Board under the 2024 subsidiary grant.
Thank you. Have someone second that motion? Councillor Banjogo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Any further questions of council or debate points? Not seeing it. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now move on to item 3.2 with a presentation from the Regional Recreation Corp. I'd like to invite Greg Walsh, CEO, to come forward to present, please.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. Thank you for taking time this morning to hear our presentation related to the 2024 operating grant request. If you could go to the first slide. As Your Worship mentioned, my name is Greg Walsh. I'm the CEO of the RRC, here to present the grant request. On the first slide, this just summarizes the last 2 years of grant requests. If you recall, last year we had a fairly significant reduction in the operating grant request. I'm happy to report that we're trending well financially this year, so we've been able to sustain that reduction. And the 2024 grant request, although a slight increase in overall operating grant, is still trending in the similar range to what we had for the 2023 approved grant. These increases, a total of $356,000 and change, is due to increases in wages, utilities, operating deficits for rural facilities, and insurance. And this is partially offset by a significant improvement in overall operating revenues from regular operations at McDonald Island Park and in decreased life cycle expenses year over year. This next slide just helps to tell a bit of a story of how the 2023 approved operating grant amount moved to the 2024 grant request. So on the left of the slide, you'll see that was the 2023 approved grant. The first bar over, $456,000 increase in overall expenses or net expenses in the rural facilities. This is primarily related to a loss of an office lease in Anzac, which was a considerable revenue source for that facility. If any of you are looking for office space in Anzac, we've got a beautiful office suite available. Some increases to facilities maintenance expenses, regular wages and benefits increase, and just general operational increases such as insurance and utilities in the rural facilities. The next bar over, $581,000 and change increase in wages. So it says a 3% increase in wages. We did have a 2% increase in our collective agreement, as well as some increases to fringe benefits like COLA, RSP contributions, which make up the additional percentage. The next bar over, $650,000 increase in wage mix. This is related to a change of a couple positions which were previously budgeted as contracts that are now wages, so they move into the wage line. And then post-COVID, we've returned some of our staff that were on temporary layoff or seasonal term positions back to regular full-time positions, which has an impact for things like COLA benefits and that piece. So that's just returning from sort of pre-COVID levels for some of our positions. The next two bars are just, unfortunately, a cost of doing business increase in utilities for the McDonald Island Park facilities and an increase in insurance. As far as how we've been able to offset some of those increases year over year, you'll see a $1.63 million and change increase in revenues. This is primarily driven to sport and recreation memberships at the facilities, so we're up around 9,500 members now at McDonald Island Park, which is a considerable increase from what we were at pre-COVID. Obviously, continued growth to our golf revenues are the two big departments that have shown significant revenues over the last number of years. We're seeing a slight decrease in COGS. This is primary, so that's cost of goods sold, primarily related to major events. So although we do have major events planned for 2024, just the mix is slightly different than what we had in 2023. A decrease in life cycle expenses of just shy of $400,000. And then miscellaneous increases, which may be program supplies, other operational expenses that come up, which brings us to the 2024 operating grant request of $16,955,605. To summarize the 2024 grant request, you'll see revenues of just over $20 million, expenses of over $37 million, and the request of $16,955,605, representing 45% of total expenses for the corporation. And the previous year's financials are on the slide as well for you. To further summarize, this breaks down salaries, wages, program costs, overhead, to get to that $16,955,605 request. And to summarize, sort of as that bridge chart showed, the big changes for us year over year in the operating grant request is an increase in wages and benefits related to the new collective agreement, primarily with respect to wages and benefits and other costs associated with our employees. An increase in utilities expenses, which we're seeing just based on the market and the rates that we're paying. An increase in the net operating deficit for rural facilities. I've summarized sort of the key factors there, and an increase in insurance expenses for the corporation. And this is partially offset by a decrease in life cycle expenses and a fairly healthy growth in some of our key revenue areas, primarily memberships in sport and recreation and golf revenues. Any questions?
All right. Thanks, Greg. Do you have any questions from Council? Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. Well, certainly appreciate, Greg, what you and your board and all your employees do. It's a real hub of the community and it's come a long ways. I think across the nation, you'd only capture 60 most people in recreation get about 60% return. And with the facilities that you manage, it's nice to see that there's no big increase. Wages, of course, go up. My question would be around, you just mentioned you pretty well lost an anchor tenant in the rural. Has there been any movement in since our last budget session, the province with the nurses station and the RCMP station in the Conklin facility? Because when the deal was struck, they were supposed to come across the street and rent and put into the, I think it was there a few weeks ago, unless I missed it. It doesn't seem like it's come to fruition yet.
We do have some leases in the Conklin facility. So Alberta Health Services is through. There's a few other office leases. These are individual offices, so I guess the net financial impact to us isn't significant. But the services provided to the community are important. I don't believe the RCMP have an office space. There's one available for them if they'd like to use it, but there hasn't been a lease established for those spaces.
Is there anything we could be doing in our roles to campaign and any more funds that you think that are out there? Because I know, like, we have 3 school divisions and 1 association, and it's certainly our football field and our baseball field. I mean, like, people make jokes of it, but we have a big sports program that we could probably anchor on the island, and it could increase our revenue.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got outstanding facilities at McDonald Island Park, and the rural facilities as well, to be able to service additional sports and program opportunities. I know there's been lots of talk about the potential for an academy of some sort at McDonald Island, which is something that I think definitely we'd have capacity to be able to add to our suite of services, or through a lease, whatever that may be, to increase daytime utilization. As far as the rural facilities, we have space. We do have space, whether it's for organizations seeking lease or program deliverers looking to partner. So we're always open to that, and I guess any help that council can provide in helping to lobby for those would be much appreciated.
Certainly, and as far as yourself personally, sticking with us through the storms you went through, looks like we're back. And if Ron Morgan was here, we served. There was 3 of us on the board, and Irv Williams, I think he handed the keys over because he wouldn't let the board. So obviously the board and yourself have come a long ways, and appreciate what you do. And the golf course, of course, being a lifetime member, there was 25 of us broke at the time, but it's finished, and we hope to get maybe like Mark's handicap over there. So we appreciate what you do, and certainly we need to hold the provincial government to account on some of the commitments they made when some of those facilities were built in the rural. Appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the chance. Thank you, sir. It's a very nice presentation. 3rd time I'm listening you, and every time your competency level that is in my mind, that has been enhanced. The same I see on ground also. And very strange that from north to south you have such a big area to see and supervise. And wherever I've seen it is okay, it's good. So I think indirectly you manage it. I wanted to see you and learn from you, but you are very busy. I would appreciate if you at short notice, because we are part-timers, we cannot. I asked a few times time, and it was very prolonged one. At short notices, if you can give some time so that I learn you or anybody who is there in your absence, or manager level supervisor who could explain me the things.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. If you have the time, for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Greg, for the presentation. I want to thank all of the Regional Recreation Corporation Board and staff for all that they do for our communities throughout the region. How's the rink coming in Anzac?
Through the chair, I think probably be better with the colder weather.
Yeah, well, I just want to say that the residents in Anzac, 468 First Nation, and Gregoire Lake Estates are very appreciative of that going ahead. It's due to the limited indoor public skating. There's about 2.5 hours a week for after school and evening skating for public skating due to minor hockey and all the bookings. There's many likes on Facebook for the outdoor rink. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, Greg, as always, you and your staff are phenomenal. As you know, I'm in the facility every single day, and it's interesting. We can all sit here and talk. There's a culture that exists, and I hope others in the community see what I see. There's a culture at RRC that the staff actually are engaged with the users. They actually engage with them, they talk with them, they're accommodating. I just find it a remarkable facility, and I thank you and all of your staff for that and overall the culture. And I'd also like to make a comment that it's been my observation that you and pretty much every other organization in our municipality is extremely accommodating to educating council members when we make appointments and have strategic times that you and your staff can make an effort to show us. So I always appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I just want to thank you again for everything you guys are doing. You guys are servicing hundreds, if not thousands, more people at the same cost and reducing. When you guys went over just that miscellaneous piece about increases, is that just programming, funding, different things there that just kind of fell into that portion?
Yeah, through the chair, that's just any other changes, net changes to anything other than the major kind of buckets that we outlined on that bridge chart. So I'd have to dig in to know exactly what that $250,000 is, but generally speaking, it would be related to program costs, potentially fleet, other pieces of our operations that are not as obvious that would stick out, like wages and benefits, utilities, insurance, those aspects.
Awesome. Thank you. And again, thank you. Your team has been massively accommodating, especially this weekend when needed. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Greg, for the presentation and the service to the community. Thank you. I'm not 100% sure I heard you right, but you talked about available spaces for rent. Is there any reason why we can't get them to be rented out? Because that will be additional revenue, right?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, those spaces would be primarily limited to the Anzac and Conklin facilities. So we're pretty close to capacity at McDonald Island Park. We've completed sort of an office and usable space review, leased additional spaces out to other organizations. So as far as McDonald Island Park go, we still have rentable space for bookings and things like that. But as far as lease space, there's not very much available. The rural facilities, I think, are a little bit trickier just based on the size of the facilities, the population of the communities, the number of, I guess, businesses and groups that are looking to lease space. And so I think that's our challenge. We have requested proposals multiple times on the vacant spaces we have at those facilities. It's just, I think the demand for the lease of space isn't where it would need to be based on the supply that we have available. So we'll continue to look for partners who are interested in spaces in those facilities, but I think it's just a nature of the communities.
Okay, I can understand for the rural areas, but for Fort McMurray, for the Mac Island, I'm expecting for you to be able to get tenants anyhow to all the spaces as much as possible. So what percentage will be empty as at now?
Right now we don't have any available spaces for lease.
Okay.
We've had the odd organization requesting space. Right now, what we tend to do is forward them to the Red Pole Center, United Way, if there's available office space at the Red Pole Center. As far as our own spaces that we're looking to lease out, we don't have anything available.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Just one final question, Craig. After current COVID, I know a lot of people were temporarily laid off. Do you know what percentage have actually all come back, or if you're still waiting for some people to come back from that? Or
I don't have right now. There's nobody that's still on temporary layoff, so that period has ended. So anyone who was on temporary layoff either has been recalled into their position or in other positions in a part-time or term nature or over COVID, quite a few employees moved on to other opportunities when the facilities were shut down. Obviously, people have to take care of themselves and their families. So we don't have anyone that remains on temporary layoff from
Perfect.
COVID. Yeah.
Thanks. And thanks for everything you and your team do. That's definitely something we're proud of in the community.
Thank you.
Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no delegates, thanks.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $16,955,605 be allocated to the Regional Recreational Recreation Corporation under the 2024 subsidiary grant.
Thank you. Someone second that motion. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Do you have any further questions or debate points from council? Not seeing a call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have item 3.3, a presentation for Wood Buffalo Economic Development Corporation. I'd like to invite Kevin Weidlich, President and Chief Executive Officer, to come forward to present, and Mr. Andrew Bootlier.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Kevin Weidlich, President and CEO of Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism. And I'm here with you today with Andrew Bootlier, member of our Board of Directors. I'm here today with our 2024 grant request to fund the programs and services and results for the residents of Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo. We deliver some 15 programs and several additional projects over the course of a given year. And here are a few examples how they benefited Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo residents. The Workforce Immigration Support Program brought in 709 newcomers. They came to the region and filled vacant jobs. And they were fast-tracked to permanent residency, or currently being. That brings in $11.5 million of economic impact and has created an additional 241 new local jobs. The Keano College International Student Partnership, 1,258 new international students are at Keano College this year. That's brought in $20 million of economic impact and has created an additional 296 new local jobs. And the Commercial Retail Attraction Program provided services to attract 25 new businesses that have come to the region. That's brought in $3.9 million this year in economic impact and has created 73 new local jobs. I want to emphasize that these three projects alone have created over $36 million in direct economic impact in the region, creating over 610 new local jobs for residents of this region. And those numbers are Q3 results. We still have another Q4 to go. We also deliver more than a dozen more local programs and projects for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo residents. We recently hired Nicole Gardner, who joined us as our Indigenous and Rural Relations Coordinator. And in the past few months, we've already seen an increase in engagement with rural communities, and we're advancing rapidly in delivering new services to rural residents. All our programs serve rural residents, and we are now increasing the accessibility of those programs for the residents in rural communities. We look forward to offering entrepreneurship and innovation services in Fort Chipewyan in 2024 and to supporting programs that help to grow cultural industry throughout all of the rural communities, including Fort McKay, Anzac, and Conklin. Next, I'd like to highlight some additional projects that are coming up. The Indigenous Tourism Gathering is taking place on January 30th and doing this in partnership with Tourism Alberta. And the upcoming Franchise Focus on January 17th. And this event is for local entrepreneurs to learn about the ins and outs of franchise ownership. Now I'll dive into the numbers. This year, we're asking for a decrease of $9,000 due to cost efficiencies. We've increased staff and expanded programming at lower cost than for contractors to deliver that same programming. And for some background, when you start a program, it's a different set of skills. That's why you employ a contractor, because you need to set up all the systems and mechanisms in place. But delivering that program can be much less expensive. We're now at that phase. The subsidy represents 2/3 of our total expenses, and that's consistent and has been consistent year over year. And the expense summary, I want to point out that salaries and wages, we made a point of putting it onto the slide. It's tough to pull out salaries and wages as a single item. They're really direct costs attributed to program delivery, so they're factored into the program costs. But to pull it out for insight and transparency, you'll see that the RMWB covers roughly $2.4 million of staff, staff costs, and the other $500,000 we get through other grants and others orders of governments. This is an estimate, and this varies year over year depending on the grant requirements that we get from federal and provincial governments. So they're all interrelated. And just as a reminder, we do a lot more than what people realize. So we do classic economic development. We merged with tourism, so we do tourism development and destination marketing as part of the tourism mandate. We deliver innovation programs, and we also run a business incubator, just to name a few. So it's actually 5 business units when you think about it. So in summary, our program delivery is expanded, but we've gained cost efficiencies by having staff deliver programs instead of contractors. We've increased the synergy now that we have a primary location on Biggs Avenue and activating that part of the downtown community. And we have new costs associated, of course, with that building. Our staff deliver 15 major programs done by 5 business units, as I just mentioned. And the programs can include startup YMM training and courses, workshops for entrepreneurs, business resources, research, tourism development, and the list goes on and on and on. That concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for your presentation. Can you please give me some examples of the increase in rural initiatives in ANZAC, for example, in innovation, tourism, and business?
Indeed. So our rural tourism strategy is currently being developed and executed at the same time. We're not simply waiting for the strategy to be on paper. Good examples include work with, the Willow Lake Community Association on the development of their tourism experiences as a tourism operator. We offer several programs and services to operators within the rural communities that also reside in ANZAC. And of course, our team was out at Camp Yogi just this last summer, meeting with their team, experiencing their facilities, and getting an idea of what the Camp Yogi's board and vision is for that location, and seeing if we can assist with tourism development for them. That's just a couple of examples. I should give a plug for Fort Chipewyan as well. So we've identified and earmarked Fort Chip as a priority for innovation makerspace. So that's stuff like 3D printers and the programming that comes with how to use that. And we're just figuring out a way to deploy that along with the programming and the expertise in Fort Chip physically to benefit residents of Fort Chipewyan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the chance. Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation. Always I have been your admirer, but since the day I saw you in uniform, you gave your 28 years to this country as a veteran, and I highly value it. About this job, you are doing very fine whenever I listened to you and whenever I met you in your office. The little questions which I have 3 questions, and I'll give in one go and you can reply it. Do you improve tourism sites also? Do you make some more improvement in that? Number 1. Number 2 is, do you give some extra facility or subsidize facility to tourists to visit, or some concession in the expenses? That is number 2 question. And outside the town, how do you attract people to come and visit? These are the 3 questions, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. So your first question is around providing investments into tourism facilities. And so we ourselves as a company do not do that. However, we do connect the tourism operators and the facility owners with Travel Alberta and Prairies Canada, which are federal and provincial organizations that provide grants, and capital improvement grants are accessible. So we assist those organizations with the understanding of how of what they're doing, how it qualifies with those grants. We help them with their grant applications, and then they can receive that funding from the provincial and federal governments, particularly in the areas of capital improvements. And I think I think that's been pretty successful in the region recently. Also, with regards to subsidizing tourists into town, no, we don't do that. But we do help to market, and that leads to your third question, which is to attract visitors and tourists into the region. So we have, we do things in conjunction with Destination Canada, which is Canada's tourism marketing organization, and then Travel Alberta, which is the province's tourism marketing organization, and then ourselves. So we lever those two programs to attract visitors from either outside of Canada or outside of Alberta. That's what those two organizations do. And then we promote within Alberta, and we lever some programs and some marketing dollars from Travel Alberta and Prairies Canada to do just that. So that's why you often see on the chart 2/3 is covered by the municipality. Much of that other additional spending comes from those organizations to reduce the impact and the cost to the region to deliver those marketing services.
You know, the one part of it, that the sites, tourist sites, do you carry out some improvement or tourism department do it?
So the actual site owner would actually do the improvement, and it would be they would seek the funding from either from their own resources through their own profit or from other governments. But it has to be the tourism operator because they're private sector organizations. We do help to market those, and those are all available on our website at fmwb.ca.
Do you carry out some special programs during trade shows and get-togethers?
Yes, absolutely. So many of the entrepreneurs that are part, whether these are entrepreneurs for tourism or simply startup YMM members, these are all local entrepreneurs, local residents, and we offset some of the costs to attend trade shows with, say, for example, with the Fort McMurray Chamber of Commerce or the Oil Sands Trade Show and Conference.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Through the chair to Kevin. I'm just looking at your other funding sources. There's quite a list of them here, totaling what, about 2.4 million. Do you, everything is listed here as pending, so I was just wondering what you would generally collect. Like, I don't know that you'll get all of those, those grants, so.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Really good question. So, of course, the application when submitted was in August. So, of course, at the time they're all pending. So we've since advanced that rather significantly. So we've secured roughly just over $1 million so far of that 2.4, and that'll carry on through 2024. And also, just to underscore a point, variable revenue, we match variable costs to variable revenue. So if we don't get the revenue, we don't spend the money.
Okay. Do you anticipate that you would get the full 2.4, or it might be a little
well, it's pretty tough. It's a pretty tough environment to forecast for that. So we make a point of making sure roughly if we get 70%, that's a pretty safe bet. Okay. So we make sure that we're only matching our variable costs to that point. So it's you know it's a risk management exercise, frankly.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. And I commend the staff delivering some of the programs for cost efficiencies. That is a good one. So I think I've asked this question maybe every time you've come to present. The salary, your salary is 5.6 million. Is that correct? And how many staff do we have?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'll ask Deanne to pull up the slide. The next one before it, I think. Yeah, there we go. So our total salaries are not 5 million. Our total salary, the municipality pays 2.4 million in total salaries. Our total, the municipality pays 2.4 million, and our total salaries are 2.9 million. 2.9 million.
Oh, 2.9. Oh, I think I
But the municipality only pays 2.4.
Oh, okay, I think I added both and made it. Okay. So how many staff do we have?
We currently have just shy of 20 with a few vacancies. So call it 19, 17. I haven't counted the heads.
2.9.
And just to add on that point is the caveat, I think, through the amalgamation of tourism, keeping in mind that we're probably $1 million in wages and benefits better living in this budget cycle versus what we were when it was separated and lived in the RM as a separate entity, economic development, as well as tourism. Yeah. So we're actually probably $1 million in spend better with this amalgamated piece of that portfolio.
Okay.
And delivering more than just economic development and tourism for that matter.
Okay, sounds good. And then, though this question might not be for only your organization, the issue of international students, we're getting the influx, but the challenges with accommodation and everything, I don't know if you work collaboratively with CAO College, because it's not enough to bring the students here. This challenge is not peculiar to our region alone. It has become a national issue that international students come here and there's a whole lot of mess out there. So I don't know how, if we are stepping up to tackle the challenge.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Banjoko. In fact, that's a really on point and very important issue. We have stepped up and will continue to do so with CAO College. So there's some exciting joint initiatives that we're developing that will be rolling out in 2024, particularly around making sure that that housing is accessible to the students. Some creative ways of doing that. Today, that issue is not manifesting itself. I've had a conversation with leadership at CAO College, but if the increase of international students continues as successful as it currently is, there will be pressure. So we're having that conversation today as to what could be done to ensure that there's sufficient supply in the market. The current rental market conditions can absorb those international students, but the issue is when growth continues, and if growth continues at the current pace. To underscore the point, when we started this partnership with CAO College, the goal was 300 students over 3 years. It's been 3 years, and we're at 1,258 students. So the program, the partnership's been incredibly successful. We want to make sure that we don't become victims of that success when housing comes up. So it's important that you raise that, and we're developing a plan such as to counter that issue.
Okay. I know that a lot of the students have to live uptown. We don't have enough accommodations downtown, and but there are some developments with our transit system that would help, but we need to proactively look into accommodation. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation, Kevin. Just as an education piece, I guess for myself and anybody else that's curious, you talk about 1,258 students. Congratulations on the success there. But you talk about 12 million, that created $12 million in impact. I don't think everybody can connect the two where they come from. Can you just explain that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you. So 1,258 students creating $20 million of economic impact that further created another 296 new local jobs. So when a student comes to town, they bring money and spend money in the community. So that generates spending and activity in the region. So economists will look at that and say, okay, what kind of program does the student have? They have tables, and they'll understand what the direct spending is that's associated with each one of those students. That direct spending then creates a whole bunch of economic activity, which is the measure of $20 million. That additional economic activity that has come into the region because those students have come to town also creates the requirement for new local jobs. So of that $20 million, there's about 296 new jobs created from that additional spending. So it's an increase of, it's a growth of the economy. So it's a measure of that growth.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. It's certainly not a question for ECDev, more of a question for administration. With the international students being an alumni, was good back in the 80s when I was going to CAO. I'm just wondering, through administration, have administration sat down with CAO and talked about trying to capture some of these revitalized Asian dollars, I guess, downtown, to take one of those, at least one of those apartment buildings that are all boarded up, that makes downtown look desolate. Have administration approached CAO to see if we could at least work some wagon to open up one of those buildings and address the issues? And I think up on back at CAO, I think there's probably 67 lots that are ready to go. And I think that we bought for just an idea that maybe we could work with industry and get our students basically just put up on back of the college, because you know, it's buses, they can't get to school on time, but we come with the ideas because we live in the community. But I'm just wondering if I know Henry, in your prior role, you probably had some intel on it, but it doesn't seem like it's moved anywhere. And we spend millions of dollars downtown, but you drive to Purple Palace, was what we had, and but if you drive down the middle of Franklin, there are government buildings that are boarded up that we're spending good money after bad, and all we can do as elected officials is work with the people in the community. I don't see any progress, and what I hear, well, I think next to us would be another small city like Lethbridge that would, you know, having a lot of issues the same. So I guess to administration, Henry, and you probably wouldn't have the answer today, but if we could get an update on the opportunity to house the kids, the students, and some of them are like my age, downtown closer to the college, within walking distance, or just a short shuttle run.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, we're in conversations with CAO, but not really about housing, about the bringing in international students. But as you say, Councillor McGrath, in my previous role with Wood Buffalo Housing, we were dealing with CAO College to bring students. At that time, and I think still now, Wood Buffalo Housing had a 10% vacancy, but most of them were up in the Siltstone area. So, you know, uptown, and as Councillor Benjoko says, we are looking at transit to bring, you know, students to college and from college at the end of the evening. So we are working with them, and there has been some movement, but the CAO is looking for housing in the downtown area, which there's not a lot of. There's very little availability, but there is availability up in the Timberlea area. So,
and one last question, through the chair, back to our CAO. The building, I didn't know the name of it, but I think it was probably a couple of weeks into the fire. We lost one of the Wood Buffalo structures across from CAO, and I don't think it was ever rebuilt.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, that was not a Wood Buffalo Housing building. It was one of the buildings was Franklin Landing, and that I can't remember who the owner of that was, but that's never been rebuilt. But that was not Wood Buffalo Housing. Okay, and that's not the first time I was wrong either, and hopefully it won't be the last. I've been wrong many times too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath, and thank you, CAO. Do you have any other questions from Council for Economic Development? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's the last one, I promise. Is there any development or anything exciting about Parsons Creek that you would want to touch on, since you are here on the hot seat?
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko, and to the chair. You'll recall that Parsons Creek is in the due diligence period with the developer, and that period continues. I view that with a great deal of optimism, we should look at this as a genuinely interested developer with genuinely interested retailers wanting to come to town and going through that entire exercise. And I believe there's some materials that will be coming before council sometime in January on that point.
Thank you.
Through the chair, to Councillor Benjenko, I think some of the things that you want to see that's exciting is Sephora taking off, Torrid, Purdy's. Cool. Has anybody taken the time to walk through the Peter Pond Mall in the last recent days? It's actually become a little bit more exciting and a little bit more of a hub of activity. So I think some of those retailers are starting to show up in the region. That takes courtship and time. So I think that's been a great news story here for the region as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to augment that, so the 25 businesses that I mentioned at the front end of the presentation, those very same companies are what we're talking about. So our team, through the Commercial Retail Attraction Program, provides services, information, and data that helps developers and landlords and retailers make good decisions to come to Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo.
And thank you very much. I actually wrote to say thank you for Sephora and Torrid, and of course I've been there. I'm excited, and I hope we do enough business with them to keep them.
Thank you, Councilor Benjenko. Councilor McGrath.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councilor Bonocho, there's actually local developers that offered to refurbish the Keano property during the wildfire and just use them and then turn them back to the college. So there's actually a local solution here that's just banging on the door. We don't need anybody to come in. There's actually people in the community that want to do it.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Do you have any questions from council? Not seeing any. I'll definitely want to sit down one day and figure out how there's 610 jobs created and $36 million in economic movement of the community and the student, and we can probably sit down with pen and paper and some calculators and show me how that works, because I'm definitely interested, as Councillor Weigel brought up. One other question is, as we're an industry town, we're an industry town. No matter how much we want to diversify into other things, this is what the heartbeat of this community is: industry. As those industries move towards net zero in the near future, we're talking about carbon capture. Is there any look at going to places like Houston and that type of thing that have carbon capture plants and see what supporting industry is around those, so we can start to look at bringing that, try to court those industry partners to come to the community to support that?
I'm not sure if my microphone, yeah, it is on. Yeah, great question, Mayor. This is absolutely, so this is part of our commercial retail, our industrial attraction program. So we've just gone through the exercise of our regional economic diversification study, focusing on industrial. And that's a joint effort with the municipality. So the municipalities put together the study. We augment it from terms of, okay, what are the gaps and how do we support that? So that is actually a pending document. The example of Houston is actually really quite apropos. So we are looking at actually heading off to the World Petroleum Congress and asking those questions as well, and speaking to those supplemental industries, those service providers to industry. We are anticipating some more than $16 billion of new construction in the greater region. When I say the greater region, I mean going all the way down to say the Cold Lake area. And so that will generate a lot of economic activity as that carbon capture and storage project gets underway, and all the tie-in, the additional construction that will take place at all the sites for the tie-in to the carbon capture. That's the specialized services that you're referring to. So that's all on point. We're paying close attention to that and determining who are they. And do they want to set up a permanent operation here? Is this something that justifies a permanent location? And I know that Andrew is from industry and works very closely with the local business community. The key for our success is actually with local innovation and local businesses providing services and product to industry at a cost effectiveness. So we call that contractor localization as part of the industrial attraction program. So a really long-winded answer to say yes, in fact, we're all over that.
Okay, super. And final question is, I know it's a dirty word and Fort McMurray, but electric. We talk about electric vehicles and stuff. I mean, as we move towards net zero and the future of looking at environmental impacts, have you looked at any economic development or anything you do to bring in more like electric chargers and that sort of thing, even to support our local dealerships that are in town?
So we know that the federal government has electric charging grants for infrastructure. Most municipalities are eligible for that, and I think this municipality has looked at it in the past. So there's an electrical. Everything is layered, and really the path to net zero is a layer upon layer and upon layer of technologies. So electric is one of them. The other one that we're paying very close attention to and actually having detailed conversations with our colleagues in Edmonton is hydrogen. So hydrogen lends itself very well. Canada's largest producer of hydrogen is Suncor. So there's a whole bunch of opportunity to produce hydrogen in a net zero way, and that enhances the product that comes from this region, which enhances our long-term sustainability.
Super. And pardon the pun, but instead of reinventing the wheel, are you working with local dealerships when it comes to that?
So only in this sense at understanding where the technology fits. To be honest, I think that's like a few more years into the future, because even the technology developers and the whole hydrogen industry and the electrical industry, they still haven't figured out how to deploy it at scale to really affect our regions. That issue is like way bigger than us. That's like a national issue.
Super. All right, thank you. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing, do you have any delegates to this item?
We have no delegates for this item.
Super. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Andrew. And trying to stay with our timeline, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we go to motion and voting, just a 10-minute recess for council. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll now move into consideration of the grant request. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Boussier.
I move that $4.390 million be allocated to Wood Buffalo Economic Development Corporation under the 2024 Subsidiary Corporation Grant.
Then can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or debate points, Council? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried with one opposed. Thank you. Moving on to item 4.1, the proposed 2024 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Allocation. I'd like to invite Deanne Berger to remain seated for the rest of the day. We have 4.1.1 related to the Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So for clarification, I'm going to do an overview of the municipal facility operating grants, and then I'm going to move into each individual organization. So for the record, my name is Deanne Berge. I'm presenting the 2024 proposed municipal facility operating grant recommendations. The Municipal Facility Operating Grant subsidizes registered nonprofit organizations that operate and maintain municipal-owned recreation facilities that are operated in accordance with the operating agreement between the municipality and the recipient. There are 6 municipal facility operators recommended for funding in 2024. The Community Investment Program policy outlines expectations and provides a basis for consistent decision-making for community investment. The CIP policy FIN 220 was approved by Council in July 2023. Administration has identified that Section 3.3.5.12, which outlines that a maximum of 75% of the total budget is eligible for funding, should not pertain to municipal facility operators, given that these organizations operate facilities on behalf of the municipality. There are 2 municipal facility operators affected by this section of the policy. The YMCA and Fort McMurray Minor Baseball have requested over 75% of their total budget. Therefore, the administrative recommendation is less than their ask. Recognizing this oversight in the policy, at the January 9th Council meeting, administration will bring forward an amendment to the CIP policy to clarify that Section 3.3.5.12 excludes municipal facility operators. In addition, there will be a second report for Council's consideration to provide the additional funding of $52,097 to the YMCA and $33,250 to Fort McMurray Minor Baseball. The 2023 grant allocation for municipal facility operators was $3,313,755. The requested amount for 2024 is $4,234,206. And the municipal facility operator's administrative recommendation is $4,148,859. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Do you have any questions from Council? Not seeing any. Can we move into the introducing item 4.1.1 related to Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. There are 2 municipal facility operators with multi-year agreements and no increase in funding. One of them is Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club. The administrative recommendation is that Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club be allocated $172,000 for the operations of the Doug Barnes Cabin and the maintenance and grooming of Birchwood Trails. This funding request accounts for 70% of their total budget. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from Council? Councillor Dogar? Councillor Dogar?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no delegates.
Thank you. Now moving to consideration of grant request. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $172,000 be allocated to Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club under the 2024 Municipal Facility Operating Grant.
Thank you. Have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other debate points or questions of Council? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to item 4.1.2, the 2004 proposed municipal facilities multi-year operating grant allocation for the YMCA of Northern Alberta. Jan, if you can go ahead and introduce the proposed allocation.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So the YMCA is the second municipal facility operator with a multi-year agreement and no increase in funding. The YMCA requested $706,075 for 2024. This is the same amount they requested in 2023. The YMCA again is impacted by the policy that limits funding to 75%. So consideration of this additional funding will come forward in January. The administrative recommendation is that the YMCA be allocated $653,978 for the operations of Eagle Ridge Community Centre. This funding request accounts for 75% of their total budget. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Do you have any questions from council? Do you have any delegates this item?
No delegates, Mr. Mayor.
Could someone make the motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that $653,978 be allocated to Young Men's Christian Association of Edmonton, in brackets YMCA of Northern Alberta, under the 2024 Municipal Facility Operating Grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Have someone second that motion? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Any further questions or debate points of council? Not seeing a call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Carried with 2 opposed. Moving on to item 4.2, requested municipal facility operating grant increases. Do you have any provide a report on an overview of those items?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. There are 4 municipal facility operators that have requested an increase to their 2024 funding. Fort McMurray Minor Baseball Association requested $133,000 for the operations of St. Gabriel School Baseball Park, Westview School Baseball Park, Ross Henniger Park and Common Area, and Ron Morgan Park Common Area and 4 fields, as well as the addition of Howard Pugh Park in 2024. The administrative recommendation is that $99,750 be allocated to the Fort McMurray Minor Baseball Association, which represents 75% of their total budget. The Fort McMurray Minor Hockey Association requested $849,000 for the operation of the Frank Lacroix Arena. The administrative recommendation is that $849,000 be allocated to the Fort McMurray Minor Hockey Association, which represents 61% of their total funding. Northern Alberta Athletic Association requested $1,769,131 for the operation of Centerfire Place. The administrative recommendation is that $1,769,131 be allocated to the Northern Alberta Athletic Association, which represents 75% of their total budget. This 2024 request includes $406,981 of funding to cover 2015 to 2022 deficits that were identified through an audit and review of financial statements. And finally, Vista Ridge Recreational Association requested $605,000 in funding for the operation of the Vista Ridge All Seasons Park. The administrative recommendation is that $605,000 be allocated to Vista Ridge Recreational Association, which represents 21% of their total budget. Each organization will provide you with an overview of their 2024 funding request. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Do you have any questions? Not seeing any. Next here from the organizations that have requested an increase in municipal facility operating grants. And first up, we will hear from Fort McMurray Minor Baseball Association. I'd like to invite Mike Malik, President, to come forward to present, please.
I'm green. Well, good morning, everyone, and appreciate you taking the time, and thank you, the worship, the mayor, and all councillor members on behalf of Fort McMurray Minor Baseball. First, would like to note we appreciate Administrative's request for a review again in January. As our request came through this year, we did look at expanding in 2024 upon request of working with the RMWB, which we're excited to also do at Howard Pugh. When I look back throughout the year, a little summary before we get into the financials, I mean, it's been an exciting year from Fort McMurray Minor Baseball and baseball in our community. I mean, this year we are up over 900 players in the community. That's up around 143 players from last year. We're seeing significant growth again in our younger groups, which again is shaping the future for baseball in Fort McMurray. Our Challenger Baseball program is up over 52 athletes, which is actually the largest in Alberta, which is great news as we help build this program. Again, as we come out of some great events we hosted this year, Baseball Canada 18U Nationals, a great event, again, put on by the RMWB, RRC, and in partnership with Fort McMurray Minor Baseball. A little back history on that is we also put off another great event which showcased the 13U Western Nationals. This event came to us from a request of Baseball Alberta when they were looking for a partnership and a host city to host this. Fort McMurray Minor Baseball, how could we say no? I mean, this again was a great place to host in Fort McMurray, along with our partnerships that we have in the community, along with showcasing this age group that we are proud to have. These events were hosted, of course, at Legacy Dodge Field, along with Ross Henniger Baseball Park and newly named Bob Campbell Baseball Field down at McDonald Island Park, and of course in the Howard Pugh Waterways. In partnership again with the RRC and RMWB, we thank you, and we received great accolades from not only within the community, but rights directly from Baseball Canada, which also puts me into next part of kind of we kicked off our fall. I mean, fall was a great season for Fort McMurray Minor Baseball at the baseball fields this fall. We've seen actually 64 new baseball players that came out this fall within minor baseball, which is great news as we continued off the momentum of August. And as I look forward into August 2024, I mean, again, we're going to host some great events in Fort McMurray. We have the Baseball Canada Cup coming back. I mean, this event was once held again in 2016, and we're looking forward to that. And just last month, I mean, if you've seen the social media news report, Fort McMurray Minor Baseball in partnership with RRC, we're awarded the 2025 and the 2026 18U Nationals. So again, another two great events coming right back for the next 3 years. And I will say there, Mr. Honorable the Mayor, you said it once before, and I'm going to say it again. We'll probably say it again next year. We look forward to hopefully Baseball Canada setting up office here pretty soon. And just 2 weeks later, to close up the cap before we get into it, Fort McMurray Minor Baseball did receive a great award from Baseball Alberta. We received the Large Association of the Year from Baseball Alberta. So this is, again, great news for all the volunteers, the past people that are involved, the continued partnerships that we have within the community, and as baseball grows within our community. As administrative did show the recommendation, currently right now, 2024, we did request an increase of $233,000 being approved, which is being reviewed, of course, in January. This increase is due to working in partnership with the RMWB of an increase of 2 additional fields that will be maintained by Fort McMurray Minor Baseball. These 2 field areas were used for the 13U Western Nationals as our secondary field. There is now some permanent dugouts put down in that area as well. And as we see traction in Fort McMurray Minor Baseball and baseball growing in our community, this is great news as, again, we grow into that area, and those are 2 beautiful fields that are down there. The financials are up on the board, as we can see the expenses of the 133, along with this does represent 100% of going towards directly back to the operation of the fields. Within the breakdown of the salaries and the overhead and expenses, as you can see from last year, we did request. This is actually very similar to last year. So the increase of a breakdown of $13,000 to cover the field maintenance and field maintenance portion of our grant, along with then $22,000, which is going to be covering salaries, wages, and we do hiring of summer students to help support in these fields throughout the summer. In summary, the increased compensation of additional staff member, which I just talked about, which is great news, of some summer students that we want to bring to the community to help support as they come back from colleges and or within our regular maintaining of our baseball players. Along with, of course, this goes towards then more chalk and some, I'm going to say, clay for the fields, along with deep dragging and continuous support without. In summary, then, of course, the current baseball fields that Former Prairie Minor Baseball does operate on behalf of the regional municipality with Buffalo is the St. Gabriel Baseball Park, the Westview, Ross Hennigan Baseball Park, Ron Morgan, along with, of course, including then Waterways, Howard Pugh, Field 17 and 18. And that is the end of my presentation.
Super. Thank you, Mike. Do we have any questions from Council? Councilor McGrath?
Through the chair, just want to say, Mike, for yourself and Dutch and the rest of the gang down there, you do a great job for the kids. And I think my son was, you've been at this a long time, so we appreciate your efforts. And I guess my question to you was, how many more years you got left, Mike?
Many years, through the chair.
Well, I think we're in good hands then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, Mike, I just want to be clear and make sure that my colleagues also understand this, that you're part of the conversation that Deanne introduced earlier, and the increase in funds is for labor. It's for you to actually take care of the park. So you actually deliver a service to the municipality. And I think one of the things I want to make sure that all my councillor colleagues understand is you rally that into 4 hours of volunteer time from every family. So you have 900 kids. That's 4 hours times 900 families of volunteer services that Mike and his crew convert. So is that correct?
To the chair, Talon Johnson, thank you. Yes.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure that my colleagues understand that this is more of a grant for services more than anything else, and make sure they understand that, but also to compliment yourself and all of your board and your staff for the accomplishments. People may not, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, Baseball Canada would hold every event here if they could, but they have to be fair and share it with the rest of the country. Isn't that correct?
Through the chair, I think so, which we're glad to see, of course, them coming back and again awarding this year 2025 and 2025-6.
And I wanted to say that specifically because of the quality of our facilities. And I believe you don't take care of Mac Island, but you do take care of Ross Hennigan and the other facilities. So again, that's kind of a backwards way of letting my colleagues know the recognition nationally for the efforts of your organization. So thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation and the lot of good work that you do to bring our community up, to patronize the youth and getting them recognized at different levels. You see, I would just suggest, along with the games and the skill that you are giving them, give them some motivation on national affairs also, national spirits and our community spirits also. We need our youth to become more national and also more community oriented. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilor Benjoko, your question?
Just a comment. I just want to say thank you for the work that you are doing for the kids in our community. And I took notice of the salary, which is minimal. So thank you again for the good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. Do any of the councilors have any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Just a quick question, Mike. I know talking Baseball Canada last year, they talked about, like you said, they said if we could hold our national championships here every year, they would. But they also mentioned there might be opportunity to hold a national championship here that was just a separate one in this community. Was there any talk about that, to have our own national championship here? Did they mention anything of that to you?
Through the chair, the Honourable Mayor. So there has been some conversations, of course, of future hosting. of things down the line, but nothing set in stone. I guess
Okay,
we can say.
perfect. Thank you. Do you have any delegates to this item?
We have no delegates, thank you.
Can someone make the motion to consider the grant request? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $99,750 be allocated to the Fort McMurray Minor Baseball Association 2009 under the 2024 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program.
Thank you. Can someone second the motion? Councillor Ball?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions or debate points from council? Not seeing, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from the Fort McMurray Minor Hockey Association. I'd like to invite Steve Schreiber, President, Fort McMurray Minor Hockey Association, to come forward to present, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Schreier. I'm the president of Minor Hockey. We do have one regret, as Craig Organ was unable to make it to this presentation, so we have Roland Saunders, who's my ops manager through Minor Hockey, to join us today. We'll go through our presentation. We are looking for an increase of $150,000 to $849,000, coming over from our last year's ask of $699,000. Mostly due to increase in wages and our utilities that have gone up. They have been something that's caught us kind of somewhat off guard, I would say, with inflation and whatnot. Thanks. Our revenue is $545. Our expenses were $1.3, and our subsidy was requested as mentioned at $849 with a 61% recovery. Total expenses from previous year 2.4 and change, and unrestricted is $765. And majority of that is salary and wages, so our expenses are $640 with that increase as we're trying to keep our staff up with the other, or come in, I guess, with the rest of the facilities within the area. We were kind of a little bit lower when it came on that from that piece, so we're trying to at least slowly catch up to the rest of the facilities in the area, as our staff are in a non-unionized environment right now. So, and then, like I said, administration, utilities, and insurance all have gone up over the last year. So, and then increase in funding, like I said, deficit. We did have a deficit from last year through energy costs, 20 points, and then 2024, again, like I said, benefits, staff wages, utilities as we go up. That's like the financial piece, but as from the point of minor hockey, we are really trying to give the community the best bang for their buck. We have had to cap our numbers for the last 4 seasons in a row now, just because of ice availability in the community. We are at 1219. Which has been a significant increase, I guess, over the last, coming out of COVID. We did have an increase of about 250, but our program is thriving, I would say, and we try to use as much ice as we can to throughout the community, including Anzac. We do book out at Anzac, so we have a lot of our membership does live in that area. So as we go through, we make sure that that's utilized, and to coming out of the presentation of last year through the chair from Lance was how we're going to make more funding coming available. So we did sell a few more boards as was a request last year. So we're slowly starting to try fill up the boards as another revenue stream for the facility and whatnot. So that would be a conclusion to my presentation.
So, thanks, Steve. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. Certainly appreciate what you do for the kids in the community. My question would be, what would be, like, you know, you work with other associations, what would be, I guess, a reasonable commute to a rink?
I think are like within that hour, just under an hour, is something that for us, between us, we have a lot of. I talked to the guys in Grand Prairie, Fort Saskatchewan, kind of around the capital region. It's all within an hour. So like getting into a 2 hour for a practice, like most of our practices start at like 5:30. So if we were to have a 5:30 practice, let's say like at the Conklin Arena, that would probably not be something that we could utilize with the travel and the highways in the winter. So we try to keep them as tight as we can.
No, I certainly appreciate that. I was just wondering if there was an average. My kids were in the art. They never played much hockey, but I know that it has always come up here that ice times, and I guess Conklin would be a far run, but Anzac is no different than leaving Morinville, you'd say, and going over to Windermere. I mean, and I really seen that the last few years went to native provincials. And they fill up just about every rink, and I just wanted to, I guess, from my own education, what's acceptable. There's no parents. The hockey moms and hockey dads, they spend a lot of time, and I think as they go, it's about 20-25 grand a year for a kid, like in a program, like as they success. It's a big commitment.
Through the chair, Councillor McGutt, that is very much true when it comes to the financial burden of hockey.
And I love to watch the parents, especially the ones that are over the boards playing with the stick in their hand. So really, it's what you're saying. 1,219 kids. I remember when Dr. Wong was delivering kids here, we used to have about 200 a year. And I think last year we had, it was on average 2 or 3 a day. So with Councillor Ball's motion, I guess we're trying to plan towards the future, because it seems like there's going to be another 1,000 kids 5 years from now that want the program.
Through Chair, that's very correct. Like, we would love to increase our membership and give every kid that would like to get on the ice to get them on the ice.
And finally, through the Chair, these facilities, do they have a blanket agreement for utilities? Like, I know the school board, the local school board here, they signed on to a utility corp that's shared through the province, so they get rates. I don't know if it's done here in the municipality on your behalf.
Some of it is. Do you want to speak to that? There are some that are. There's a municipal part that we do go through, but it's based on. Trying to remember exactly how it is, but it's for gas and electricity. There is a certain rate, but it seems to be always a little bit higher than market, a little bit.
Yeah, because I just think of all of our facilities here, not just the hockey rinks, Mac Island. I know a guy across the street, Francois Gagnon, and you guys would know him too, but I know he got quite a deal for the school board. And I don't know if it's something that the end users like yourself can get involved in. But it's like a corporation, and it saves quite a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you for the presentation. Are you aware if you're utilizing the practice time allocated in Anzac as requested?
Absolutely, yes. We have teams out there Monday through Thursday for 2 ice slots. So we start at 5:30 there, and we go till about 8:30. So we have usually 2 teams out there every day of the week. And so then 10 hours Saturday and Sunday.
You are utilizing?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to the presenter. Steve, you mentioned or Roland, both of you mentioned some numbers, membership numbers. Now, my understanding is, and my kids don't play hockey anymore, but there was some breakaway from minor hockey with different rep teams and different leagues. Are those kids still counted as members in minor hockey if they've gone a separate way, or is that not true?
Through the chair, Councilor Boucher, they are not counted in our numbers. So minor hockey, kids playing minor hockey in whichever league that they are in, we have five teams that have broken away from the minor hockey organization. which would be about 80 kids, I think. So we have about 1,300 right now in the community that are playing hockey. We don't count them because they're not part of our association. Not part of Hockey Alberta. They're on their own.
Okay. For ice allocation, though, they still go through for McMurray minor hockey for Frank.
They do not. They do not go through minor hockey at all through ice allocation. They request their own ice for that.
Is that through just Frank or Walsh or Terry at Centerfire?
Yeah, I think they've requested money through the ice allocation process that we go through in the summer. And then anything else, they try to grab whatever they can. Because I don't make my teams like practice at 6 o'clock in the morning because of being a shift town. The availability of coaches for me to show up is very rare, where their coaching staffs are a little bit different. They will do that. So they kind of grab whatever they can. That's in the mornings before school. Our ice allocation starts at 5:30 for the most part during the week. And we have some guys that will get extra ice at like 4:15. We've tried to get that. Some of the facilities have sold that ice already. So they do go after whatever ice is available after the ice allocation has been set.
Okay. So I guess just to end, I guess a more accurate number, we have about 1,300 kids that are playing hockey. Just we have a breakaway group.
Yeah, I would say that would be accurate. Okay. And
okay,
sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Boucher. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me a chance. Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation and the nice work you people are doing to bring up our youth, to work on our future. You see, I just want to ask you, where are you located, where I can see you and see what all is happening? How do you train the people? Number one, where your office or where your training area? It is in Mac Island?
Our facility is in Beacon Hill.
Okay.
And that's where you'll see kids on the ice practicing from just about on a Saturday, Sunday, you'll see them there from 0800 in the morning and till like 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock at night. And throughout the week, you'll be able to see our guys from 5:30 to about 8:30 or quarter to 10, I guess, for our U18 program. But where the building is full and regular just about every hour after schools and on the weekends.
Thank you. Surely see you soon. My second question is that the twin arena that we are building in Ibrahim Land, so would it facilitate your nice work?
Absolutely. We eagerly await that building.
Single arena would work, or you need both?
I could speak for probably most ice users in the community that 2 ice rinks, being that I also play hockey, and many guys in the community for shift leagues, men's leagues, are old-timers getting more ice so they don't have to be on the ice till 10 or midnight would probably serve the community.
Mind it, it is a budget meeting and it requires 50 million, Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Mike. Thank you. Do you have any delegates to this item?
We have no delegates, Mr. Mayor.
Can someone make the motion? Councillor Ball.
I move that $849,000 be allocated to Fort McMurray Minor Hockey 1981 Association under the 2024 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program.
Can someone second that motion? Councillor Grandison.
I second that motion.
Any further questions or debate points from council? Not seeing a call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have the Northern Alberta Athletic Association. I'd like to invite Dave Fitzgerald, Terry Connors, and Wilbert Hofflin, Treasurer, to come forward to present, please. Just that button there, Dave.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thanks for having us today. On behalf of the Northern Alberta Athletic Association, my name is David Fitzgerald. I'm the president. Sitting to my left is our Director of Operations, Terry Connors, and in the gallery is our Treasurer, Willie Hofflin. I'd like to say that the Northern Alberta Athletic Association is very proud to be partnered with the municipality to operate the facility that we know today as Centerfire Place. We take great pride in operating the facility. Our staff, they treat it as their own. You can walk into Centerfire Place at any time and the facility is pristine, and they do truly take ownership in the facility, and like I said, they treat it as their own. We're here today to go over our grant presentation. We can go to the next slide, please. So the first slide just comments on the history of our grant history. In 2023, we were approved for $1.334 million. In 2023, we were at $1.115 million. And our ask for 2024 is $1,769,131. The increase in 2024 amounts to $654,051, and that is due to mobile equipment maintenance costs, as well as recently our facility operations staff have moved to unionized. So there's an increase in wages and benefits associated with that collective bargaining agreement, as well as an increase in utilities, and as Deanne mentioned earlier, a repayment of deficits that equated from 2015 to 2022. So our next slide just breaks that down a little further, that our revenue is calculated at $514,100 with an expense total amount of $2,359,231. Our ask for subsidy is $1,769,131, as previously mentioned, and that makes up 75% of our total budget. And at the bottom of the slide is our last financial audited information from 2022. So that the breakdown equates to information on salaries and wages over a total expense of $950,000. $435,900 of that is funded by the municipality. Our overhead costs are at $1,409,000, of which $1,333,000 is funded through the municipal grant. And again, that brings us to our total expense of being $2,359,000 and our operating grant of $1,769,000. And in summary, just those main factors that make up the increase, again, is on the assumed responsibility of fleet maintenance, as well as each year we'll have an increase of approximately 3% on wages due to the collective bargaining agreement with our unionized workforce. And going forward, we will continue to look at surpluses and deficits on an annual basis with ongoing work with administration. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Dave. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. First of all, nice to see Hoffman back in the chamber. Nice to see you, Will. And, you know, the All Barons and Terry and yourself, you do a great job, the board. You see any big capital requirements to the building itself coming?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, we've had some extensive capital expenditures over the last few years with some structural integrity repairs and whatnot in the building. And moving forward, there are some minor capital expenses that we would look at, but at this point there isn't anything that majorly that we would be putting on the table at this point.
And I guess, through the chair, can I ask you a question just to have a light moment? People think I'm quite serious. Is there a new updated picture of us, Terry? Do we support a billboard since we were elected?
Sorry, if you could repeat that, please.
Sorry, I say, do mayor and council have a board to support the Barons, like we did in past years?
A board?
Yeah,
you mean like in the arena?
Yeah.
You have some on the ice logos, and also ring boards, different departments.
Okay.
But the city itself doesn't have one, but there's different departments that have them.
So you have some more room?
I can probably answer that too, Councilor McGrath. I did bring up a year ago, I think, or maybe a year and a half ago, if council wanted to do a sponsorship, and we didn't get much feedback on that email I sent out. I got a few councillors responded, but not many. But we could try that again, possibly.
Well, that's good, Mayor Bowman, because today I'd fully support that. Because you know, it's nice to have your picture around sometimes, eh, Terry?
We used to have a wall board up there with councillors' pictures on, and it came down at the last election, and then didn't go back up.
Yeah. Well, I think we need the support needs to start. It doesn't matter if it's a picture or something, but anyways,
I'll
keep
put
up the
your
good
face
work.
everywhere.
No, that's okay, as long as it's got no number underneath the chin.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, my question is just an extension of Councilor McGrath's, I guess, and it's to Terry or Dave. Are we current with our obligations regarding? I think there was a structural integrity of the roof, and then there was some problems with the HVAC and ice equipment. So are we caught up?
Right now, we do have a brand new plant that was put in, 1.6 million, I believe, this year. That's still in the stage of, we haven't taken out the old plant. The new one is online, so we'll just maybe make sure we get used to it. It's a brand new plant. It's CO2, not ammonia or anything like that, so it's really safe. And so that's up and running. The ceiling itself did get done, but the company has to come back because we found that this foil that they put on the ceiling is too close to the sprinkler heads. So they have to come back in and tighten it up or remove it, whatever they have to do. And as far as the HVAC, yeah, it's still ongoing. We still have 2 of the 4 units that you guys put in a year ago that's not working. They're working on them diligently. So we're waiting on motors for those right now. But other than that, yeah, everything's good.
So after all that, how does that impact your daily operations in Terry? Does it create issues or problems for you?
Well, it's not really a problem. If the city was put in properly, we wouldn't have to spend the cost of coming back and doing it again, which the operators are doing at their own cost. So, and the plant itself, like I said, we were smart enough to keep the old plant there, so there's no downtime this year, and we started up on time, so everything's going smoothly that way. So.
Okay, thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I think this question would be maybe 2 parts, one for yourselves and one for our administration. I'm just wondering, like every year you come, we do this process every year, and obviously it takes up a lot of your time. Would multi-year grants be something that's a little bit more beneficial to organizations like yourselves and minor hockey and so on? I mean, I can understand that RRC is a bit of a different animal than what you guys are, but your grants don't generally change a whole lot from year to year, do they not? And is that a possibility? I guess you can ask, would it be beneficial, and you can answer whether it's something that's possible to do. So,
So through the chair to Councillor Ball, there is multi-year grants. These organizations have requested an increase, and that's why they're presenting to council. So council could consider a threshold for which they're comfortable with, that the organizations wouldn't have to come forward if there's an increase, and administration could incorporate that.
Right. I mean, and just come to us with whatever that difference was per se versus the whole balance. So that at least they know they've got their grant moving on for X number of years, and in the event that they need another, I don't know, 100K or whatever it is, they're only worrying about that 100 versus the full value of the grant. That's something I'd like to suggest if we could.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the chance. Thank you, presenters. Nice presentation. I just want a brief question. Where are you located and what are the hours of operation? And I had been doing athletics at a school, college, and would you like me, would you permit me to make some contributions in it?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we're located in Thickwood Heights on Imanson Road. Center Fire Place is where the building is that we operate.
Okay.
And our hours of operation, we operate from 7 in the morning. The user group's from 7 in the morning until 1 o'clock in the morning. But the building is occupied 24 hours a day. Our staff maintain the building, 24 hours a day, and that downtime between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m. is an opportunity where they're able to prepare the facility for the next operational day.
Thank you very much for the detailed reply.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. And also, we also get free tickets. There's a few tickets each game for home games. You can see the facility. I think there's 2 more home games before the end of the year. 28th and 29th. So you can catch an Old Barons game and see the facility and the teams play. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for your presentation and all that you do for our community. I was just wondering what items are increasing your expenses from last year to this year? What are the main items?
Well, starting this year, we're taking over the maintenance of all of our equipment. The city was doing it previously. Now they're dropping it. So the Zambonis, the forklift, manlift, that is all going to be under our budget. And then, of course, power's always going up. Wages with the union. These are about 8 months in the union right now. So that's going to bring our benefits up a lot. So, and then they said the power, maintenance, everything like that. And insurance is going up.
Right. You mentioned exactly what I thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Any other questions from council? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say thank you for all you do and for the tickets. We appreciate it. For the invite to the games. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Any other questions from council? Not seeing any. So thank you, Dave. Thanks, Terry. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Weigel.
Just ready for the motion, sir.
There's another question. Okay.
We have no registered delegates for this item.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
I move that $1,769,131 be allocated to the Northern Alberta Athletic Association under the 2024 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can someone second that motion? Councillor Ball.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or debate points of council? Not seeing any. Call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So thank you. Next up, we have the Vista Ridge Recreational Association. I'd like to invite Bernice Latter, General Manager, come forward to present. And Marty Giles.
That's okay. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and all councilors and staff. Good to be up here again in not the horseshoe. Kind of missed the horseshoe a little bit, but this is okay. And Anyways, I want to first of all introduce you to our new general manager of the Vista Ridge All Seasons Park, Bernice Later. And we're very lucky to get Bernice. We did a nationwide search, and Bernice's background is she was born in the ski business. Her father operated Holiday Mountain in Manitoba, so knows all about snowmaking issues, water issues, different things like that. And it was a privately funded ski hill. So when her and her husband came to Fort McMurray for the interview, she's very impressed, by the way, of all the past council's approval of the equipment and the facility that we have here in Fort McMurray. It was very shocking not to see a 1964 Palma lift, and she introduced all this stuff. So anyways, thank you for all the support that the municipality's given over the years, because it's very impressive. And we kind of, sometimes, you know, fish is in water and we don't know that we're swimming in it. We don't realize some of the stuff we have in Fort McMurray till we bring someone from the outside and realize all the great equipment and stuff we have access-wise. Also, I want to apologize as well for an error you're going to see in our presentation. Bernice was hired in August and physically did not come to Fort McMurray until September as we're going through our transition. So I made a mistake on the amount of ask is right. What you gave us last year is wrong. So I want to make sure and that's not Bernice's fault. As Councillor McGrath said earlier, it's not the first time he's made a mistake, and I just want to make sure that's on me. So with that, okay, we'll start. Go ahead, Bernice.
So my understanding is that this 465.5 is actually the capital amount.
Oh, yeah. They always want to disconnect my buzzer, and they want to connect. There you go.
There we go. You sure I wasn't loud enough before? I inherited the presentations from previous management. So just kind of learning the business on the fly in the 10 weeks that I've been here. Like I say to the staff, you know, I understand the ski business, but I don't even know where the lights are here. So we're learning very quickly. This 465.5 that's listed here as approved from last year is actually our capital grant from last year. We had the 3-year agreement for the 205. Originally, the plan was to ask for 305 this year, which was going to be a $100,000 increase for the increased insurance, utilities, and a whole philosophy shift that we need to start working a little more proactively instead of reactively, and start working more on maintenance instead of repairs. The additional 300 beyond that is a market correction for wages. Prior to my arrival, the board had done some intensive studying on what we're actually paying our staff and found us to be dramatically below market. Which I assume is one of the reasons why we had no local employees. So we made a market correction right upon my arrival. We've been very successful. We're 100% fully staffed for ski season. Our staff housing is full. We have hired 12% locals, which is the highest that I have found in the records here since they built the staff housing. So I think it's good that we're bringing people into the community, but we're also providing employment. We have a number of people from Sapri Creek working for us now, which I think is exciting. So yeah, we've asked for more money this year. You can see that it's 21% of our operating budget for the year. And again, you know, I think it's important to note that I'm learning the business. I think there's a lot of operational inefficiencies that we can address, and coming in next year, I think we can see the expense numbers drop and the percentage of ask lower, because I think there's a lot of room in the margins that we can work on without raising the price to the local community. I can tell you my 20 years experience in the industry, this is the cheapest season pass that I've seen other than at Martok in Nova Scotia. So keeping it really affordable for the community, I have discovered very quickly is extremely important to this group and to everyone that I've met. So we're doing what we can to make sure we can keep it tight without raising the prices. And so you can see that's the $300,000 in the extra wages. I would also note that last year we were still running sort of COVID level numbers of staff in food and beverage. My first week I discovered, for example, the bar only had 52 seats in it, but there's a fire capacity for 100. So we brought all the furniture out of storage and set the place back up. And as you go with the expectation of being busier, we need more staff. I also noticed that we were running our food and beverage on a very limited hours, so we're going to be expanding the operation this year. If the lifts are running, the restaurant and the bar will be open, which has obviously increased our staffing, but I think it's going to provide more services to the guests. I also think that there's a lot of opportunity for more work within the community that we need to start taking more seriously as we try and keep the cost down. And I was thinking of a great example when the library had their presentation this morning. The Hill I was at in New Brunswick last year had a program where if you had a library card, you could sign out a tubing pass and you could take your kids tubing for nothing, just for having a library card on they have no school Wednesdays. So I think there's a lot of opportunity that we can still be members of the community and not raise our prices, but the side effect of that is this extra bit of money that we're looking for. Anything to add?
No, I guess that's kind of it.
Thanks. Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. Nice to see you here too, Marty. We're getting along now, and I never got the opportunity to say thanks. I know you're a big part in rebuilding this community, and when you drive around today, it's guys like yourself that gave your time, and appreciate that. And the ski hill, I remember Norm and Wendell, it was Spruce Valley, and the boys had a couple of snowmobiles. But more importantly, you're right, ma'am. I went out golfing, and you go down hole number 4, you don't believe you're in Fort McMurray, and how nice it would be to have a couple of cabins, so people can come here. You got the rope park, the ski hill, the golf club, just a great facility that if there's one example of people's time, it's Vista Ridge. It was built by community members, and I know I just mentioned like John Wilson, yourself, Wendell and Norm. I know there's a ton of other people, but if there was 4 forefathers that kept it going, so we appreciate that. And I guess my question would be, do we get enough cash from the province to help the kids develop? Are there grants that we don't apply for? And I don't expect you today, ma'am, to know that, but I know we're very weak. We shoulder a lot of the finances. We need a couple of, I guess, pain your arse kind of people to get the cash out of the province, because, like, developing kids, I think it's a responsibility of all of us, and to work with the schools to identify the, like at Mac Island, we started the My program. So any kids that couldn't afford sports was started at the golf club, and I mean, I think today they have a chunk of money yet. So I know you're new to the role, but I think that you'll find that the municipality here is like the Royal Bank. But if we don't do it, nobody else will. So if, in your infancy here, if you could, I guess maybe 6-7 months from now, let our mayor or CAO know if there's grants that we could be championing for you.
There's a lot of industry programs that Vista Ridge is not taking advantage of that I'm quite familiar with. I also know from my previous experience with the Canada West Ski Areas Association that Travel Alberta is a massive partner for the ski industry, and they work with Canada West. So every resort that participates puts in a certain amount of funding based on their skier visits, and then that pool of money is matched by Travel Alberta. So they promote skiing throughout the province at every resort equally. So whether they're talking about Lake Louise or Vista Ridge, all of their marketing money is used to get people to ski in Alberta. And it was started because there was a study done 12-15 years ago where they realized that 37% of the skiers in Alberta ski primarily in British Columbia. And so the Alberta, on a provincial level, the government recognized that. So Travel Alberta is very, very proactive. They have a program called Go Ski Alberta. They have a website. They have promotional materials. And I think we need to really dive into that head first and start utilizing that money that's already sitting there. So I'm definitely working with my partners on that as I've arrived here, because those are people I've known for a long time, and it's a wonderful program. I also think that we need to take more advantage of some of the national programs, like the Canadian Ski Council with their Never Ever Days and things like that they do, their Discover program, where we can start to get more people, new immigrants to Canada who've never seen snow, out on snow, utilizing the facility. So there's a lot of stuff there that exists already. We just have to start using it.
Yeah, no, I get you, ma'am. Like, there are top facilities we have at Vista Ridge, and it takes the Par 9 Corps to support you. And we failed at that. There's no reason why we couldn't have a provincial competition out at the Hill. And I believe, to be fair, in the recent years, there was more onus put on prior operators to handle the capital projects, the golf club, the ropes, get the hill fixed. I remember losing my buddy there at Spruce Valley when we started with the tubes, but we were a bit irresponsible. But Brian, I think it was the only fatality at that hill. And it's a special place that hasn't been programmed or promoted. So while we pay millions of dollars to promote our region, we fell short on some of the catalyst projects of what we can do in the community. So I think the guy on back here that runs the facilities for us, Greg, yourself, and I think that there's ample opportunity there to get funding and to bring some big deals before McMurray. But we need the right pillar of support and make sure our dollars are getting spent wisely and bringing new things to the community that are actually real. So I appreciate your help.
And just to be clear, our finance committee and our board's goal actually is to keep it affordable and come back here in about 3 years and ask you for $1. We actually think it is possible that we could actually, through Bernice now, as you can see why she got the job, pretty sharp, some operational tune-ups, a little bit of technology that we can do. We would like to at one point come back here one day and say we need $1 for the next year. We're not ready yet, but we actually do think that is going to be possible by probably 2026 or 2027. So, and you can record it.
It is recorded. Thanks, Marty. Thank you. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And thanks especially for your last sentence. Thank you for all that you do. I was wondering how we have just 12% local staffing. Why? I know you've talked about maybe the remuneration is low, but I think 12% is quite low for the engagement or bringing in staff to work in the organization. That caught my attention.
I can't speak to why it was like that when I arrived. I don't know. I spoke to previous management and sort of asked the same question, like, how do we not have more locals? And the only answer that I received was just simply the wage. We were paying minimum wage at best for all of our positions. Kevin Grogan, being from away, utilized a lot of the working holiday programs, as many ski resorts do, to bring in staff so that they could keep their ski school running. That's usually how it starts. The facility now has staff accommodations, which allows us to bring in people from out of country. I will say that some of them have become permanent residents. There are 2 staff there right now that have permanent resident visas. They came for a 21-month visa, loved Fort McMurray and stayed. So that has grown the community. I certainly am a new resident. We bought a house. We're here to stay.
That's
nice. I think that there are, I think it was done as an emergency situation. We had no staff and they brought them in. And I think that it needs to be balanced with hiring locals. And so we made a concerted effort right at the beginning of my position to start advertising local positions, recruiting heavily local positions, training locals. And so I was pleased that we went from 2% to 12% in 2 months. So I think that's a goal that we can manage.
Okay, just to add on, Councillor Bianco, is to take you back on some institutional memory. We were a 6-month-a-year business from 1995 until about 3 years ago, and about an $800,000 revenue business, I guess you call it. Now we're 12 months a year. So realistically, to hire someone local at barely above minimum wage to actually work for 5 or 6 months, where it was kind of like an adventure for the New Zealand, Australian, UK people to come over here. With the investment you made in the golf course, and now actually having 12 months, we do have a little bit good to offer. And same point, there's the Vista Ridge people that want to live out there because it's part of the adventure. But at the same point, we are competing against Thickwood Golf Course and Mac Island and so on. So that's a bit of the raises. So probably that's a long answer to your question. But we were kind of this 6-month thing, and now we're kind of a bigger thing. And we do need to look at some locals. So it's really incredible we come up with 12. But I don't think anything wrong about what anybody else did before. That was just the model that worked back in 1997.
So it was like project kind of
Yeah,
Wow.
they would come here and then they go to Whistler, go somewhere else for the summer and work on a golf course.
Oh.
Well, now it's nice. We actually can they don't have to go anywhere, right? They can stay here for 12 months or whatever their work visa says. So.
Okay, so thank you for that, and hopefully we can grow the 12 to something close to middle 50% or more by because it's always tough to see locals not having jobs, whereas people coming in. So any number of workers that we can get locally, I think we should by all means do that. And since the model is changing, I'm hoping that you can intentionally look into that. That's my, thank you so much again for the presentation.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and through the chair to Bernice. Welcome to the community. Sounds like you're having fun and enjoying it out there. I guess just a couple questions outside of having Marty as a boss, which would be difficult. What are some of the other hurdles you see with the Vista Ridge, or is there things there that are missing, or were you kind of overwhelmed with what amenities were out there for folks?
It's a beautiful facility. I mean, you can see the time and effort that has been put into creating it. A lot of the equipment is the newest I've ever worked with, as Marty said. I think we need to, as a whole company-wide global philosophy, we need to look more proactive and less reactive. We need to really build up our maintenance program so that we can extend the life cycle of all of our equipment. Because I'm used to working with old stuff, like Marty said. I mean, we joked about it, but we had a 64 Hall and a 72 Heron Palma were our chairlifts at Holiday, and they're still running today. So when someone tells me our chairs are old, I kind of roll my eyes because the facility is beautiful. So we need to make sure that we stay ahead of the curve on all of the maintenance on everything we have, and I think we can absolutely extend the life cycle of everything. I'm not one to just buy the new shiny thing because I think there's a lot of life in a lot of the equipment, and that's going to be a philosophy change across the entire facility. There's some challenges with slope stability that I'm just getting into, and I think you're going to hear this from me again, and that's probably my number one concern right now. But those are all problems that we are addressing.
Okay. Well, again, welcome to community, and I think if there's anybody that can turn that place around besides yourself is the gentleman sitting beside you, and I look forward to that $1 ask, and hopefully it happens before 2025.
Oh.
The price is right. Councilor Dogar?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the reply, and extremely decent reply, madam, you gave me and gave to the audience for coming here. Though the question, you see, that was her passion for this community. We want that locals to be higher, and local and own organization should promote and elevate own people. This is what my feelings are. And I have been advocating it for the last 2 years. We do also sometimes this mistake, and municipality should never do it because it is the mother organization. As far as you are concerned, madam, you are as good at Fort McMurray as I am, that is of grandfather of 9 kids born here. You would always be given same respect, and all those who came here, those who are working here, they would be highly respected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Thanks for the presentation today, and welcome to the community. I think it's a huge asset for there. Only question I have is, how's the snow coming out there right now with the weather we're having?
So we made it to the hard questions now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the weather's garbage for snowmaking. This is not news. The guys are... The snowmaking team is fantastic, but they're not wizards. We can't make ice in a fridge, so they're doing what they can. We have some good institutional memory with some of the guys there. My husband has also joined me at Vista Ridge as Director of Operations, and he's a master snowmaker with 25 years experience. Oh, wow. So he's bringing a fresh set of eyes to some of the challenges we're facing. He's actually been sleeping at the hill so that he can do the night snowmaker checks. So, we're all in and we're doing what we can. We have a CAD operator arriving today that's going to push out the piles so we can open the terrain that we have on Friday. Nice. If it is really +7 on Wednesday, we'll probably all cry in our beer while we barbecue and wonder what's happening in northern Alberta. I don't know. It's the unknown Mother Nature problem, but we're going to open what we can, and we'll just keep fighting the good fight, battling Mother Nature. We have a permit to make snow until New Year's Eve, so we're going to work through Christmas. All the staff are committed to taking night shifts and making it happen if the weather works. So.
Super. Thank you. And thank you both. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no delegates. Thank you.
Have someone make the motion. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $605,000 be allocated to Vista Ridge Recreational Association under the 2024 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can someone second that motion? Councillor Grandison.
Yeah, I second that motion.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any comments or debate points from council? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you for the presentation. Bernice, since meeting you, it's been a pleasure. Your understanding of both people and business is astounding. Talking to you about even walking in and hearing you talk about the inventory levels and what needs to be done in the food and beverage area and how to expand that. We talked today about, building back up to 12% local labor, which is amazing compared to where we were before. And doing that with the extra ask is the idea that you wanted to bring wages back to an affordable level where local people could actually afford to live here and have a job here. Just talking to the councillor, Councillor Dogar and Councillor Funke, when we talked about local, I know Bernice has tried very hard. Many local advertisements for local labor were put out. I know Sapri kids and Sapri residents were really excited this year to work at Sapri or at Vista Ridge, instead of coming into town and driving into town. So those were now favorable options based on what Bernice has done out there. It's great talking to you. We talked about Councillor McGrath talked about just promoting it more. The social media has come up quite a bit for Vista Ridge, both funny and entertaining, as well as great promotional. I think you're doing an absolutely great job there. I know you've worked with the rental rates versus full-time passes on ski and snowboard rentals to make sure that's available for everybody showing up, so we'll never turn anybody away that doesn't have skis or snowboard to be able to do that. Again, I just want to thank you for everything you're doing out there. I think you're doing an absolutely incredible job.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Not seeing any others, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you both. Moving on to item number 5, the 2024 proposed municipal facility capital grant allocation. Yes. We can get through this one in just 2 minutes. Deanne, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
For the record, my name is Deanne Berge. I'm presenting the 2024 proposed Municipal Facility Capital Grant allocations. The Municipal Facility Capital Grant provides financial support for the capital upgrades and replacements for the municipal-owned assets operated by Fort McMurray Minor Baseball, the Regional Recreation Corporation, and Vista Ridge Recreational Association. These grants are funded through the Capital Infrastructure Reserve. 3 municipal facility capital grant applications were received with requests totaling $3,412,800. Fort McMurray Minor Baseball, the Regional Recreation Corporation, and Vista Ridge Recreational Association hold operating agreements for the operations of municipal-owned recreation facilities throughout the region. These agreements include provisions for capital improvements and require the organizations to submit capital budgets annually to be presented for Council's consideration. The recommendations are based on capital needs identified by the organizations. These capital improvements will extend the life of municipal assets, improve safety, and enhance user experience. Mike Mayak will present for Fort McMurray Minor Baseball, Greg Walsh will present for RRC, and Bernice Later will present for Vista Ridge. So I'll turn it over to Mike.
Good morning again. I'd like to present a course on a capital grant that Fort McMurray Minor Baseball Association is presenting in front of council for today. With receiving a request earlier this year after the 13U Western Nationals, RMWB did approach Fort McMurray Minor Baseball of taking over the Howard Pugh Field 17 and 18 down in Waterways. This is a great addition within Fort McMurray Minor Baseball as we, of course, expand different facilities. But along with this, we are, when we went back to our team and looking at our current equipment that we do have, along with transportation for this equipment to get equipment down to these fields, we did submit a request to the RMWB for Gator along with an enclosed trailer. The Gator, of course, purchase would be a portion of the overall grant, along with the enclosed trailer, which will be also part of course, not only being able to move our lawnmowers and using our existing lawnmowers that we have at Ron Morgan Park, they will then be moved down that we can actually for cutting the grass down there. So with using volunteers, of course, in our staff vehicles, they're going to bring the equipment down there with that enclosed trailer, but it also allows us to keep it secured, along with, of course, our primary source of storage is also at Ron Morgan Park within the garages, so that also allowed then for chalk and anything else for rakes and hose and shovels and different stuff. That was the reason why we are requesting an enclosed trailer. Here is a picture of the two pieces of equipment that we are requesting. We did reach out to two preferred vendors of the RMWB to receive pricing on the two pieces of equipment.
Thank you, Mike. I'll turn it over to Greg.
Good morning again. As far as 2024 capital projects that the RRC is requesting through this grant program, 2.675,200 is the total amount, and those capital projects are primarily related to sustaining projects, the replacement of existing assets. Specifically, the larger dollar amount assets would be the training pool liner. So you may recall a couple of years ago, the RRC requested money to replace the Lazy River liner. These are Mirtha pool liners that just over time start to leak and are beyond the state of repair. Generally speaking, our team does a good job at repairing it during aquatic shutdown. This liner is due for replacement, and that's one of the larger dollar amounts. As far as other projects, we're really trying to expand or remove barriers to participation for individuals with disabilities. So the first project you'll see there is a change room accessibility project. One of the things that our team has done over the last year or so is worked with the Stedward Center at the University of Alberta to do an aim-free audit for accessibility in our facilities. And so this is one project in a number of projects that we're rolling out with respect to removing barriers to access for individuals with disabilities. You'll see pneumatic fitness equipment. This is a part of our annual fitness replacement, fitness addition projects for fitness equipment in the fitness center. In-ground waste vestibules, as a part of our ongoing bear awareness and bear safety campaign, we store our waste in ground so that we try to reduce the amount of bear traffic to the island. Aquatic adult whirlpool, boiler plant, glycol heat exchanger, some fleet equipment, including mowers and gators. Air conditioning units in our server rooms are due for replacement, transitioning to a cloud-based accounting software, tenant network decoupling. This is decoupling the Red Pole Center from the RRC's network, and this has worked really well with our other tenants, providing more of a standalone system that's easier for our team to maintain. Migrate virtual desktop infrastructure to MS365. And then some signage improvements. So I mentioned accessibility projects. Some of the feedback from the Stedward Center is that our facility wayfinding signage isn't ideal for individuals with disabilities as it relates to impairment with vision. So that's the sum of the projects that we're requesting for this year's capital grant, again totaling $2.6752 million.
Thank you, Greg, and over to Bernice.
So on our list of capital assets, obviously the biggest number item here is the new snowcat, the purchase of the 2024 Bison. That one's going to be over $400,000. So that's the largest item on the list. The other items, there's some life cycle, the rental fleet. The life expectancy of a rental helmet, for example, is 7 years, and ours are at the maximum life that they should be utilized. So some of those things are just an ongoing replacement. Certainly the snowmaking projects are always going to be a priority, especially in a bad weather year. We discovered the Pump C upgrade that was listed in here was more repair than maintenance, so that's already been done. We're kind of working towards completing all of those things as quickly as possible. The other thing, as I've already mentioned, is going to be the stability projects on the hill. There's definitely some areas of slumping on Valley View that happened as recently as yesterday. So this is going to be a priority. We've engaged the services of a local geotech company to do a preliminary study. We're going to be putting some markers on the towers so that we'll notice if there's any movement at all during the course of the winter. And we'll be looking into larger scale geotech feasibility study on the hill and analysis on safety of the chairlifts that will happen in June.
Thank you, Bernice. The administrative recommendation is that the municipal facility capital grants for 2024 be approved as follows. Fort McMurray Minor Baseball Association, $43,000. Regional Recreation Corporation, $2,675,200. And Vista Ridge Recreational Association, $694,600. That concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, everyone. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Stroud? Nope. And yet, Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sir, Twin Arena, which we are going to build, hopefully, that would be also under your jurisdictions, your supervision?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, that'll be for council to decide. Right now, I don't believe that's decided, but if we were tasked with operating the Twin Arena, we'd be proud to do so.
So right now, because this is just in the facility capital grant allocations is what we're discussing right now.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any questions from council? Not saying, do we have any delegates this item?
We have no delegates, thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the municipal facility capital grants for 2024 be approved as follows. The Fort McMurray Minor Baseball Association 2009 for $43,000. Regional Recreational Corporation $2,675,200. Vista Ridge Recreational Association $694,600.
Think I have someone second that motion, Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion.
Thank you. Any other comments or debate points from council? Not seeing a call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So at this time, we break in for 1 hour for lunch. Sorry, Councillor Boussier.
I just had
One second. Hold on.
Just a question to the mayor, to Deanne. I guess it would be her answer. Just curious why Heritage Park, are they not an asset of ours?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, no, they're a sustaining grant.
Just all sustaining?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Now we'll take an hour for lunch. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on to the operating budget presentations, I'd like to invite Laurie Farquharson, the Chief Financial Officer, to present, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. I will be providing an overview of the operating budget process, followed by individual department presentations. As mentioned in my opening presentation, there have been changes to the organizational structure, which will not be factored into the content you will see today. These changes did not result in increased funding or FTEs, merely a realignment of resources, which will take effect in 2024 with an approved budget from Council. The highlights of the 2024 operating budget are as follows. The proposed revenue amount of $611,580,340 is $38.3 million higher than the 2023 budget. Property tax revenues remain at the 2023 level, and we anticipate increased grant funding, sales and user charges, and return on investments. The largest drivers of the revenue increases are government transfers of $4.6 million, sales and user charges of $7 million, penalties on taxes of $2 million, return on investments of $15.7 million, transfers from reserves, $8 million, and the only revenue line item that decreased was fines due to the cancellation of the photo radar contract, resulting in a revenue decrease of $800,000. The largest changes in operating expenses are salaries and wages of $12 million. The increase assumes a 9% increase over 2023 due to collective bargaining. Gross salaries were $281 million, offset by a reduction to reflect historical staff turnover and unplanned vacancies. A great deal of effort went into reducing planned expenditures. The contracted and general services was decreased by $14.9 million. However, this is net of $7.5 million added to operating budgets for costs related for activities previously budgeted under capital programs. Further savings were found by reducing materials, goods, and supplies by $2.6 million, and provisions for allowance increased by $2 million related to property tax arrears. The overall change to the operating budget revenue from 2023 to 2024 is summarized here on this slide. You will note an overall increase in revenue of $38 million, which is primarily driven by increases from government transfers, sales and user charges, return on investments, and transfers from reserves for operations. The following slide summarizes changes to the operating budget expenses from 2023 to 2024, with an overall increase of $38 million. However, these values include transfers to reserves for capital. When we adjust for transfers to operating, the overall increase in operating expenses is $5 million. The details driving these changes by expense category will be explained in more details as the departments present their budgets. At a high level, these changes are summarized as salaries and benefits of $12 million. The increase was calculated to adjust for the ratification of a contract negotiation, accounting for 9% over 4 years, from 2021 to 2024, impacting union and exempt compensation. There are 1,523 full-time permanent positions. There were no increases to the permanent FTE count for 2024. There were 28 FTE approvals during 2023, which account for the variance to the FTE budget process for 2023 over 2024. As mentioned on the previous slide, efforts were made to reduce contracted and general services, as well as materials, goods, and supplies. In response to council feedback from the 2023 budget, we've added a slide in each department's operating presentation which provides information on the actual expenditures in 2023 to the end of Q3. The first column shows the total department budget for all of 23, followed by actual results for the department to the end of Q3, which is September 30th. The second column presents the remaining budget in the departments to the end of 2023. For additional context, we've also added the 2023 carry forward spend column, which shows total departmental spending in 2023 on approved prior year budget amounts that were carried forward. The final column adds the actual spend to the end of Q3 plus carry forward spending in 23 to provide a total spend to the end of 2023. This additional information is meant to provide council with a true picture of the total department spend to the end of the period. Council will also have received a handout of the year-to-date expenditures to the end of November. Thank you for allowing me to provide this overview. This concludes my presentation. Unless there are any questions, I will invite Director Berge to present her department budget.
Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the chance. Thank you, Madam. I know the lot of work for the last few weeks you are doing that. We are party to it. Party in the sense that we were just learning from you. One thing is haunting me, that operating budget is more pertinent in the operating budget case. There is a shuffling or reorganization in few of the departments. Once you start budgeting, it starts from the grassroots level upwards. You discuss with directors, and probably every director, every head of the organization will give more demand, but you will curtail it according to the budget, what you have in your pocket. So mostly, you try to curtail, maybe, to bring them to their periphery or within their limits. Now, once that director is changed, if he or she, that director, keeps on doing it, he will have the onus what all happened between you and him or her, what all agreement was there. Would it not be a little problem for the new one, that the new director comes and he may not be in the entire picture, or you as a CFO would also not be facing with a little problem in the new with the new director?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, there will definitely be a lot of work that will happen in the new year, but with the new SLT group that we've brought together, we've already had a great deal of conversation. The budgets that we are presenting today will be realigned within the new org structure. So once we go to enter all of the information into our budgeting system, it will align with the new departments. We will have monthly meetings to review the status of spend, and it will be the responsibility of each director to manage their budgets appropriately.
Okay, fine. My next question is that salaries has been increased by 12 million. Did you do more hiring, or it is an increase of the salaries?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, it is an increase due to the salaries, yes.
Okay, another question is transfers to other organizations. Which are those organizations you transfer? As it is more than the previous year.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I don't have that information readily available, but Director Berge can answer that question for us.
Okay, fine, thank you. Another thing is you have reduced expenses by 3 million in one of the heads which I saw. Apparently it is a positive sign that you are reducing the expenses. But at the same time, this thing develops in my mind that there was a lavish spending in the previous year, or overspending, or not controlled. So do you keep this factor in mind or not?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, absolutely. And actually, when we went through from the beginning to the end of the overall budgeting process, we most recently cut $25 million from the operating budget before we even sent it to final print. So there's been a significant amount of budget reductions. When you look at the overall, I mentioned in one of my last slides, the actual change in operating budgets from last year to this year when you eliminate the factor of transfers for capital. It's only a $5 million increase, and we just had a 9% increase to our salaries.
Fine. Bank charges 10 million, or 10,000, what was the figure? It is more than the previous.
The bank charge variance that you're seeing is that we have a budget of $40,000, and the year to date is only to the end of September, so that $9,300 is going to be spent by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair to Lori. Lori, thanks for your efforts and everyone else in the organization. I'm probably going to be the most disliked person in this room by the end of this week, but anyways, I'll ask just a simple question now. If, like, I've gone through the last few years, the budget, the audited budget, and we've missed budget. Now, we can throw it at depreciation or whatever we want to throw it at as the reason we miss. I guess going forward, what mechanisms do we have in place for trying to attain budget this year or going forward? Because contrary to what some folks think, I don't think the organization is as healthy as some think it is. I mean, yeah, we got $1 billion in the budget or $1 billion in the bank, and 700 and some of that is dedicated to certain projects, and another 200 million is left for our own decision making. But I mean, I look at the spend over the last couple of years, and it's increased, and our revenues have dropped 25%. And I look at this budget again, and I mean, it looks all fine and dandy. At the end of the day, we're supposed to transfer, I think it was 130 some million to our slush fund, I guess. But that hasn't happened before. And I guess, what are we doing differently this year?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, when you say we haven't transferred to a slush fund, the 138 million that you see as a line item there is transferring the money to fund all the capital projects. So when we get into capital tomorrow, it'll be 173.5 million. That doesn't even cover off the capital. We have to pull on grants and reserves to actually have a balanced budget. With respect to monitoring budgets, we are going to be meeting with SLT on a monthly basis with the CAO, and we're going to be going through the budget and the spend. There's going to be a lot more rigor and visibility on what the spend is. And with respect to your question on the audited financial statements, we will do an exercise to provide a reconciliation of what we have for our financial statement and then what we have from Deloitte.
Okay, I appreciate that, because there's a significant difference in what they provide and what we provide. So if we, outside of putting it on the taxpayers, at the end of the day, someone's going to have to pay for the shortfall when it does happen. Councillor McGrath's been talking about the headwinds, and if you look at the revenue from 5 years ago compared to now, like I said, it's down significantly, and our expenses continue to go up. What do we do differently, though? Let's say we miss budget again this year.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, what do you mean by miss budget?
Okay, well, just the last 2 years, I just looked at the last two. So we had budgeted, what do I do with the paper here? 2021, we had budgeted a surplus of 605, and actually we did quite well. We got 619 million, and most of it was government transfer. We budgeted expenses of 461, and we came in at 639. So that was quite a miss. In 2022, we budgeted a 608 million surplus, and we ended up with 641. Most of that's to do with the transfers. But again, we budgeted 483 million in expenses, and we came in at 687. Again, in my opinion, a significant miss. So again, I mean, you're probably going to go back, and some of it's going to be due to depreciation for we don't budget for. We allow Deloitte, I guess, to throw a figure at us, and then we just go from there. So having just taken those 2 years, so what happens if we miss again? Like, where do we try to correct the problem of missing budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, there's no missing budget. When we present the financial statements internally, it's based on what we have actually spent and what we are charging from a revenue base. We don't want to be charging taxpayers for depreciation, right? We manage what we need. The depreciation is directly related to our capital infrastructure and everything we purchase. So it's the manner in which we're preparing our financial statements. And this is a question I'm actually have outstanding with Deloitte. I plan on meeting with them next week. So I would like a lot more visibility onto these variances as well, but we're not missing budget. What we have presented to you is what we have actually spent. We're just not accounting for accumulated depreciation.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, one of the things that we are doing different, and Laurie touched on it, is we are going to meet monthly, and we're going to have a monthly variance meeting. And during that monthly variance meeting, we'll be asking the tough questions of why are we over, why are we well under, what's happening with each of these budget line items, and we'll be looking at that. And the other thing that we will be looking at very closely in February is we'll be having a deep dive into efficiency across the whole organisation as well. So the variance meetings are primarily there to address the issue of sticking and keeping to budget.
Thanks, CEO. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. I don't know, it could be done today, but we have, I think, 1,523 employees?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, that's correct.
And your spread would be from your craft to exempt, what percentage? Would it be 60-40?
I'm sorry, I don't have those numbers in front of me.
No,
I do have them available, but...
So my ask would be through the CAO. We're going through this budget process, and we ratified an agreement that was probably 3 years in, and before you know it, you'll start negotiating your other one. But I see our delivery as two separate entities. You have craft, which most people recognize as union workers. Then you have exempt. But we have the same house negotiating wages, but we don't have the split. You talk about 9%. So was it I would like to know how many exempt staff we have, what that escalated to, and then our craft, what that escalated, like that number, that aggregate number is just put in a ball, and it's it's widely spread. But I think it's important to understand this process probably a little bit more.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, that is information that we do have available, and I can provide that back via email to council.
And I mean, I don't want to tie up staff's time, but if you have it available, it'll be the first time I've seen it, because it gets balled up. And I know there's teachers that, as a trustee, they never got a raise for 6 years. Alberta building trades, and we can't go back and readjust things. But I think as servants to the public, we need to, I guess, educate ourselves a little bit more and have that split. And I guess through the CAO, I'd never seen an organization not have a cost review per month, or for some of us, we had to have it every Friday. So it's great. We're going to do something that's been a staple in any business. But more importantly, I think when we don't spend what we're supposed to, is not a good thing either. And much to another councillor's remarks, there was a time we were getting 1.3 billion from industry in 2013. Now with another couple 100,000 barrels a day, I think this year we're going to collect. Is it 600? Or
460 million.
460, and some of that's in contention. So our sails are getting tight, and we've sailed a big boat for a long time, if you will. Mm-hmm. And the rocks we've been carrying, expenses, we're not going to be able to carry them anymore. So I think the more information that we kind of, especially the salary one, because I get this 9% thrown around, but nobody has ever said, well, here's our craft and here's our exempt. And so the more information we get as elected officials, because we at the end of the day, we carry the decisions of everybody, whether they're right, wrong, or indifferent. And the last time I checked, we never made a whole lot of things right, as elected officials. But I think that this information will be vital as we go ahead. And this morning, I think we've 3.5 hours and we're into about 65 million, without a question. So if I could have that information, like sometime between now and the end of this session, where we actually blessed the budget.
I think Director Anson has something to add.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, while Lori spoke to the budgeted headcount for 2024, I can speak to the current percentages. As of November 21st, we've got a 76% unionized and 24% non-unionized.
Yeah, and that's a good number. And now when we can get the number that's a financial attachment to it, so that 24% costs us this, and that 76% of craft costs us this. And that way, then we could go as your elected officials and make some adjustments to make sure our kids have a community they can afford to live in.
Thank you, Councilor Roth. Do you have any other questions from council? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this will be a general question. What's the percentage increase to our total budget in comparison with last year?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, could you please repeat the question?
The percentage increase to our budget, generally speaking, 23 versus 24.
It's $5 million. I can't calculate the percentage in my head, sorry.
Okay.
But I can confirm that. I'd need my calculator.
Okay.
Sorry. If I could just
No
get back
problem.
to you on that.
Yeah, and then, okay, maybe when we get to procurement, I would like more information on how you achieved decreased contracting for goods and services. I can wait for procurement, maybe when we get there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's approximately about 1%. Councilor Benjoko is probably that amount, 573 to 5 million is probably 1%.
Will be 1% of the entire budget. That's after the consideration for salaries and everything. Is it about 1%? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. Do you have any other questions?
Through the chair to the chair, I would like to provide a point of clarity. When I mentioned to Councillor Bussier that we were going to have monthly variance meetings at the SLT table, that doesn't mean we haven't been having them. So to Councillor McGrath's point, we have a team that meets with each department and goes through all of the financials, budget versus spend, very closely with each director and their team. So it's not something that is new. It's just a different lens that we're putting on the process to have more rigor.
Thank you. Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Lori. And I think one thing that I'm going to bring forward in the new year is that we go back to an audit and budget committee. And I'm not sure why it was ever discontinued. It used to be in place because to try to balance this and the other binder we had part-time 2 weeks or 3 weeks before budget, it's very difficult. And well, I would say it's probably impossible for most of us, or for at least it is for me. So I think in the new year that I'll put a motion forward and we'll debate that, but I think it's important that an organization this size has an audit and budget committee for us. So, but anyways, thank you, Lori.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Do we have any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so sorry, Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just a comment, just to say I appreciate the fact that we see both the actual the budget, the actual, because I've brought that up so many times. So it's clearer picture for us, and funds carried over, and then the request that makes it clearer to us for us to take decisions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. So up next will be the delegation portion of the operating budget, which will be followed by the council reviewing the proposed 2024 operating budgets for each department. As a reminder, this public delegation session is for members of the public who wish to speak to the 2024 operating budget. Do we have any registered delegates?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 3 registered delegates.
The first delegate we have is Craig Milley, representing CUPE 1505. And just a reminder, Craig, you have 5 minutes, and if you could just state your name for the record, and just the button in the front, Craig.
My name's Craig Milley. So good afternoon, Council. My name's Craig Milley. I'm the president of CUPE 1505. I have Vice President Nikki Peddle and RMWB Unit Vice President James McElveen here with me today. According to the Government of Canada, there's an estimated 700,000 skilled workers, more specifically trades and trades-related workers, expected to retire prior to 2028. Information provided by Statistics Canada in June 2023 also outlines that 42% of employers with 100 or more employees expect to encounter a shortage of labor in the following 3 months. And based on data from 2021 and 2022, this percentage is likely to remain consistent with the possibility of increase through 2023 and 2024. There are currently other provinces actively recruiting within our province, and more specifically within the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, to bring skilled labor workers back to their home provinces, offering enticing incentives. The Newfoundland government has already begun job fairs in Fort McMurray in September of this year. Based on a variety of statistical data from multiple sources, the minimal baseline cost for replacing an employee who has moved to alternate employment starts at approximately 33% of their annual income. Additional data that incorporates direct and indirect operating costs inflates this number to as much as 200% of an employee's annual income. With the QB 1505 and RMWB collective agreements, some job positions that are largely trades and skilled trade-related fields are called what's market rate adjusted wages. These wages are designed to assist the employer in recruiting and retaining employees in skilled labor by providing a rate of pay that is comparable and competitive with local industry. The market rate adjustment within the RMWB appears to have began in 1999, and up until 2017, employees in the applicable positions received the same annual increases as those on the standard pay grid. Using this structure, the RMWB was able to be competitive with local industry and was a highly regarded employer in the skilled labor force. In 2017, this discontinued. Into present, the market rate positions have only received a 1% increase in total. To put this into perspective, the pay grid received a combined 11.5% for the same timeline and will receive an additional 2% in 2024, which the market rate adjusted employees are not eligible for. Due to increases to the cost of employee contribution benefits alone, employees who are market rate adjusted are making more than $5,000 less income now than they did 7 years ago. There's an increasing number of employees seeking alternate employment, recognizing the substantial difference in income between their current rate of pay and pay being provided by industry. Based on data we have collected, it appears the RMWB is paying between $11 and $25 less than industry for skilled labor that they were previously competitive with. Within the RMWB, there are currently 34 job classifications, which encompass 135 job positions. A pay increase in the 2024 calendar year of 8% would be an average of $5.03 per hour for an employee who is market rate adjusted. With the 1% increase previously received and 8% proposed, this would be 9% overall. The 9% overall increase would be consistent with the increase received by main pay grid for 2021 through 2024. And lump sum payments provided to employees were circled as a result of the joint job evaluation process. The initial projected cost of this increase would be $1.4 million based on full occupancy of applicable positions. Based on all of this data and statistical values presented, it is important to note that replacing as little as 4% of the employees in the skilled labor workforce would also cost a minimum of $1.4 million based on statistical data. This cost may not reflect unnecessary delays and downtime of process, facilities, and/or equipment and potential impacts to the AEP compliance. We believe the cost-to-benefit ratio above suggests that the increase as outlined will provide an overall revenue neutral or potential cost savings approach to ensuring the success of remaining financially responsible in protecting the RMWB's assets and infrastructure. We are requesting that Council directs administration to conduct a full review on this matter and work with the union. A thorough business case has been presented to the CAO.
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate the presentation. Any questions from Council? Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair, sir and lady. Appreciate the presentation, the update. And I think besides money, there's nothing better than have a supervisor ask you how your family's doing. I think that's very tangible. It's just like, it's better than a raise. So I guess as a council, you know, I think the last time we negotiated was in our last term. And I hope that we get to a point where a council is, you don't finish negotiating something that is 3 years old, and then you're in your final leg of the next day, if you will. And I think there's give and take to be had. Like any organization, I guess you could be paid $1 million and be happy, but city jobs are good jobs, and I just want to, you know, there's like the Sweet Apples and, you know, the Georges and all these people, they're all good, stable workers. The city workers sometimes pack this image of 9 guys or 9 ladies to fix the light bulb. That's stigma. And part of that stigma is wages. You know, you're paid too much. At the end of the day, I think this council, as we dive into this budget, we'll uncover and peel back the onion, and this 9% gets talked about pretty loosely. And I don't think there's a wage in Fort McMurray that's comparable in many departments to the other sectors. So but we also have support, as in housing allowances. So the lady and the man at Walmart, they don't get that. And I think that what we're going to find is that we don't have the big purse that everybody thought. But I certainly hear what you're saying as a councillor, but as a human. And I think going ahead, we don't negotiate salaries, but certainly if you feel safe at work and you get appreciated at work, to me, that's $1 million. And when you open your 2 eyes in the morning, that's the biggest gift. And I think that some I guess, escalated negotiations would put us back on track for the next council. Because I know, I honest to God, I worked with teachers for 18 years, married one actually, and I think it was 6 years without a raise. You know what I mean? The building trades, 5 years without a raise. And I get people call and say, well, look, you gave somebody a 9% raise. Yes, no, that's not 9%. That could be 1.75 for the last 3 years. You know what I mean? So I think sometimes the message has to be, you know, the right one so people don't get confused. I appreciate what you do, and I know that you're in a tough place. But I think as the week goes on, you'll see that we'll get some more education. And at the end of the day, council don't get involved in what the percentages are. We get a bunch of numbers to rattle through and take a forecast and project how much cash we have. And none of us are bankers, but we all want to call Fort McMurray home and sustain it. So if there's something else that we could assist you with.
I just want to respond to your statement there, just real quickly. So that 9% increase, I just want to be clear, because I know it was presented again today in council, that was 9% for 1,500 employees. I want to outline that these 135 positions did not get a 9% increase. They got a 1% increase since 2017. Okay. So with that said, they're not on that list of the 9% that was provided overall. The other thing I just want to state real quickly is there's been more resignations in the skilled trade field in the last 6 months than there has been in the last 3 years combined, which is concerning. this is expected to continue. We met with over 40 skilled tradesmen 2 times in the last 3 months, and this is why we're here today.
And so, through the chair, if I may ask, so your exodus that you just described, would that be through rotation or retirement, or what would be the main like the people you represent, good people, men and women, what would be the reason to choosing not to stay with the municipality?
There's a multitude of reasons, one of which being that industry wages are far surpassing what the RMWB, there was a time that industry and the RMWB were relatively on par with each other. So there was an incentive, the incentive of being in town and so on. And unfortunately, now that gap's getting further and further. Some of the tradesmen that I've spoke with that went to companies like WageX, SMS, we're not even talking, Syncrude or Suncor, but WageX, SMS, their net income is between $3,000 and $4,000 more per month. So there's an obvious incentive to move on to these companies, and that's where we're trying to get involved and try to help out here a little bit, I guess. With market rate adjustment, it's less of a collective bargaining issue than it is a employer union market issue, because under the collective agreement, the employer has the ability to increase the market rate adjustments at any time or decrease with 9 months notice. So it kind of falls out of that variable of collective bargaining a little bit.
Yeah. No, I understand that, like decreasing anything that brings joy is darkness. But I guess through the chair, a question would be, the biggest, I guess with the LNG and the Trans Mountain just concluding, like there's people coming back to the province as well, but there's all kinds of enablers. One would be where there's people on the East Coast, tradespeople, and the West Coast getting picked up, brought to the job site, then brought home again. So we have a bunch of multipliers, but it'd be really good, like we don't, like I said, we're not at the negotiating table, but at the end of the day, we get a pipeline of information, but it has to be correct, and because I've seen tradespeople here, Ackerman, started his career here and finished it. There's some old stables, I think, probably there's still a few around, but, so if there's a way we can help, because we'd never publicly debate a person's value, but if there's something in the city, like we faced in 13, where there was people slighted, that's something that elected officials can fix outside the monetary issues. And one question, if I might add, is there a base living out allowance, the COLA? Is that an aggregate number per month?
Yeah, there's a accurate number. It's $12,480 per year. I think it's $1,080 per month, and based on the give or take, but based on the data that we compiled from industry as well, they're paying in around the same plus or minus $40 biweekly.
Yeah. So, and I'm not going back and forth. Your value for making sure our community's safe, clean. Streets are good. We got fresh water every day, and sewage is going away. You know what I mean? The bare necessities. We have 4 departments here, but sometimes we got 24. But my point is, not everybody gets that, because I've been here So if you take that $11.50 and you roll it back in, that's about another $6 or $7 an hour. But my point is, before the money, you need to feel value. You want to make sure when you come to work you're happy. The boss is going to ask you how your wife and kids are doing. So it's not all about the cash, but I appreciate what you're bringing forward today. And I can tell you that, I'd say it publicly, we're not that bad off. Because I work in the industry and I know how times were in the last 10 years. And it's only now some of these guys are getting relief. And that's because Trans Mountain is shutting down, people are coming back home, LNG, and out in the caddy, you can't touch those wages. We want to make sure that we have a good community where people come to get a trade and to stay. So it's good to hear this information. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for your presentation. So it's my understanding that there was back pay with the recent union contract that was signed. There was back pay. Oh, sorry. It is my understanding that there was back pay with the recent union contract that was signed.
Yes, there was, but these employees did not receive any retro pay either. Their 1% increase became effective date of ratification, which is the first increase since 2017.
Well, you mentioned that there was a 9% increase. In what respect was that?
That was for every employee in the municipality except this group that we're discussing today. Red circled that were red circled through the joint job evaluation process. Although they didn't receive the pay on the grid, they do receive lump sum payments at the end of each calendar year to compensate for the increase on the grid they otherwise would have received. The market rate adjusted employees, which is, although I said 135 positions, that's 135 FTE positions. That's not the number of incumbents currently. I think the number of incumbents is about 105. Those 105 did not receive retro pay, do not receive lump sum payments. They got a 1% increase effective date of ratification moving forward. That's everything they've received since 2017.
Thank you.
And I know you guys aren't, I know you guys aren't here and you're not the negotiating table where this does come outside of negotiations a little bit. That's why we asked for the direction to get administrative to review this.
Thank you. Councillor CAO, you have something to add?
Sorry, thanks, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenters. The Mayor and I have just spent over the past month going around and visiting staff throughout the organisation, and we met with a number of trades, and several things have come up. The likes of the market rate adjustment, joint job evaluation. We had to have the acronym spelled out to us, but we now know what it means, and we heard it a few times. And I did say that we would have a look at this in the future. As you probably heard a few minutes ago, I did say we are going to be looking at efficiency. And efficiency, that'll be probably February, we'll start looking at that. And this will probably come up at the same time. I think they're closely linked. And how we're doing against other organisations for providing the same services. So we will be looking at that. And the market rate will be looked at the same time.
Thank you. And I just want to point out when it comes to joint job evaluation and market rate adjustment, both of those, when the initial wage freeze came in 2017, a lot of the market rate adjusted people were also impacted by joint job evaluation. And a lot of individuals, including QP management supervision, actually don't understand the difference between the two. So they associate everything to the joint job evaluation. Largely, those impacted by JJE have been, there's been a resolution to that matter for about 90% plus of that. So the ones you guys are hearing from are likely market rate adjusted employees if they're in the skilled trades or skilled trades related fields.
Thank you, Craig. And Councillor McGrath, you have another question?
Yep, through the chair. The question would be, I know you mentioned a number of people. Is there a specific, like a craft? Because I'm wrong sometimes, a lot of times. But I think I sat in one of these chairs, and I think that we had to give. There was a headwind coming where we're going to lose a lot of tradespeople. And I think there was a stipend then, like a chunk of stipend that was put in that raced that craft ahead of the rest. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, so I think what you're saying is there was a group of trades positions or trades related positions that were kind of pushed into the collective agreement. So that initially happened. The initial time that came in the collective agreement was 1999. Since then, there's been increases, periodically, I guess, at best. But it was on track where it was year over year over year. But it's the same group, essentially, that we're talking about now. They're actually covered in the collective agreement. Councillor McGrath, I can provide you with the full list if you want at a later time. But it's in Appendix A of the collective agreement. It says market schedules, and it's that group that's listed under market schedules.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, because you go through a lot of changes here, as you see. But I know there was a time that we had to front load. I don't know what department it was, to make a correction to I guess, prevent, being short them services. And I just don't know if it took that while to be on a correction line, because certainly I can tell you, for a guy that drives across the bridge every morning, you take a chance. If I could come in the community and work, I'd love it. You know, there's lots of value in working for the city. Lots of value being away from the stacks. But if I could just say this, I'm just trying to peel back the onion, because I think at the end of the day, we get a number. That's all we get, and you got to understand the number. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rolando Inzuna from the Char Métis Nation, and I believe he's joining us online.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Rolando, if you could just state your name for the record, and just you have 5 minutes to present, and then just remain there for questions, please.
Certainly. My name is Rolando Inzunza. I'm the Director of Consultation for the Char Métis Nation. So thank you, everyone, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. Today, I'd like to speak about the Indigenous Community Capacity Grant, the protocol agreement that Char Métis has with the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo. First, I'd like to acknowledge the work of the Indigenous and Rural Relations team. Their support has been instrumental in many achievements that we've been able to progress forward this year. It's been, and some of those successes to date have been regarding our administrative work. We've been able to, because of the Indigenous Community Capacity Grant, we've been able to apply for about $1.8 million in the last year of external government from provincial and federal funding and other funding sources. We've probably received about 50% of that. And of this grants that we've applied for so far that we've heard back from, we've been about 90% successful. So we're still waiting on about half of that to get some responses on it. So that's in part because of the Indigenous Community Capacity Grant and how it's enabled the community to proceed. So I want to speak about other successes that we've had with the Char Métis Nation in terms of hiring staff. Those include finance staff. Our CEO would tell you that at any time, at any day, he could tell you to the hour our financial standing, and has been able to increase our transparency and accountability because of that. We also have hired recently a program coordinator and addictions counselor. So that is something that, again, because of the capacity that ICCG has enabled in the community, we've been able to apply for other funding and being successful in our business development and applying for things like credible assertion on behalf of the community. So those things have all been due in part because of the Indigenous Community Capacity Grant. So we want to speak on that and talking about the other impacts. Like there have been social impacts to the community as well. Because of that work, we've have an elder care program where we're supporting medical transportation. We're paying for some of the utilities for the elders in our community. We've recently had a culture camp and a trade show. Those are our inaugural events in the community, which we hope to continue in the future. We've built a playground in the community, and that's been something that, until the wee hours of dusk, you can hear the children playing outside on. And of course, consultation with industry has been something that we've been able to start doing more actively and doing so in such a way that we are negotiating with 5 different industry partners now for the Char Métis Nation. Finally, I want to speak about housing, how that has been a huge success, in part because the partnership and working with the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo, we have 7 new houses this year, and I think 5 of those will be by early next year, like within January, 5 of those will have people in them. So it's just been a huge success. Of course, that's just the beginning. So the next steps for the community are things like developing a plan for the local grocery store, an education center in the community, and a local leisure center for the youth and family programming. It's something that we're seeing a huge need for, is to have a space where community members we can work on education for employment, where we can work on a whole bunch of other things that the community needs. So my request today to Council is to show support for the Indigenous Community Capacity Grant, and I'd like to see that sustained for not only Chard Métis, but for the other Indigenous communities within the municipality. I'm hoping that through this brief report that you understand the impact that has made on this community. And we'd like to see that grow also. We'd like to see things like multi-year funding looked at and be accessible to some of the communities, or to all the communities. We'd also like to see increased support beyond the protocol agreement, which might look like increased financial support, but also perhaps supporting other things that the communities are doing, which are supporting cultural and traditional activities. Of course, again, in closing, the Indigenous and Rural Relations team have been supremely helpful. One of the recent requests that I've sent to them, and they've been navigating through the regional municipality, Wood Buffalo and partners, are the requests for economic profiles for each of the communities. Those kind of things are tools that help us in applying for additional grants for housing. When we can be able to talk about how the housing rates, we can talk about the affordability, we can talk about things that utilities and costs and the rates across the whole municipality and comparatively from community to community. Those are things that we can use as tools, and the Indigenous and Rural Relations team have been super helpful in helping us to help ourselves, right? Giving us this Indigenous Community Capacity Grant has been certainly a hand up to ensure that the community can proceed to focus on its priorities and grow those within the community. So thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to say that, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Orlando. Thank you. Appreciate all your comments. Does any councillor have any questions? Councillor McGrath, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. First of all, Orlando, it's good to see you again. Welcome back. And I think you and Herman are set up for success. The question I guess I had, if I guess you were lucky enough this year to execute homes from both the municipality and Synovus, and you've done an excellent job. The question I had for you, if we were to do that again, if we were ever graced with having some access properties, is there a learning that you've seen through it all that we could be a little bit better at?
Through the mayor to Councillor McGrath, yes. Yes, we've learned quite a bit, and I'm not sure. We've learned a lot about the permitting process and how that has, how to navigate that better with our partners in terms of our engineering firm. Having an engineering firm that can navigate that on our behalf has been hugely helpful, and having the right engineering firm to do that has been hugely helpful. And I think a difference between community that has those kind of resources and is supported to have those resources and one that doesn't, it makes a big difference.
Right. I appreciate that, because like I say, you were graced this year. You actually have your homes placed from both supporters, and there's probably at least 16 that are still up on blocks, and I just, as an elected person that I guess wants to educate himself, where's our biggest roadblock? And I know the permits, everybody complains about permits, but I found that over the rebuild and stuff, some of that permit stories are just a matter of good communication. I guess I'll be more blunt with my question. How about that, Lorando? If we take a house off its foundation and we know where it's going, would it be beneficial for everybody to go from stip to stern? So you take it off its pilings and you put it on to where it's going, and that way we won't have any lag in between?
Through the mayor to Councillor McGrath, honestly, I can't speak to that. I know that Justin has been, our CEO has been leading the housing
Doing a great job too.
He is. Yep. I would say one thing that I've heard is that I think the opportunity for us is access to land. But, you know, we've recently secured a 5.5 acre commercial spot, and like I said, we're looking to look at developing a grocery store, developing an education center, and some programming space in there. So I can speak to, like, I know that's one thing that I've heard that Justin say that is something that we still have a vision for and utilizing, but I think we're limited to how many homes we can put in the community because of access to land as well.
Well, certainly appreciate the intel, and it's nice to see you back. And I think Justin got a good guy there to help him out with that government stuff. Good for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for your presentation, Rolando. It's so great to hear of the accomplishments of the Chard Métis Nation in John VA. If I understand correctly, are you asking for the continuation of the protocol agreement?
Through the mayor to Councillor Stroud, yes, in part, but also to a consideration of it growing to be a multi-year agreement. One of the things that is a challenge is year applications, you know, single year applications over single year applications. Perhaps there's an opportunity for a 3 or 5 year agreement, which would just make it easier for us to be able to, you know, report on progress on an annual basis rather than have to go through the application process each time. I would also ask the council to entertain perhaps growing that funding pot. That has been I think $125,000 for our community has been a huge enabler. But as you can see, that investment has snowballed into multiple $1 million of applications that we've been able to put in for. And I think we've received about half of that request and are waiting on responses for the rest of it.
Yes, and I agree that even if you have a 3-year contract, that it will give you more financial security within that you can move forward on some of these projects. Thank you, Orlando.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Do we have any other questions for any of the councillors? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for your presentation, Orlando.
Thank you.
And now Jessica Croucher, MMIP Task Force. And Jess, just say your name for the record and remind you have 5 minutes to present and remain seated for questions, please.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Jess Croucher. I'm a Cree Dene woman from Fort McMurray 468 First Nation. I'm the Cultural Engagement Lead with Athabasca Tribal Council, and I'm here as a representative of the Missing, Murdered, Exploited Indigenous Peoples Task Force. I also have my friend and colleague, Elena Gould, the Director of Education, Culture, and Language with Athabasca Tribal Council, and as well as a member of the MMIP Task Force. I share gratitude for being welcome to speak with all of you here today. I would first like to acknowledge any elders who are present here, the families and survivors of missing and murdered loved ones, and our supporters who came to be with us today. In February of 2022, the Missing, Murdered, and Exploited Indigenous Peoples Task Force came together in response to violence that was being inflicted on Indigenous women and the discriminatory response within the region. The MMIP Task Force was composed of local grassroots Indigenous women advocates and has since welcomed elders and additional community members to support the work going forward. We are mandated by the chiefs of the 5 First Nations and supported by the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. In Council's strategic plan for 2022-2025, listed under the value of Indigenous and rural communities and relationships, Council identified the need to continue to advance the municipality's response to Truth and Reconciliation Commission and missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit Plus peoples, and missing or murdered exploited Indigenous peoples. In February of 2022, Councillors Cardinal and Stroud put forward a motion for Council to approve $150,000 to bring awareness to the issue of missing, murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit Plus peoples. Further remarks catalyzed the need for further investigations on how Council could support the National Inquiry for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, the calls to action, and that included training for Mayor and Council. In June of 2022, after training and ongoing conversations, Indigenous and Rural Relations presented to Council to request a motion to approve $230,000 to bring awareness to missing, murdered, exploited Indigenous peoples, a more inclusive term, and was successful with that motion being passed unanimously. We are incredibly grateful for the support that we received from Mayor and Council. And because of the support we received from Mayor and Council and our nation's leadership, some of our accomplishments that we were able to accomplish this year as a task force was develop a local action plan focused on 3 key areas of support, prevention, and response. This action plan aligns with the state of local emergency that was issued by Athabasca Tribal Council leadership on September 7th of 2023. We also developed, in collaboration with Indigenous communities, the local missing, murdered, exploited Indigenous peoples database. There is currently no race-based data across this country. We have identified 48 missing and murdered loved ones from and within the region of Wood Buffalo. We expect these numbers to increase as awareness and support increases, and we have only just begun to unravel the depth of missing and murdered Indigenous peoples within our region. Our goals for 2024 is to, first and foremost, to ensure that those families of 48 missing and murdered loved ones are supported and that their loved ones are honored and remembered appropriately. We would like to focus on growing our capacity to support, to prevent, and to respond through designated staffing. And we seek to launch a grassroots community-led emergency response plan for when, not if, but when one of our people goes missing. So we're asking for your continued support by allocating the requested funds to Indigenous and Rural Relations to fund the work of the Missing, Murdered, Exploited Indigenous Peoples Task Force.
Thank you, Jess, and we appreciate all the work you've been doing. I spoke with Stephanie last week before I met with K Division, and I think a few days ago before I met with K Division as well, and expressed some of the concerns she had as well. Do we have any questions from Council? I'm Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just appreciate your presentation and realize how important this is a priority for missing and murdered Indigenous women within our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's always difficult even to get the report and to see people still getting missing in our region. So the war is not over. So we just have to continue to support, prevent, and to respond. So it will be totally something that we need to continue with. And so thank you for all that you do to educate and to bring awareness to this crucial challenge that we have. So thank you. So, and I like one of the things you said is 48 missing and murdered loved ones. Mm-hmm. That is It's very touchy, or I don't know how to say it. It's hard to see that people still have to go through this, and it took me a long time to believe that this could be happening here in Canada, because when people come from other countries, the standard that we expect is so much higher than some of the experiences. So we need to continue to fight this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. Certainly appreciate what ATC does for our 5 First Nations and beyond. And I guess we're almost at the end of 23, and we've had lots of incidents, in rural, and the fire was a big one, and loss of life, and I know it's going to be addressed. Is there anything more that Mayor and Council could be doing to support your agency?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, if you'd like to increase our cultural festival budget.
Right, the last one spread across the nation, and there was a working partner in Washington that heard about the fish up here. They're good social events, but is there something that us as a mayor and council, because I know that we haven't met as mayor and council and chiefs to chief since Madam Blake, and that wasn't yesterday. That's about 6 cases ago, so about 6 years ago. So if there, we're more than, I know myself, a world of gratitude, to everybody in our community, but especially the ones that were here first. So if there's something that we could do, we'd like to hear, because I think this relationship is still fragile, and there's still a lot of work to be done. And the Indigenous departments we have is not going to be fixed next week, but if there's something that we could be doing in the next couple of years before our term is up, we'd like to hear about it. And monetary stuff is like material stuff, but I think our biggest impact is what we do with our time and how we make our time collective for a better cause. And just in the recent months, and I, as you know, I work close with a few nations, and our welfare is not getting any better, and something has to be done. And I think that mayor and council of the region have a bigger part to play. So I certainly Lena, you worked here. The emails come to mayor and council, and if there's something that we could do to strengthen and save some lives next year, so we can go from losing 65 people to, be realistic, try to shoot for half. And we face a lot of uncertainty. I think around this room, if it's either done in house or work with our provincial counterparts, whatever we can do to help the nations and the associations.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, thank you very much. I will bring that back to our CEO, Carla Buffalo, for a response.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, ma'am, for coming here and sharing up with us. I extend my prayers and blessings for those who left like that, the way you said it, and also prayers and blessing for their guardians also. And I hope this will finish. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, ladies. I'd like now to invite Deanne Berge and Chief Superintendent Mark Hancock to present.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. With me is the RCMP Officer in Charge, Chief Superintendent Mark Hancock. I am presenting the 2024 proposed operating budget for Community and Protective Services. The 2024 proposed operating budget for Community and Protective Services is $277,341. This is an increase of $6,260,496 from 2023. The 2023 Community and Protective Services actuals to September 30th is $80,741,349, which is 81% of the total 2023 budget. The department is on target to spend the remaining $18,334,473 in the fourth quarter. I'll now move into details of each branch. Community Partnerships and Initiatives includes 12 full-time employees and 4 temporary employees and is managed by Janelle Fleury. Through intergovernmental and community partnerships, this branch collaborates with the social profit sector, enhances community capacity, and provides grant funding through the Community Investment Program and the Community Plan on Homelessness. This branch administers all municipal grant programs, including the Downtown Revitalization Incentive Program and the Indigenous Community Capacity Grant Program. As a member of 7 cities on housing and homelessness, administration works alongside Calgary, Grand Prairie, Lethbridge, Edmonton, Medicine Hat, and Red Deer to coordinate local plans at the systems level and advocate funding resources for greater impact and progress towards ending homelessness. Compliance and accountability are the focus of this branch for both the funds we receive from other levels of government and the municipal funds we distribute through the Community Investment Program. A Community Investment Program funding analysis was completed to obtain proposed grant amounts for 2024. The Community Investment Program Policy, FIN 220, outlines that Council approves grant stream amounts and the Grant Approval Committee approves the allocations for community impact grants, sustaining grants, community capital grants, and the Games Legacy Grant. Administration conducted a 5-year analysis of the Community Investment Program funding to determine the average total approved grants. This included grants approved within the budget cycle and out-of-cycle allocations. The 5-year average informed the 2024 proposed grant amounts identified on this slide. The proposed budget for community impact grants is $2,200,000. The 5-year average is $2,640,086. The reduction is related to the elimination of the new event grant stream and accounting for a stronger policy that includes the requirement that organizations only apply for 1 grant. The proposed budget for sustaining grants is $6,300,000. The 5-year average is $6,197,968. The reduction in sustaining grants from 2023 to 2024 proposed is related to 2 partners moving from a sustaining grant into departmental operating budgets. HERO has moved to the Regional Emergency Services budget, and the SPCA has moved to the Bylaw Services budget. The proposed budget for community capital is $3,500,000. The community capital grant stream is an anomaly. Prior to the updated CIP policy, FIN 220, capital applications were considered throughout the entire year. The 5-year average was over $7 million, which is a result of inconsistent funding requests and no cap on the budget. While the 5-year average for community capital is high, The trend in recent years has seen a reduction in both requested and approved amounts. Based on this, and with consideration for fiscal responsibility, the proposed 2024 community capital amount of $3,500,000 represents half of the 5-year average as a suggested threshold for allocation. The Games Legacy proposed budget is $15,000. The CIP policy FIN 220 outlines that the amount of the grant is subject to the availability of funds based on interest from the Games Legacy Endowment Fund. For 2024, that amount is $15,000. The 2024 proposed budget for the Community Investment Program has an overall increase of $690,895, which is a 6% increase compared to 2023. The 2024 Community Partnerships and Initiatives operating revenue is $8,477,686. Government transfers has a $195,000 increase due to the Provincial Family and Community Support Services funding. Returns on investments has a $5,000 increase. This is the interest on the Games Legacy Reserve. Transfers from reserves for operations includes $1 million from the Community Initiatives Reserve to subsidize the funding of the Community Impact Grant, and $983,506 from reserves to partially fund Wood Buffalo Economic Development, and $54,330 to fund training and conferences. The 2024 Community Partnerships and Initiatives operating expenses are $48,074,190. Salaries, wages, and benefits has decreased by $95,949 due to the corporate salary contingency. Contracted and general services has decreased by $85,607, with a reduction recognized in professional services, business travel, and conference registration. Materials, goods, supplies, and utilities has a $22,200 decrease due to efficiencies found in multiple events. The Community Investment Program accounts for the transfers to local boards and agencies, individuals and organizations, and facilities. These includes grants under the Community Investment Program and Community Plan on Homelessness Program for a total of $46,098,148. Councillor Grandison will be presenting a motion to Council for consideration of including the $310,264 for future allocation to the Library Board, the YMCA, and Fort McMurray Minor Baseball Association. This is directly related to the amendment to the CIP policy, section 3.3.5.12 that we discussed earlier, which outlines that a maximum of 75% of the total budget is eligible for funding. The Community Partnerships and Initiatives 2024 proposed operating budget is $39,596,504. The Culture and Social Development Branch includes 14 full-time employees, 1 temporary employee, and is managed by Janelle Fleury. Culture and Social Development works collaboratively to support the community with their diverse social needs, so people feel valued, welcomed, and supported. We strive to address the barriers and to improve quality of life for people by facilitating and supporting projects and initiatives that address areas of concern and enhance the community as a whole. This branch supports the council-appointed committees RECIDE, which is the Regional Advisory Committee on Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity, the Advisory Committee on Aging, and the Public Art Committee. The Culture and Social Development Branch administers the Family and Community Support Services Program and oversees the Public Art Plan, the Culture Plan, the Age-Friendly Work Plan, and the Heritage Resource Management Plan. Work on the Equity and Inclusion Framework and the Anti-Racism Bylaw and Policy continues as a means to integrate diversity, equity, and inclusion as a core organizational value. The Culture and Social Development 2024 proposed operating revenue is $1,202,645. Government transfers has a decreased $213,500, as in 2023 there was a one-time grant for the Workplace Inclusion Charter, and a provincial grant for low-income transit is being recognized in the Public Works Department in 2024. Transfers from reserves for operations has increased by $340,645. For 2024, the Public Art Reserve request of $444,000 is being allocated during the budget cycle. The Culture and Social Development 2024 proposed operating expenses are $3,173,664. Salaries, wages, and benefits has a $253,149 increase due to the salary adjustments and the addition of one supervisor position in 2023. Contracted and general services has increased by $60,789 due to equipment rental for the Mural Fest, and for 2024, the public art projects are included in the operating budget, and these are offset by the transfer from reserve for operations. Materials, goods, supplies, and utilities has a $122,540 decrease due to a reduction in special program supplies. The Culture and Social Development 2024 proposed operating budget is $1,971,019. Bylaw Services includes 58 full-time employees, 18 casual employees, and is managed by Aaron Anderson. Bylaw Services educates, investigates, and oversees complaints on municipal bylaws and provincial statutes, including the Responsible Pet Ownership Bylaw, Vehicle for Hire Bylaw, Community Standards Bylaw, Land Use Bylaw, Roads and Transportation Bylaw, and the Traffic Safety Act. The officers work collaboratively with the RCMP to patrol school and playground zones to enhance road safety and protect children, teachers, and parents. Animal control officers are responsible for enforcing applicable laws regarding domesticated animals, investigating complaints, and helping neighbors resolve animal-related issues. There have been 3,084 animal control files so far in 2023. Reuniting lost cats and dogs with owners is the intention of the licensing program. In 2023, 1,587 dog licenses and 625 cat licenses were issued, which has resulted in 218 pets being successfully returned to their very happy owners. Protecting the health, safety, and welfare of citizens by promoting compliance with municipal bylaws continues to be the focus for Bylaw Services. The Bylaw Services 2024 proposed operating revenue is $3,067,690. Licenses and permits has a $37,650 increase due to increased chauffeur permits, taxi licenses, animal licenses, and backyard hen licenses. There have been 298 chauffeur permits, 187 taxi licenses, and 23 backyard hen licenses in 2023. Fines has a $218,450 increase, which is related to the support Bylaw Services provides to the winter maintenance program and from Bylaw's involvement with the school and playground zone enforcement. Other revenue has an increase of $105,000. Other revenue includes cost reimbursement for nuisance properties and reimbursement for the guardroom operations. There have been 789 nuisance property files in 2023, and 33 of them resulted in remedial work. Transfers from reserves for operations is $44,990. This is for employee relations, training, conferences, and safety equipment. The Bylaw Services 2024 proposed operating expenses are $8,254,520. Salaries, wages, and benefits has decreased by $710,218. This is due to budgeting for the timing when vacancies will be filled, Given the security clearance requirement, not all positions will be filled for the full 12 months. Contracted and general services is increasing by $777,882 as costs associated to contract work for nuisance cleanup has increased, and bylaw services now has a fee-for-service agreement with the SPCA for animal care. The bylaw services 2024 proposed operating budget is $5,186,830. The RCMP Support Services branch includes 64 full-time employees, 2 part-time employees, 8 temporary employees, 24 casual employees, and 161 municipal police officers. This branch is managed by Nicole Chenard and the officer in charge, Chief Superintendent Mark Hancock. Through the Municipal Police Service Agreement, the RCMP provide general duty officers, general investigative services, a drug team, traffic control, community policing, forensic identification, and police dog services. Support staff work with the RCMP 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to support operations of the Wood Buffalo Detachment. The RCMP have received 27,109 calls for service so far this year. The Victim Services team responds to police callouts to provide critical incident response to victims and their family members in the immediate aftermath of a crime or trauma. There have been 904 clients supported in the first 3 quarters of 2023. The Restorative Justice Program is part of the Building Safer Communities Fund. Restorative justice is a method that focuses on addressing the harm caused through collaborative dialogue and promotes meaningful resolutions. It's a voluntary process that addresses the victim's needs and holds the offenders accountable to repair the harm. In 2023, there have been 37 adult and 18 youth files referred to the program. The RCMP Support Services 2024 proposed operating revenue is $4,183,987. Government transfers has a $42,000 increase due to receiving the Provincial Survivors of Crime grant and an increase to the Federal Restorative Justice grant. Sales and user charges has an increase of $20,000 due to criminal record checks. There's an average of 500 completed per month. There's been 7,865 so far in 2023. Fines has a $1 million decrease as a result of the cancellation of the automated traffic enforcement program. Transfers from reserve for operations is $37,960 for employee relations and training and conferences. The RCMP Support Services 2024 proposed operating expenses are $46,260,110. Salaries, wages, and benefits has an increase of $337,776 due to salary adjustments. Contracted and general services has a decrease of $1,152,337 due to the cancellation of the automated traffic enforcement program. Purchases from other governments has a $5,089,234 increase. This is related to the cost of the municipal policing contract and the rural police funding model. In 2020, the Government of Alberta implemented a new rural police costing model that requires rural communities to pay a percentage of frontline policing costs. 2024 is year 4 of this model and will cover 30% of the province's rural policing cost. The cost to the RMWB is $5,348,039. The variables used in this calculation to distribute the costs across the province include equalized assessment, population, crime severity, shadow population, and detachment location. The RCMP Support Services 2023 proposed operating budget is $42,076,123. Community and Protective Services Administration is senior leadership and administrative support for the department. The work of Community and Protective Services Administration is focused on collaborative partnerships and supports the internal and external delivery of programs and services. The Administration 2024 proposed operating expenses are $447,016. Salaries, wages, and benefits has decreased by $207,423 due to the corporate salary contingency. The Administration 2024 proposed operating budget is $446,866. That concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Do you have any questions from Council? Councilor McGrath, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you to the chair, and certainly feel safe with our service delivery of protective services. I mean, is there every community, so keep up the great work. Deanne, the question would be, photo radar, you know, that been trying to get rid of that one for years because it doesn't deter anybody other than paying your ticket and going on. And I know that the respect that the officers carry with them, even if you're doing 40, you put your foot on the brake, because there's going to be a consequence to your action. And take it from a guy that made lots of mistakes, until you get that consequence. That's the best education ever. You don't go back for seconds. But my question would be, sitting around here now, this is my 11th budget, and nobody ever encapsulates the cost of staff at the courthouse. But you say we're going to lose $1 million revenue, but are we really? Because we might lose it in revenue, but I sat in this chair and watched us spend $2.3 million just to have a photo radar. That's what it costs us to have. So they gobble up all the fine money. And at that point, I think it was the START program used to get a little bit for their organization because you used to staff the vehicles. But is there a number someplace that are legal? Because we used to have a lady here, she used to spend all her time at and I think she lives in Evan, but like even when people go to court on the animal bylaws, like it's costing municipality money. So we might give up $1 million in revenue coming in, but how much are we actually losing? Because I don't, for as long as I've been here, and I'm not going to say that I read everything like Jane, Lady J, but I've never seen a line item say it took me 1,000 hours of non-exempt time to go down Franklin Avenue and burn up these cases. Like for some cases was a $75 parking ticket that a lawyer was in court for 2 days. So until we get a full pipeline of information that's worthy, so a lot of times we're just saying yes just to say yes, because I don't believe 1 second that we capture. You say we're going to lose $1 million in revenue, but we're not. We're actually probably going to get more respect on our roads. People are going to start not racing through red lights because they're going to have some more police presence. That's that safety side of it. But I'd like to know for sure, what did it cost us in 23 to chase people in court for the parking ticket, for the dog that was barking, and for the officer that had to come fight the photo radar ticket, because we're only as good as the information we get. And I'm still scorned over the fact that nobody got it, that we gave an agency $2.2 million 3 years ago, and that was cleaning every nickel we made out of the clocks, out of the photo radar. And I know some people might say, you know, what's that guy talking about? Well, I sat at this table, and I'm finally glad that we got a mayor that actually is going to get it stopped, because I think it's going to free up officers' time and staff's time at the courthouse. I don't know, but is there a number that we can get? What it cost in exempt time at the courthouse, not administration time. Like you know, you got to. That's part of their job, I guess, when a bylaw officer is given a ticket. But they go on, but then we have to go to court. So that time is taken from good, sustainable work that we could be doing.
So through the chair to Councillor McGrath, there's a lot to unpack there, but I'll start with the automated traffic enforcement program. So these are just facts. I know the automated traffic enforcement program is ending December 31st. It brought in revenue, so we show that on our form, but the actual cost is zero because the automated traffic enforcement program pays for itself. And there's no officers that spend any time in court because part of the contracted service is that they manage all of those tickets as well. So if there's a court case, the contractor attends as part of the contract.
That must have been something new because I'm going back and I know we had a lady upstairs and I think her name was Alyssa, maybe, but she spent every day in the courthouse. If she wasn't arguing about a chicken one day, she was arguing about a dog the next day, but she was doing everything and she was frustrated. So we get these numbers about fines, but at the back end, there's a service charge for those fines. And, the biggest chunk is gone, but my point is, if we can say we're going to lose $1 million, we're not losing $1 million. We're actually going to gain something. I believe in this one. And as the week unfolds, there'll be numbers that are going to be shared because people have them, we just don't get them. And that's what we need to base our budgets on. Because if something's costing municipality and is not preventing 1 ounce of safety, why have it? At least the last time around, the kids that needed help in their adult life were manning the vans. They were taking home an income to their families. And that we got rid of that too. So I guess I'll be interested to see as we progress what the real number is.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I was just wondering, Mark, are we at full complement in RCMP officers and staff?
Through to the chair to Councillor Stroud, thank you for that question. When you last year around this time requested the 6 extra members and removing the photo radar, we had 12 block positions at the time after Bill 21 years ago, saving money. And so those positions are actualized and they are on the roster now. So yes, I don't know if that answers what you're looking for, but and we also want to block 2 other positions for our police and crisis team or our mental health PAC team going with nurses to calls. So basically we're down to 2 block positions left.
So when you say block positions, you still need 2 more staff?
I still, on our org chart, have 2 more staff that we're not utilizing at this time.
I'm just very grateful that you're hiring social workers, within that capacity to help you folks in the RCMP.
Well, it's actually the mental health crisis team. So it's those people are actually nurses that are trained in as experts in mental health that with Alberta Health Services respond with our members. So they're teams of 2, and we have 2 nurses that work out of our detachment with designated members that go with them to calls, which has been very effective, minimal use of force, and we've had hundreds of calls they've attended.
Thank you. And one more question. Deanna, I saw there's quite a drop in salaries from $648,000 to $446,000. Is there a reason for that? It's on the last page there, or $440,000. Community and Protective Services Administration.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. So that's the corporate contingency. So there's a percentage that is allocated through the chief financial officer of people that may be off, or so it's a number that's taken across the organization.
Across the board. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Blake, and through the chair to the presenters. Just an extension of Councillor Stroud's questions to Chief Hancock. There was supposed to be 6, and I think there was going to be 4 bylaw officers. Did we manage to get the 4?
So the 6 have been staffed on the RCMP side. Maybe I'll let Deanne speak to the other one.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Boussier. So the 4 positions that were approved by council last year have been filled in the bylaw services. One of the challenges is that 2 of them were filled internally. So 2 bylaw officers moved up to community peace officers. So it left a vacancy, and then 2 were filled externally. So there is current recruitment going. You'll see if you look online, you'll see that there's community peace officers being recruited for. We have some strategies around that to get people in the door and working. One of the challenges has been is that we've pretty much emptied town of community peace officers. So now we're reaching further to see who we can draw to the community. But those 4 last year were filled, but 2 of them were filled internally, so it left a vacancy.
Okay, thank you. And just given your response there, I noticed the overall salary, wages, and benefits budgeted at 21.6 for 2023. Excuse me. And we have a $21.2 million budget for 2024. Just curious how you're able to maintain that given the recent QP and exempt staff increases, and then just the fact that we've hired a few additional officers.
So through the chair to Councillor Bussier, so if you're, I'll speak to first municipal employees and then I'll speak to officers. So from a municipal employee perspective, one of the things that we've done this year is really try to be realistic about when positions are vacant, when someone will fill that. So we're not budgeting for the entire 12 months because there's a security clearance piece that employees have to go through, and it can be up to a 3 to sometimes 6 month delay. So our attempt this year was to be realistic about when people would be in those seats. And from the officer's perspective, the way the contract works, 90% of the contract for the municipal policing contract is paid by the municipality, 10% is paid by the federal government. So when an officer is off for 31 days, so after 30 days, that is no longer showing up on our invoice. That the federal government picks that up. So we're accounting in there for some of those savings for when people are off and not returning back, that those are going to be picked up by the federal government.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
And through the chair to Councillor Bussier, right now our numbers of people off work, off sick, are the lowest they've been in a bunch of years. So I'm quite pleased with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. And I'm just doing a little math here. Okay. Through the chair to Deanne, I think you briefly touched on it, but I'd like to expand on it. Contingency. 2023, the contingency for your overall department was 1.1-ish million. If you correlate it over to this year, it's 4.4. That's a big difference. And your budget goes from basically 21 to 21, so you stay flat, but there's a reduction of 4.4 million in there. But you've got significant increases through your exempt and all the other ones. I won't sugar. It looks like a balancing act. Is that what it is?
So through the chair to Councillor Ball, I think that the CFO will also add to it. But again, what I said to Councillor Bussier is really true this year. We've taken a look at positions and vacancies and really tried to be realistic about when they'd be filled. So that's over and above the contingency. So there's the corporate contingency, and then we've taken a look at these positions specifically that require that security clearance piece and really been realistic. There's 9 vacancies. When are they actually going to be in the seats? And then I'll turn it over to Lori.
That's a small piece.
Want to add?
I thought you did a good job, Deanne. I don't know if I need to add more.
Oh, you do. Because I'm not done. That's awesome.
There is a great deal of calculations that go on in the background. Yeah, this mic is really weird. I would have to go back and look at my notes.
Okay, can I ask a simpler question?
Sure.
Why is it 1.1 last year when your staffing counts didn't change, and it's 4.4 this year? That's 4 times. Mm-hmm. Their department did not get 4 times bigger. Their budgets did not get 4 times bigger.
No, so we have labor costing analysts that will actually look at each department, look at every single position that they have, where they have an actual body in a seat. Are they going to fill it? Are they not going to fill it? It also accounts for historical lag time in staffing. So if people are on unplanned leaves, like medical leaves, sometimes people will leave a position and go on a temporary assignment. So I would like to say it's almost an exact science, because they're getting right down to the per person position level as to where we think there's going to be a variance. So we gross up the budget, we give them the full budget, and then we say, what do we really believe you're going to spend based on the activity that's happening within your organization? So there's quite in-depth backup documentation for every single position under Deanne's portfolio and every director's portfolio.
Okay, so we didn't do that last year.
Yes, we did.
And the number came out 4 times greater this year?
Correct.
Doesn't seem right.
Honestly, I'd have to sit down with the costing
Like,
analyst.
it's significant difference. And it way I look at this, and I'm not trying to argue, but it looks to me like we're budgeting for a position, we're not hiring it, so we're taking it off.
We funded
You know,
it
because there's some,
$1.
yeah, you fund it and then you unfund it, but you funded it at negative 4.3 million, the overall department.
Well, there's 2 parts of the calculation. Are they going to fill the position or not? Because sometimes they know that they're going to fill it, and in some cases they know, well, there's a great deal of lag time because of the heightened security clearance that happens. So even when they say we're going to fill these, I think there was maybe 10 new positions, I can't recall. They got the entire budget, but we knew they weren't going to be able to fill them for 6 months. Therefore, we put in a negative line item against the budget. So there's kind of 2 pieces to the calculation.
I guess I could appreciate that, but you budget it for the full year and then minus half off. Is that what you're saying? If you only had them for 6 months?
We always gross up to say if every single position was going to be filled, what would that dollar value be? And then we look at where are you going to fill a position, and if it's going to be filled within the upcoming year, we would fund it for $1, because we don't know when you're actually going to fill it, and then there's always staffing lag time. And the reason for doing this is even if you think you have a relatively good idea of what your upcoming year is going to be, there's always historical lag time. So there's always salary savings. So
I can appreciate that.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to understand how this one went from 1.1 to 4.4, which is 4-time increment, same department, same staff, same everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it just doesn't seem right.
Well, in 2023, I might need a little bit of help here, Susan. I don't know if you're trying to figure that out. We're going down into the weeds where I don't have the specific details. I can certainly find that out and be able to let you know in a bit.
That'll work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Brunjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. Looking at the decreases to materials, goods, and goods, supplies, and utilities. For most of the presentation, the budget would decrease. And substantially for. And could you please give me some education how you would achieve that? I see decreases for most of the projection you have for 2022 for materials and goods services.
So through the chair to Councillor Brunjoko, so were you looking at the overall department?
Yes. For instance, the culture and social development, the decrease is about almost half.
So through the chair to Councillor Brunjoko, so for the entire department, materials, goods, supplies, and utilities, in 2023 was $535,000, and in 2024 we're proposing $372,000, which is a difference of $163,430. So the majority of that was found through efficiencies in programs that we offer. There's some, so if there's multiple events using one, for instance, there's some lifts that get used for public art, so for the banner program, so we're finding a way to use those more than once so we wouldn't have to rent them twice.
Okay.
So there's been efficiencies as well in RCMP support. And a small amount in RCMP support of $21,000.
Yes.
And again, just programs, making sure that there's no duplication of anything and really being as efficient as possible with materials, goods, and utilities.
Thank you is a positive thing, but I just wanted to hear how you got that achieved. Thank you. Creating some cost efficiencies and yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, but let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back we have a motion and then we'll move on to 6.2. Welcome back, everyone. Councillor Grandison, you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll speak to the motion after we get to that point, but the motion reads 6.1 Community Protective Services operating budget, that $310,264,000 be added to the Community and Protective Services operating budget for future allocation to municipal facility operations and subsidiary corporations for 2024. That's a mouthful.
Someone second that motion? Councillor Weigel?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Councillor Grant, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is in reference to what Deanne Berge had spoken about, the three areas that were affected by 75 or 70%, is it, Deanne? 70% within the budget, but shouldn't be in that area. And they're going to bring a motion in January to amend that. So this is putting the money in the budget so that it doesn't have to come out of reserves. It's a more effective way of managing the money. We know it's actually in 24 because it's going to be spent. That's the reason the motion is there, rather than pulling that out of reserves after the fact.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Does anyone have any questions for Councillor Grandison? Comments? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Councillor Grandison just said instead of pulling this from the reserves later, or could you clarify that?
So in January 9th, when administration comes back to council, if we don't do this now, what will happen is council will approve it in January, and then that money will come out of reserves as opposed to out of the 2024 budget. By doing it this way, it's actually budgeted for rather than coming out of reserve later. Does that make sense?
A little bit, yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Does anyone have any other questions for Councillor Grandison? Not seeing any. I'll just call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Matthew Harrison to present the Communications Engagement Operating Budget.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Matthew Harrison, and I will be presenting the proposed 2024 operating budget for Pulse, Public Engagement, and Strategic Communications. Well, I've had the pleasure of presenting this budget to you for the last 3 years. As our CFO mentioned, there have been changes in our organization structure, and as we head into 2024, these groups are transitioning to different areas. Pulse and Public Engagement will be with Community Services, while Strategic Communications moves to Organizational Support Services. Given that these changes occurred just recently, I will present the proposed 2024 budget for these areas as they were originally shared with you in early November. The combined budgets for Pulse, Public Engagement, and Strategic Communications proposes a net operating budget of $7,909,089. This is a net increase of $897,849 from the previous year. This is mainly due to an increase in salaries, wages, and benefits. While full-time positions have not been added, the increase in this area is a reflection of compensation changes across the organization, staff returning from leave, and the addition of casual positions to Pulse. As you can see, all other areas in the budget have been reduced, particularly contracted and general services, which has been reduced by about 25% for 2024. And I will speak to all this in each area's proposed budget. This is the actual spend to the end of September, and we are on track with our spend. At year end, all these areas combined are projecting a small combined surplus of $168,013. I'd now like to shift to the 2024 proposed budget, beginning with Pulse. At the time of this budget development, Manager Kelly Williams was in charge of this group, and in addition to Ms. Williams, there are 13 full-time staff, 12 casual staff, and 1 temporary staff. While many are familiar with the Pulse call line, there are other points of entry, including an online tool and email, and all these methods of contact have amounted to over 58,000 resident requests so far this year, which is similar to last year. I should also note that in addition to the 78000-743-7000 number, there's also a 1-800 number, 1-800-973-9663, and that number can be used in both urban and rural areas. As you can see, there is a $747,582 net total increase to Pulse's proposed budget from 2023. This is exclusively in salaries, wages, and benefits. As has been mentioned, we have seen increases born out of the collective agreement and changes to exempt salary and benefit structure. And in the case of Pulse, there has been the addition of 7 casual positions since the fall of 2022. These casual positions are critical to maintaining regular operations as they fill gaps in scheduling, such as covering for staff on holidays or for those who are sick. Without these positions, the team either works short-staffed or incur overtime costs. The positions are not guaranteed, the casual positions, I should say, are not guaranteed hours and are capped at 1,000 hours per year. And to show how important they are to our operations, one of these positions has already reached its annual cap of hours, with 2 others in the 900 to 950 plus range of hours. Also important to note, to more accurately reflect true costs, this year, casual positions are being budgeted as half an FTE, whereas in previous years, they were budgeted as a quarter FTE. Beyond this, expenses for this branch have either been reduced or remained similar to the previous year. And that concludes my summary of Pulse. I would now like to speak about the public engagement team, which is led by Manager Nadia Power, and at the time of budget development, included 8 other staff. The public engagement branch works collaboratively with other departments and council-appointed committees to meet public engagement needs. In 2023, over 12,000 people across the region have been directly engaged. Over 8,000 of these touchpoints have been face-to-face, in-person, at stakeholder meetings, trade shows, open houses, and neighborhood engagement events. While more than 21,000 users have viewed at least one project page on the online engagement portal, Participate Wood Buffalo. Looking at the proposed 2024 budget for public engagement, there is an increase of $298,982 in salaries, wages, and benefits. This increase may be explained by 3 reasons. The first relates to the reasons I spoke to earlier, with compensation changes across the organization. Secondly, there is a position that was shifted from a different branch in the department, so the costs are now being shown here. It's not a new FTE, but a reallocation. And lastly, there was a staff member who was on leave throughout 2023, and the position was not backfilled, and that person has since returned. Salaries, wages, and benefits aside, contracted and general services and materials, goods, services, and supplies and utilities have each been reduced by over 50% from 2023. These reductions in areas like room rentals and food costs are the result of being more efficient in how we group engagements together and plan these events. And that concludes my summary of public engagement. The next group to review is Strategic Communications. Manager Megan Langpap leads 14 staff. Strategic Communications supports the communications of all departments and council-appointed committees, providing a variety of services, including social media, media relations, crisis communications during emergencies like the Fort Chipewyan Rocky River wildfire, on-call communications, communications planning and implementation, and advertising. From advertising for Council's recent Starry Night event to designing educational materials for Fire Prevention Week, over the course of this year, this group has worked on over 75 internal and external communication campaigns.
Sorry, Matthew, just take 1 second. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to excuse myself. I have a I love that word, pecuniary. Thank you. Look at that interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Sorry, Matthew, go ahead.
That's no problem. As I was just saying, the Strategic Communications Group has worked on over 75 internal and external communication campaigns, issued over 165 news releases or updates, responded to 190 separate media inquiries, and created over nearly 12 million social media impressions over the RMWB's different social media platforms. Also important to note is within this branch is Web and Creative Services, which provides a graphic design and web support service, as well as managing our municipal visual brand identity and online presence. There is a net increase of $46,550 to the Strategic Communications 2024 proposed budget. Like the other areas, this is primarily due to an increase in salaries, wages, and benefits for reasons already explained. And I do want to note that both contracted and general services and materials, goods, and supplies have been reduced, with general contracted services having dropped by $87,552. This change is due to projects ending and difficult to recruit full-time positions being filled. And significant reductions have also been made to our advertising budget, reducing from $430,000 to $378,000. And the team has become more aware of what tactics are effective to share information and have been able to stretch our advertising dollars. And that concludes the Strategic Communications section. Lastly, I would like to review the proposed budget for the Administration Cost Center, which is essentially the director position and the senior administrative assistant. Their proposed overall budget ask is for $8,945 less than 2023. Like all the other areas, there is an increase in salaries, wages, and benefits. However, this is offset by a reduction of $58,445 in general and contracted services. This change is due to the government relations contract moving to the CAO's office and not asking for more funding as we have unspent funds to carry over into 2024. And that is the Administration Cost Center. And that concludes my presentation for the proposed 2024 budgets for Pulse, Public Engagement, and Strategic Communications. I'll be happy to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Matthew. Do we have any questions from Council? Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Matthew. Very fine presentation that always I hear sense from you, and I take you in very high esteem as a professional because of the efficiency of your staff. You know, they're doing very well in public engagement. I have attended 5 meetings, your managers and your staff. So then I assume that the leadership is so good. I mentioned it a few times to others also. But the problem here is that the community people do not show. How can we attract them that the more people show up? No, we have to think on these lines. So is there any better solutions? And the second question which I am going to ask is, that is taking money from reserve. Is it a very normal procedure or some special? You have to take one step ahead permission. I mean, if you as a director want something from reserve, do you ask the permission of the CAO or the CEO if it's a bulk amount, ask the council or not?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I'll start with your second question first. I'm not sure what the reference is to reserves. I'm haven't been asking for materials from reserves, but if there was any kind of extra funding required, if I had a shortfall, say, in my operating budget, I would certainly approach finance and talk to them. I know there's certain procedures we have of filling out paperwork, which requires sign-off from our CFO and, of course, permission from our CAO. In terms of the engagement piece, Councillor, that's the kind of the age-old question when it comes to public engagement and the challenges of having people show up. We've certainly, in our conversations with other communities and with practitioners of public engagement, there has been more of a focus on the quality of engagement versus the quantity, so that's something to certainly keep in mind. But one initiative that our manager, Nadia Power, who's in the audience in the gallery, one approach she's taken this past year is to have regular standing neighborhood engagement sessions where we're not necessarily engaging on a specific topic, though we still do that, but just every few months, usually a quarter or half a year. We are in Timberlea, we're in Thickwood, Abasand, Anzac, et cetera, and we're just out talking to people. So we're trying to develop that relationship with the public so that when there is an initiative that we do look for public feedback on, that people are familiar with us and they know that they can come to us, they can talk to us, and that we want to hear them out, and that we'll also take what they're telling us and we'll provide it back either to council or to the appropriate department and administration. So that's one initiative that we're trying to do to try and foster more engagement and to increase those numbers. And we'll continue to work on it and revise how we approach things, how we advertise, and how we encourage the public to participate.
Thank you.
Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation, Matthew. Can you further clarify the compensation changes from 2023 to 2024?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. The compensation changes, that is a reference to the ratification of the QP agreement, as well as changes to the exempt structure. So that's something that happened organizationally that the CFO had, I believe, remarked on in her comments. Yes.
Is this retroactive or just from 1 year to the next?
Well, certainly for QP, it would have been retroactive. So that was, I believe, the 5-year agreement, 3 years retroactive. So.
Okay. So, and the increase in wages, are they all offset in the contracted and general services?
In terms of the actuals for this year, yes, there is an offset because our actuals are lower in the contracted and general services, so there will be actually a small surplus that will have, I believe, 168,000. So.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And if I can just clarify a point. Thank you, Lori, our CFO. The reserve, I'm sorry, that was on our slides. Councillor Doger, your question about the reserves. So that transfer was for a balance of training that was not used during COVID, so it was just transferred over. So.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud, and thank you, Matthew. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. I was just wondering, Matthew, how deep would you be aligned and parallel to Economic with Buffalo? And I probably haven't pronounced it right, but how involved would your people be involved in selling Fort McMurray to date?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath. In terms of selling Fort McMurray, we do really leave that up to Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic and Development Tourism. I think I spoke in error on their name, but we have had regular meetings with them. So when, for instance, they were launching their place brand, they would work with us, and we've aligned some of our place brand materials with them, so there is that kind of unified look. And then we may work with them if there's any kind of a announcement that they have, or if they're looking for any kind of comment, say from the mayor or from a member of administration, we would speak and work with them. But in terms of, say, if we're going out to trade shows or things like that to sell the region, we would not be involved in that.
When was the last time that we collaborated with Economic with Buffalo to bring an event or investment to the region with any of your departments?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath. In terms of my department, there wouldn't be anything specific that comes to mind. In terms of the organization, the matter that certainly pops into my head, and I'm probably not speaking as accurately as I could, it would really be the CEO would be able to speak better to it, or planning and development services. But I was thinking of the master land agreement with Parsons Creek and the parcels there, and working with economic development. In terms of any of the sporting tourism, my department hasn't personally been involved in it. I'm not sure if community services would have been. I know that we had put in a bid for the Alberta Summer Games. That was an initiative through Public Works. I'm not sure, though, the involvement of ECDEV with that.
And I guess because going back to some of the basics, like the Northern Lights tours that the municipality used to, Camp Yogi was a stop. The Ride North was a stop. It seems to me that some of this communication and promotion of our community, it would align there, and maybe that's just my strange thinking, but we'll advance our cause as we go forward. And I think that people talk about the pulse line, but anytime I have to call it to get a hold of upstairs if I forget to dial the 1 at the end, but there's always been someone at the end that was always very polite. It doesn't matter when you're calling. I think they do a good job, and I think there's similar systems set up in other communities, but, there's never been a dead call, we'd say, so appreciate that service. And as far as communications go, I think everybody struggles with that, even myself when I'm talking or writing. But I think that my own personal view would be lock, stock, and barrel. That's where some of that work should lie. But that's just my own personal opinion, and we'll talk to that another day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath, and thank you for your kind words about Pulse. I know that they're using a tracking system to try very hard to make sure that people have their requests followed up on in an expedient manner. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Mr. Harrison, for the presentation. And I just want to start by commending the public engagement forums that I have attended as well. It's quite engaging, just like you said, more of the quality than the quantity. And I think as people begin to see that changes could be made, that they could have an impact from coming out for those casual conversations, I believe then there might be increase to the number of people that we see come out to participate. In my experience, I think, especially of recent, I saw a big plus, even though it was a minor change that will affect lives of people in my area, which is really commendable. So thank you for all that you do. So my question is about the reduction in your budget as a result of reducing adverts. So would that be as a result of using more of social media instead of printing papers or doing other things? Would that be correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, we certainly do use social media and we leverage social media, but we also recognize that there's a certain sector of the population that isn't necessarily getting their information through social media. So we're still attentive to things like print, using our rural newsletters. Sometimes we use mailouts. We do have budget for that. We no longer have a newspaper in the community that does a print edition. It's only a digital edition, the Fort McMurray Today. So there's a variety of different tactics that we can use. So while it is reduced, we still believe it is sufficient to meet the needs in advertising, whether or not it's through social media, through a mail-out, through digital screens at Mac Island. Our team's become very creative in how they spread the word. So there's a variety of different tactics, but yes.
So that would be why there was reduction?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Moussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I think I called you Mayor Blake last time, didn't I? I did, right? I got a cold. Sorry, Mayor Bowman. Matthew, and just thanks for the presentation. So again, I'm struggling with salaries given the exempt and QP and all that good stuff. So this one might be easy because page 719, so it shows exempt salary of 323, 358. I have no idea if that's one person or two people or whatever. And then it's got a proposed salary increase of 364, which is more than 10%. And it's got the benefits below that and all that good stuff. So I'm just trying to understand how when we just had a recent compensation increase of 7 and 9 were thrown around. This one's a little bit more. Or do you have it in front of you?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I don't have the specific numbers. I have printed aspects, but I think I get the general concept. And to be entirely honest, I wouldn't be able to speak to how things have changed in terms of budgeting with finance and with HR and the change of the numbers and how that's reflected in the budget. As it is something provided to the departments from those areas. I'm not sure if it's multiple people. I would assume it would be so. So it could be a mix of QP. It could be a mix of
Well, it just says exempt salary. And
Okay.
it just says communications engagement regular, whatever that means.
Yep. So I can't speak to the specifics of that other than that it would just be part of the compensation review and the increases that occurred through that.
Okay, could maybe someone from admin then? I'm just trying to understand this whole compensation thing here. These numbers are fairly large. They're increases and just trying to understand it. It's just page 719 of 1511.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, we don't have the per person details right in front of us here. Our labor costing analyst would have all of these details. It could be that he had an exempt position that may not have been filled last year. That could account for the increase. I'm looking at the exempt compensation, and it's an increase of $290,000. Is that what you're referring to?
No, to the chair, Lori. No, I'm just looking at page. This one was easy because it's simple. 719 of 1511, page 719. Of 1511. It's just on whatever the public agenda, whatever we have on our screen here.
Thank you. I see. So it's at a high level, and then you drill down, right? So we'd have to go down to each one. So that is a consolidation of exempt salary for the entire department. It's 2 employees. So they would have received an increase. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the wrong page.
Okay. Yeah, so I can speak.
Can you?
So Councillor Boussier, through the chair, so that particular reference, I believe it's to the public engagement branch. So the changes there for that particular group was, so the exempt increase, but then there was a position that had moved from another branch into that branch, so that salary was absorbed in there. And then there was someone coming back from leave who was who came back in the latter quarter, I believe, of this year, maybe latter quarter. So they hadn't been budgeted for. So those 3 reasons make up for that particular difference.
Okay, thank you. And then just one last question, Matthew. Can't find it now. Going through your budget, it looked like there was a number of different areas where there's been some cuts, and like food, engagements,
Yes.
and so on and so on. I was just trying to find the sheets. Anyways, are we just doing less engagements in 2024, or are we just not buying enough more food, or?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I wouldn't say it's less engagements. It's being just understanding, right-sizing our engagements, so to speak. So realizing that, as I'd mentioned to Councillor Dogar's question, we have a standing meeting of this neighborhood engagement series. So there's a little bit more predictability in the engagement that we're doing. And then we're also piggybacking and putting, say, a number of topics together. So instead of doing an engagement on a bylaw, doing an engagement on, I don't know, twin arenas, we're combining it to one. So we're trying to be a bit more efficient and effective for costing, but then also for audience-wise. We can draw more people in if there's a number of different topics. So it's just a matter of being efficient with the funds and the planning. And the long-range planning as well. I should note that our public engagement team has really built up their program for public engagement. At the beginning of the year, in January, they'll meet with different departments. We'll get a layout and a map for the year of when we'll be doing engagements regularly, so we can plan things out a bit more efficiently.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir. Just a point that came to my mind around, as far as the engagement is concerned, how to attract people, residents. People are very fond of asking about our future planning. How are the developments going? What are the areas which are going to be? If some documentary is made, and that could also be an extra attraction for the residents to know and come, and this could also be added to Nadia branch. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, thank you for the suggestion. We are working some of that into our neighborhood engagements, so we're trying to tailor it to issues that may be of interest to different areas. We recognize that, say, a dog park in Abassan may not be of interest to folks in Timberley. So if people go to these meetings and they have a certain issue of interest, they're certainly welcome to bring it up, and then we can start moving that forward. So thank you.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Your button again.
I didn't touch it. Thank you, through the chair. Okay, I want to touch on these, I guess, staffing numbers a little bit more, and just to appreciate where I guess maybe I'm coming from, and I've talked to our CAO and our CFO about this already, and it's not just your department; it's all of them. And so sorry to pick on you. In one area in particular, you have QP wages that go from $2.3 to $3.1 million, increase of 34%. That exempt group increases by 10%. So through that department, an average of 19%. I know there was no 19% increase for staff. There was around 9%. So what happened to the extra 10%? And I know I heard earlier that you had said that we had added staff in 2022, part-time casual staff, but would they have not been accounted for in 2023, which was last year? So I guess my question is, did you increase FTEs? Because that's the only way you can have a higher number than what I would glean as 9%. And what I'm seeing across all of these budgets, one group is 34%, one group is 7%, one group is 22%, one group is 14%. The numbers aren't even, and there hasn't been that many drastic changes in our organizational structure up until very recently, but that's not represented in this book. So can you explain that, or has your FTEs increased?
Through the chair to Councillor Paul, I can answer that question. We have not increased the FTEs. So the only change in the FTEs was that reference that I made in the public engagement group of moving the one from the Stratcoms branch into public engagement. The addition of the numbers, I think that QP section that you're talking about, that's specific to Pulse, and that does have to do with the casuals. That we had talked about bringing the casuals in late fall in 2022, so I do not think they were actually reflected in the 2023 budget, those casuals. Plus the casuals being budgeted at an increased rate, at half an FTE rather than a quarter of an FTE. So I think that might be part of the increase in the funding. Okay. We did add some casuals into late 2022, but then we added more in throughout the year of 2023. That might be a bit confusing with the years there, but. And Lori is stepping in to throw me a lifeline.
No, not looking for a lifeline.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, for communications and engagement in the 2024 budget, the FTE count, the permanent full-time FTE count has actually gone down by 1. So they have 39 FTEs. In 2023, they had 40. Now, where the big shift comes in is in 2023, under the temps, casuals, and student count, they only had 5 FTEs in 2023. So as Matthew articulated, there were changes there. So for the 2024 budget, he has 14 temps that are in there, but some of those are half of an FTE, so it's actually higher, significantly higher. Mm-hmm.
Right, because if you do overall salaries and benefits just for your overall department, you have an increase of almost 19%, where I know there was only a 9% raise. And that's where I struggle with this, and with all of these things. There's no equation that equates what the value of the salaries is to what the number of staff it represents. It's just a number. And we have to guess at how many people work there and whether or not you've increased them. And there's nothing presented in this document anywhere that says we've increased FTEs or we've decreased FTEs or we've added temporary staff or we've added on-call or there's nothing in here that says that. So how am I supposed to understand how you come to this number other than the fact that you've just presented me a number?
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Councillor Ball, it's a fair point. We certainly have that data very in depth. It's not something that has been historically published, but it's certainly something we can take away and have a conversation with.
I believe in previous ones we had staff counts presented with each budget.
Okay.
I believe we have. But anyway, it would be beneficial to understand that, and you know, I'm not beating you up, Matthew. It's not my intention. I just because it's across the document. So,
yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Do we have any other questions from any councillors? Does any councillor wish to bring forward any motions relative to this item? Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you.
I'll now call upon Dennis Fraser to present Indigenous Rural Relations operating budget, please. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Good day, Council. My name is Dennis Fraser, and I am the Director of the Indigenous and Rural Relations Department, or IRR. The department consists of 3 branches. They include Indigenous and Rural Relations, Administration, and I am pleased to be here today to present the department's proposed 2024 operating budget. IRR's proposed budget of $5,626,258 represents a net increase of $373,575 from the previous year. This can be attributed to a $277,238 increase for salary adjustments and a $224,885 increase for goods, materials, and supplies. Both line items are offset by a reduction of $250,000 in transfers to individuals and organizations. Our Q3 actuals are approximately $3 million below budget. Several of IR's largest initiatives, such as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation and Sisters in Spirit, occurs towards the end of Q3, with billing taking place in Q4. Additionally, there is a $1.5 million showing unspent in Q3 due to timing. Several protocol agreement signatories secured their funding in Q4. We will now focus on each of the branches within the department, beginning with the Indigenous and Rural Relations branch, which has a total of 8 FTEs. Managed by Janine Cruz, the Indigenous and Rural Relations branch provides advisory services to various internal departments and external partners on matters that impact rural and Indigenous communities. The team also oversees and implements several initiatives as part of the municipality's response to truth and reconciliation. These efforts have led to the municipality being recognized as a leader among other Canadian municipalities for its ongoing commitment to fostering awareness and creating positive change in the region. A total operating budget of $3,517,943 is being proposed for this branch. This represents a net increase of $63,432 over the previous year. The majority of this increase is reflected in contracted and general services for funding related to truth and reconciliation initiatives that align with Council's strategic plan. The increase is offset by a $250,000 reduction in transfers to individuals and organizations related to protocol agreements. The second branch I'd like to speak to is the Rural Relations branch, which has a total of 8 FTEs and 9 casual on-call positions. Supervised by Coralie Samarodin, the Rural Relations branch provides ongoing opportunities for rural engagement and inclusion. Recreational and cultural activities are incorporated into programming initiatives to ensure that residents are provided equitable service across the region. This branch also serves as a single point of contact, providing access to municipal services through designated contact offices in Anzac, Janvier, and Conklin. A total budget of $1,410,597 is being proposed for this branch. This represents a net increase of $166,116. The majority of this increase is captured in salaries, wages, benefits, and is reflective of salary adjustments. The final branch is Indigenous and Rural Relations Administration, which includes 2 FTEs. IRR administration includes the director and the senior administrative assistant, who support daily operations while guiding the framework for achieving the goals of the department. The office of the director collaborates with Indigenous and municipal leaders to drive departmental initiatives, advance truth and reconciliation, and provide strategic guidance on matters affecting rural and Indigenous communities throughout the region. Administration is requesting a proposed budget of $697,719, which is an increase of $144,026 over the 2023 budget. This increase in material, goods, supplies, and utilities is related to funding for implementing the calls to action that are supported by the municipality. This concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dennis. Do we have any questions from council? I'll go first then. Dennis, there's a reduction of $250,000 for protocol agreements for 2024. What's the reason for that?
I will let Janine Cruz speak to that. That's her program, and it's in regards to a reduction because of unsigned protocol agreements.
So through the chair to Mayor Bowman, the specific reduction that you're seeing for that line item specifically was because 10 of 12 communities signed. So at $125,000 per community, that totals $250 for the 2 that didn't sign on in the initial year of the program.
Okay, thanks. So then the 2 years previous, do we have a, was that extra money then that we had from if they didn't sign? Because I know we retro paid them for the year before that, for 22 and 23, correct?
So, so in 2022, there were 10 communities, so that would be the reduction in the 250. In 2023, because of the delay in the program, we're still seeing communities sign as of Q4. So, every community has an opportunity to sign on to the program, so we could have up to 12 communities sign each year. So that final number is being, you wouldn't see that in the Q3 actuals.
Right. I'm just wondering if we still have the money that's in last year's budget, year before budget, to cover those.
We do. We worked with CIP and finance to ensure that that was carried forward.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Janine. Thanks, Dennis. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director, for the nice presentation and your nice conduct in the community that I came across for the last 2 years. About this question, salaries, wages increase, and that's why their salary, it is because of the salary raise or some extra recruitment?
So through the chair to Councillor Dogar, what department are you referring to?
No, department-wise it's not. It is the total salary, wages, and benefits, 2,647,000 to 2,925,000. Line 2.
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Dogar, it would be like other departments that are dealing with the compensation across the region, and that's made up of salaries, wages, and benefits.
Okay. One question more, transfers to individuals and organizations. What for individuals and what for which organizations you transfer?
So that, through the chair to Councillor Dogar, what you're seeing in transfers to organizations is the protocol agreements. So that would be the 6 Métis communities, 6 First Nations.
Sorry, didn't get you.
The transfers to other organizations is reflected through the protocol agreement. So that would be to the 6 First Nations, 6 Métis communities, if as a part of the protocol agreement program.
As per the agreement, you said?
Yes, as per the agreement, as well as funding for the Athabasca Tribal Council as well. So there's a lot of partner organizations that we work with.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. What about individuals? Which are the individuals which get funds?
I believe that's just a categorical classification that finance uses. We're not necessarily transferring funds to individuals.
It's written here. Thank you.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Actually, I don't have a question about your budget. I want to add to it. So I guess this will have to go through Lori. It's not really add, it's move it from one end. And maybe you all can argue with me and say I'm wrong, and I'm okay with that, but I thought I'd bring it to your attention. There's a line in the Parks Department for special consultant fees, and under the description it says blessing for groundbreaking for 5 capital projects. So the Parks Department is funding the blessing, and in my opinion, I think that's something that should be represented from your department so that the right message is being said, the right people are doing it versus, and done at the right time versus another department managing that piece of the work. So I'd like to make a request that whoever's asking for that service and is budgeting for it in their operation budget, that maybe it get moved to IRR. Do you agree with that? Are you okay with that? That's my question.
Yeah, no, I'm through the chair to Councillor Ball. Yes, I'm good with that.
Okay. I'm thinking for consistency's sakes that we pass on the same message. That's all. And in the case of this one line, it's only $1,500, but it might be $1,500 in another department and a little bit here and a little bit there. So I think they might need to dot some I's and cross some T's to
through
find
the chair
that
to Councillor Ball. Yeah, we try for consistency there when getting the elders to say prayers or opening facilities and that type of thing. So that's something we're well versed in.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentations, Dennis and Janine. Is protocol agreements an annual program?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, yes.
In listening to Chard Métis Nation, Rolando, and the benefits of this program, has there been any discussions on increasing the funding?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, so we've been in the program now for about 1 year and 4 months. So we've been established, again, this is new. This is something that we're working collaboratively on together with communities. So that's a conversation that has come up in some of our discussions. I don't know if we're necessarily at a point yet where we understand fully. We're just hearing of stories like this now, which is wonderful. So I think within another year or so, we'd be able to establish more of a pattern and see where we're at. Our intent is to, of course, come back and present an overview of the program to Council.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Do we have any other questions from Council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Cora. Next, I'd like to invite Susan Trelinsky or Chris Davis to present Legal Services Operating Budget.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. I am not Susan Trelinsky. I'm Chris Davis, Senior Manager, presenting the Legal Services 2024 proposed operating budget. I'm pleased to be here today with Tanya Lopez, Manager of Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy and Policy Branch, who's in the gallery. Legal Services Branch or Department encompasses 3 branches. The Legal Services Branch, the Environment and Regulatory Branch, and FOIP and Policy. This slide depicts the proposed 2024 operating budget for the department, categorizing by branch. The budget changes will be explained in greater detail further on in the presentation. The total proposed in the 2024 operating budget request for legal services is $6,140,657, which is quite a surprising 3.3 million less than last year, and we'll get into that in more detail in the following slides. The department has 23 full-time employees. Legal, there's 10 full-time. Environment and Regulatory, 7, and FOIP and Policy has 6. Essentially, this significant change is based on a one-time request that was addressing contaminated site mitigation. This slide is the 2023 actuals to the end of the third quarter, October 31st. It's a snapshot of where we sat financially, end of September. You'll see that we brought in a little bit more revenue, but it's pretty small. The revenue we receive generally is derived from FOIP requests. the contracted and general services has a large remaining budget, which we'll explain in the upcoming slides. And a large proportion of that will be carried over into the 24 budget request. So legal services branch, one of the three branches, we provide daily support to most municipal departments, including the CAO and to council from time to time as directed by the CAO. We manage legal claims against the municipality, often employing external legal counsel, but also in some cases where our insurance is deployed, we, through often Munich's insurance, have insurance counsel that's appointed by Munich's. We oversee and assign specialized legal tasks to the external counsel in a fiscally responsible way. We, I think 3.5 years ago, did a request for expression of interest, and we went to the market and we selected 3 or 4 firms in our 4 primary areas of legal responsibility and got quotes. And we were able to, through that process, ask for a better rate. You know, same thing you'd do if you went to a hotel and you said, I'd like the government rate. We said the same thing for legal services. We participate in weekly prosecutions at provincial court. It was discussed earlier that we used to be in court quite a bit. One of our lawyers at the time, Alifia Gomez-Sain, she used to attend regularly on behalf of the municipality. We have we got one less day a month now. I think the courts don't have enough staffing, so we go 3 days a month now as opposed to 4, and that's primarily to address municipal tickets, traffic tickets, others that are in our jurisdiction. We also appear at various appeal boards. This fall in September, we were at the Court of Appeal where we were successful in defending an SDAB decision. And we don't go to the Supreme Court of Canada because they're not interested in provincial matters. We support special projects as directed. So for legal services branch, this slide shows the proposed operating budget of $3,574,638. It's about $232,000 higher than 2023. That's primarily attributable to the salaries, wages, and benefits, which you've heard about from other presenters, mostly through the increases that were provided during the course of the last year. Again, 10 full-time employees, 6 lawyers, including the director, 4 support staff. A large portion of the increase, again, was also due to filling of a vacant position. We had a long-term leave last year, and that position's since been filled. Environment and Regulatory Branch engages, this branch engages with operations departments to support our compliance requirements with federal, provincial, and other regulatory oversight. We liaise with external regulatory agencies and provide guidance and direction to facilitate compliance and conformance. When you think about it, everything that we do in terms of our providing potable water or sanitary treatment is all run through permits, and those permits often have detailed requirements that are to ensure public safety, but also means that we have to routinely and regularly provide data to those regulatory bodies. And where there's any questions arising, we have to make sure that we're responsive on a timely basis. We participate in project planning and regulatory compliance reviews for environmental construction operations, or ECO plans, and regulatory obligations and tasks. We conduct day-to-day monitoring of environmental risks and mitigation efforts. We review proposals from subject matter experts to support complicated environmental scopes that require third-party involvement to minimize risk. We also complete and contaminated site remediation and outstanding regulatory commitments to Alberta Environment Parks to avoid contraventions, repurpose abandoned contaminated sites, and enable redevelopment of municipal lands. So the budget for the branch, it's a request of $1,615,755. This is a decrease of about $2.5 million. $2.2 million of that's being carried forward to 2024 for the remediation project. It just didn't, we weren't able to complete it in a timely basis this year, and it is being proactive, responding to a site that we know is contaminated, and this was our estimate for what we believe will be required to remediate. This will be an ongoing challenge for the organization. We've got many sites because of the region and the history where there are potential contamination issues. And we're trying to be responsive and responsible for those issues going forward. The monitoring event for this particular project was completed with favorable results. We're expecting to meet with Alberta Environment and Parks to request a reduction in the amount of material we'll have to excavate to do the remediation, and if they approve our plan, we hope to have a 15 to 20% savings, about $300,000. VoIP and Policy Branch, a third of the three branches, they support accountability and compliance by effectively managing all aspects of the VoIP program, including timely response to information requests under VoIP. We maintain the policy management program, which includes providing guidance, advice, and support during the development, revision, and approval of policies, council admin procedures, and CAO admin directives. We regularly monitor and review all policy documents for currency, accuracy, and relevance. We have a lot of documents. They don't always get back as quickly as we'd like, but we're endeavoring to try and meet those timelines so that we routinely give council opportunities to make sure that the policies that you have approved are current and vital and maintaining their responsiveness. So on this branch's operating budget, the request for this coming year is $950,264. It's a decrease of $1,039,634. I'll touch on that in a second. The branch has 6 full-time employees. Council last year approved an increase in the 2023 budget for a special project. We've been laboring under a flood VoIP request for about 3-4 years almost, certainly since the flood. And it's been a massive project. We tried to get it through a request to the Privacy Commissioner at the outset, tried to get it narrowed down because sadly, almost everything that this municipality has ever done is related to the floodplain because of where the municipality was built. So much of the history of the municipality is related to flooding. It's been a huge, huge job. And even if it's one of the largest income sources for VoIP ever in provincial history, at about $40,000 to $50,000, it still doesn't even come close to touching the amount of money that we have to spend in terms of internal resources and even external folks to respond. And unfortunately, the way it stands now under the VoIP legislation, we're kind of compelled to respond in that way. So it's a continuing challenge. This project is ongoing. Funds will be carried forward to 2024 to support completion of this project, and this means a carry forward of about $430,000. Thank you very much for your interest and attention, and I'm available here along with my colleague to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir. It's a very fine presentation. I am really fan of your all-round competency, all the departments that need your help. And here I have seen that 4 or 5 subjects you have gone at one stretch. So my questions have all been mixed up. But generally speaking, I can tell you at place I have seen there too much of a raise of the salaries. Is it overtime included in that?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I know most of us don't command overtime. We're management exempt, and we're expected to do work as necessary. So there is no additional overtime. Any increases you're seeing would have been as a result of an executive decision.
Okay, fine, thank you. Another question is that there is quite a decrease of budget in one column I see. I hope there was no misuse this time in 23. 23 was more and 24 was less by 2 million or 3 million. So I hope this was not a misuse of the money in budget in 23.
Through the chair, I can assure you, Councillor, that there's been no misuse of budget. We'd like to be very stable and static. Unfortunately, we're a relatively small department in terms of overall budget, and we were charged with this challenge, in particular of environmental contamination. It represented a significant variance from the norm.
Thank you very much. Misuse, the word, don't mind it, please. Misuse could be that sometimes there is error and, people cover up their errors. And
through the chair,
it's not deliberate misuse, but sometimes it happens.
Thank you.
FOIP, what is FOIP?
I apologize for, through the chair, for any acronym. It's Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy.
Oh, half the night I spent, what is this technical term? It is freedom of information that we use daily, every day. Thank you very much, anyhow.
Yep.
Very nice presentation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. I don't see any questions coming up, so I'll ask you a question, Chris. Just on the contracting general services, I know some of the other ones went up because of environmental cleanup, but this one on FOIP was decreased by 1.64 million, or 1,064,000, I guess, is what it was decreased by. Do you know what that decrease was?
To your worship, as the chair, this was simply, we had trouble resourcing some of that work. So we've gone to external companies that profess to have some expertise in FOIP. It's really quite a unique skill set, and it's hard to find the right people to do it with the right software. And so I think we've been challenged on that. I'm just going to turn over my right shoulder to get a nod of approval or to get additional comment from Tanya. Okay. I mean, she'd love to come up here and address council, but she doesn't have to. We'll just go with that answer. So,
perfect. Thank you. So it's just FOIP outsourcing, basically, with that price is?
It's challenged, and we'll be continuing the work next year, and we'll be carrying those funds over to try and complete the job next year.
Super. Thank you. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Chris. Do we have any motions from council? Not seeing any. Thank you. Now, Kelly Hansen will present the Municipal Initiatives Operating Budget. $797. Need something? What's that? Oh, 5, 10, I don't know. Around 5-ish. You're okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Kelly Hansen. I'm here to present our proposed 2024 Municipal Initiatives Operating Budget. The work of our department can generally be categorized in two areas. The first speaks to the support related to Council's strategic plan. We're responsible for the implementation across the organization and associated monitoring and reporting related to the plan. The second area of focus involves providing direct leadership and/or augmented support for complex or strategic initiatives, programs, or projects. The work is often assigned from the Office of the CAO or upon request from our colleagues. When providing this support, we utilize various models which include augmenting existing teams or team, facilitating interdepartmental coordination, provision of surge capacity, or direct leadership. This approach is often utilized to support projects with short or critical timelines, multi-year projects, projects specifically identified within Council's strategic plan, or those projects that necessitate a cross-departmental approach to deliver. The work we complete is intended to complement the work of other departments as they priority portfolios of work moves forward. Through collaboration, we're able to collectively improve organizational outcomes, increase confidence, and/or incorporate change in leadership if required. Additionally, our team provides administrative support for 4 active council-appointed committees. Our proposed operating budget request is $1,482,665. The department workforce has increased from 6 to 7 FTEs. This increase was the result of a transfer of a position and the associated budget internally from another department. This slide represents the actual spend for the department up to the end of third quarter. Notably, we anticipated some additional spend within contracted services that haven't been realized. Material, goods, and supplies have been adjusted for the 2024 budget to reflect the needs of the department more accurately. Thank you. I'd be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Kelly. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Boma. Thanks, Kelly, for the presentation. I would like some clarification. The salaries and wages for 2023 increased by $366,000, and the total number of FTEs is 7. Is that so? Is the 1.465 for 7 staff, or do you have other casuals, or what's my understanding? I'm a bit lost for 2024.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, we did receive 1 FTE position that was fully budgeted for within another department that's moved over, and then the additional change would be reflective of the adjustment that was incorporated across the organization.
Thank you for that. My question is, so this amount is for 7 staff?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, that's correct. The budget presented represents 7 full-time employees at the organization.
That's really high. to just be blunt. So no junior staff, no mid staff, everybody's management, or how did you get
through
to
the
that
chair
point?
to Councillor Benjoko, we are fortunate to have a number of employees within this department that have been here for a number of years and carry a lot of historical knowledge as it relates to the organization. They are not responsible for the overseeing of staff, but rather they are sitting alongside some of those complex projects that we spoke to. For example, you'll see members of the team sitting alongside flood mitigation, rural water and sewer, Draper, as we're moving forward some of those challenges. So I'd say they're a team that's well positioned to support complex portfolios and to integrate with other departments, which is not always a simple activity.
Okay, thank you. I got your answer, but my impression didn't change much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Joko. Do you have any questions from council? Not seeing any. Thanks, Kelly. Do we have any council wish to bring any motions forward relative to this item? So I'd like to invite Rachel Orster to present the supply chain management operating budget. Oh, go ahead. Thank you, Lori. Whenever you're ready, Rachel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Rachel Orser. Today I will be presenting the 2024 proposed budget for the Supply Chain Management Department. Supply chain management, which is commonly referred to as procurement, is a cross-functional support service department, which is comprised of 20 approved full-time equivalent employees. Within the purchasing function, we seek to obtain value for our region, and we have a responsibility to ensure that municipal spending is conducted with the highest level of transparency, openness, and fairness that affords equal access to all qualified suppliers. This is done in accordance with council policy, administrative procedure, and the various trade agreements to which we are party to. We work collaboratively with our internal stakeholders and seek to understand and support their current and future procurement needs. This collaborative relationship enables us to proactively identify and mitigate potential risks while determining the best market and contracting strategy for a particular procurement. Supply chain management manages and facilitates the competitive bidding process for the purchase of goods, services, and construction activities, and is also responsible for the subsequent award and execution of contracts on behalf of the municipality. Supply chain management is anticipating revenue of $35,380 in 2024, which represents a transfer from reserve for previously unutilized training budget. From an expense perspective, supply chain management is proposing a 2024 budget of $3,421,040, which represents an increase of $251,196 relative to the 2023 approved budget. This proposed increase is primarily attributed to an increase of $455,389 in salary, wages, and benefits in comparison to the approved 2023 budget, which is due to the organizational salary adjustment and one full-time equivalent employee that was unbudgeted in 2023, but now is fully budgeted for in 2024. This particular FTE was approved as part of the 2023 budget. This increase is offset by a decrease in contracted and general services of $163,113 in comparison to the 2023 approved budget, which is due to the planned decrease in the use of external procurement service, which is primarily due to a planned decrease in the use of external procurement service providers. In review of the 2023 actuals incurred as of September 30th, 2023, it is anticipated that salaries, wages, and benefits will be approximately $100,000 below the 2023 approved budget due to various vacancies experienced during the year, and contracted and general services will be approximately $216,000 below the approved 2023 budget, which is primarily attributed to not using the external procurement service providers that were budgeted for and foregoing the use of external consultants to assist in advancing some department initiatives. This concludes my overview, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rachel. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Rachel. Do we have any? I'd like to bring a motion for relative to this item. I'd like to invite Kelly Hansen to present public service operating budget.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Kelly Hansen. I'm here to present the proposed 2024 HR operating budget. The Human Resources Department provides the following services: health and safety, employee development, compensation, benefits and payroll, labor relations, recruitment, shared services, and HR administration. Our 2024 proposed operating budget request is $14,213,503. In terms of salaries, wages, and benefits, you'll see an increase of approximately $1.4 million that's attributed to position changes within the department, as well as salary adjustments. Notably, there's been a decrease of $1,219,461 in contracted and general services. I'll now take you through each branch and their proposed budgets on the following slides. This slide represents the actual spend for the department to the end of the third quarter, September 30th. We're currently evaluating the ongoing work based on changes within the department. Notably, there's been a cancellation of work accounting for around $200,000. The first branch that we'll walk through is compensation, benefits, and payroll. This branch is led by Acting Manager Carrie Dow and is responsible for the following: ensures compliance with federal and provincial requirements regarding payroll delivery, administers employee group benefits program, administers the local authority pension plan, monitors the market as it relates to compensation. For 2024, there's a proposed overall decrease within the branch of approximately $150,000, which can be attributed to decrease in contracted and general services, decrease in material goods and supplies. The second branch is employee development. This branch is led by Manager Tammy Stevenson and is responsible for the following: development of corporate talent management strategy and the associated programming, design and delivery of all employee onboarding training programs, workplace equipment training. The proposed budget includes a decrease in the branch's budget by approximately $85,000, which is primarily attributed to a decrease in general services, contracted and general services. The third branch is health and safety. This branch is led by Senior Manager Tanya Solomon, and she'll speak through that area of which she's responsible.
Thanks, Kelly. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The Health and Safety Department here at the RMWB is responsible to ensure the health and safety of all employees through awareness, education, and interventions. We are also responsible to ensure organizational compliance with Alberta Occupational Health and Safety legislation and other related legislation, for example, the Traffic Safety Act. And this is, of course, achieved through the design, delivery, and implementation of health and safety programming. As our programming and management systems mature, we become more data informed. That said, we are proposing an overall decrease in the branch's budget by $1,148,174. This includes an increase in salaries, wages, and benefits of $874,841, attributed to position adjustments that allow us to continue to provide quality support and advice. A decrease in contracted and general services of $932,640. This decrease is largely due to programs becoming more established and managed within in-house resources. Programming has also stabilized, therefore decreasing the need for any of our external services. And then, of course, last but not least, a decrease in our materials, goods, supplies, and utilities of $128,500 due to the ongoing use of internal resources and expertise.
The fourth branch is labor relations. This branch is led by Acting Manager Kayla Stevenson and is responsible for the following: manages all collective agreements within the municipality, conducts workplace investigations, including mediations and arbitrations, supports all employees with frontline human resource support, provides coaching and mentoring at all levels of leadership within the organization. We're proposing an overall decrease in the budget of $15,394. This decrease is again attributed to a decrease in contracted and general services. The fifth branch is recruitment. This branch is led by Manager Tammy Stevenson and is responsible for the following: design and implementation of RMWB's talent management strategy, sourcing of candidates, conducting interviews and selection of candidates, as well as employee onboarding. The recruitment branch is proposing a $172,825 increase from the 2023 budget. This overall increase is based around salary, wages, and benefits, which notably includes summer students, which are distributed into the other work areas. The sixth branch is shared services. This branch is led by Manager Lisa Major and provides supports in the following ways to the following organizations: Regional Recreation Corporation, Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism, and the Wood Buffalo Regional Library. The shared services branch is proposing an increase to the 2023 budget of $57,053. This increase is reflective of salary, wages, and benefits. And the final area is Human Resource Administration. This working group is responsible for the overall management of human resources and health and safety for the municipality, and developing and executing human resource strategy and providing strategic advice to leadership. Overall, there's a proposal of an increase of the 2024 budget of $28,569, which is reflective of increases in salary, wages, and benefits. Notably, there has been a decrease in contracted and general services. Thank you, and we're happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just got this, and maybe you can explain this to me. Under HR, it says FTE count 2024 budget 65. And under the org management column, it says filled 69, vacant 6, variance 10. So 69 plus 6 is 75. So we have 69 filled, 6 that are vacant, 75. Our budget is for 65. Hey, you want to see it? I don't.
Can you point me to which page you're on, Councillor Ball?
Like the third one, I think. Fourth one, last one.
Last page? I feel like I can take this away and get an answer for you. I don't necessarily have it in.
I don't think this is right. That's why I'm asking.
Happy to take it away and loop back.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Do we have any other questions from the council? Okay, thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Before we go on, actually, before we call it a day, can I have CFO Farquharson maybe shed some light on some things? Maybe. So far today, a lot of the conversation has been around wage increases and how much they are comparatively to the collective agreements that we've known about, 9%, 10%, and most of the wage increases have been a lot more than that. Can you kind of give us an overview of why that difference in percentages is, whether it's benefits, savings, how that plays out?
Absolutely. I will be honest, I don't know of the exact benefit rate here in the organization, but generally benefits are an additional 24 to 27% over and above the salary base. So it's not strictly the salaries that you're working with. Thank you very much. So for example, the for 2024, the exempt salary budget is $60 million. However, I have somebody's computer that I don't. Okay, let me just go with the basics here. You have your exempt salary, but then you also have a lot of additional expenses on top of that. So, for example, you have your benefits. That's your dental, your medical, any of those extras that you get with your extended health. You have EI expense, so employment insurance expense, CPP expense, LAPP, or RSP. So especially where exempt is concerned, we're able to fine tune and request what our benefits would be. And they can, if you pick every single opportunity, it can be quite substantial. I personally lose more than half my paycheck on, because I'm paying into all these various different things, your RSPs, your investments, what have you. So it's not strictly a 9% increase. And I do have a summary here that Susan has provided me that shows all of the changes, which I can provide probably tomorrow based on the timing of things now. She did such a great job of showing me exactly where it was, and now I've lost it. But in the back of each presentation, you will see a section of paper like this. And so for every branch, you're going to see the breakdown of exactly what is made up of the salaries. So the first line is exempt salaries, and then you'll see exempt standby, and then you'll see QP regular wages, and then it'll go down and list off the cost. So with health and safety, they had a $2.2 million budget for salaries, but then their total is $2.7 million because of all the various different types of expenses. So all the information is within your binders. You do need to dig a little, but we can certainly provide a bit of a summary. I was trying to see the total, which I couldn't find. So for 2024, we have $255 million in salaries, and the exempt, is that right? It's only $60 million. What we'll do is provide a one-page summary that will show you the total of all the salaries and all the various different benefits, so it'll give you a clearer picture. Where I could sit here and rattle off all the numbers, which I don't think would be very helpful.
Perfect. Thanks, Laurie. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. And I did use these sheets to figure out what I was, what the percentages were, the differences. And you're right. The LAPP and all those things are broken out, but they're on a different line. And I just picked one out of here. And unfortunately, it's yours, Deanne. But LAPP expense, 1.55 million to 1.76, actually 14% increase. Mm-hmm. So the LAPP went up 14%, the wages went up 14%, they all went up 14%, all of the lines. I didn't use just, the total valuation. It's each one of those has increased the same amount. So if the salaries go up 9%, it's expected that LAPP would go up 9%. It didn't, and this one it went up 14. So that's where I'm struggling with this.
Right.
I can't equate it to the number of people.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, as we mentioned earlier, the actual salary exercise is not necessarily, you're not comparing apples to apples. Like, you have a budget within a department, but if there's any kind of changes, if there's absences, if you have people that go off to another position and you have to hold their position before you can fill it, there's so many different variables. Mm-hmm. Like, we have 2 dedicated people that's all they do is calculate the salaries based on literally dozens and dozens of variables. So,
and I can appreciate that, but it's too difficult to understand in this. So. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so we'll adjourn for the day.
Maybe get that as just
We'll recess for the day and return tomorrow morning. So thank you, everyone, and good night. We'll see you at 9 a.m.